Hello, 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 my darlings. Okay, we're back. We're back in black. Okay, guys. Sorry, the computer rebooted. I believe the Muslims are the jinns. They've sent out the jinns against the everything because the computer just randomly rebooted for no other reason, and it just bam went down, came back up. So far, so good. I hope I'm not going to be buffering as much. I'm not going to run. I think a clip that I have here which is going to have problems, I believe. I think this. Um, hmm, maybe it's this background that I have that has issues. I guess it might do. So I might have to remove that one. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how things unfold. But for that particular one, I'm afraid we had to cut that one short because it just didn't. Yeah, it just the computer rebooted, went crazy, and that's it. That's all she wrote. So, kids, we're back. We're back-ish, sort of. Um, nope, not that one. There we go. We're back. We're back. We're back with a little conversation, but a much simpler setup. I hope. I hope this setup is a little bit less demanding, if you will, on the old computer. I don't know, but we'll see. Okay, guys. Let's see what happens. Is anyone in the house? Let's check to see if anyone's around. Sorry, guys. Computer rebooted. What can I say? Even my computer is a fucking boomer. Maybe it was a good thing. Maybe it was a good thing that particular other stream is out. I don't know because I did have a moment that there was a little bit of thing, and I was questionable. Even though I got that video from the YouTubes themselves. It wasn't that I played that video from a different thing. It was being played from YouTube. So I hope YouTube doesn't have a problem me playing videos from YouTube. Because if it does, then we're all in the shits if we're actually playing videos from YouTube on YouTube and YouTube has problems with it. I mean, what are we supposed to do then? Content creators are fucked then if you can't actually play a video that is already on YouTube in your live stream uh, because I don't know because YouTube has a stick in their ass about something or other. It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, I don't know. The rules are so half-assed these days. You honestly don't even know what to do anymore. You don't honestly know what you can do, what you can't do, what you can play, what you can't play. It's all crazy. It's all crazy. Okay, well, kiddies, the StreamYard is open. Feel free, pop over, say hello, say how you doing. In the meanwhile, I will endeavor to find some crazy shit that I can rant about because, well, we need that, don't we? We do need that. Yes, we do, kids. We definitely need something to rant about. But what that thing is still a mystery. It's still a mystery. I don't know. I have so much. You do realize you guys know that they took Jamal Khashoggi's killer. They found like they've labeled some poor son of a bitch as like guilty, and they're gonna execute them. They're just gonna kill some poor son of a bitch for Khashoggi's death. And they think the rest of the world is just going to be like, oh, yeah, oh, that's all right. Then justice was served. Justice was served because they found some poor fucking porn that they could throw against the wolves. They found some poor son of a bitch that they could just falsely accuse of, or even not even falsely, just throw under the bus some patsy that they could just throw under the bus and then use and then pretend to the rest of the world that yeah, justice is done. Look at the justice of Saudi Arabia. Are you not are you not impressed? Are they not merciful? Jizya channel strike. Yeah, possibly, possibly. No, no, there was no Jizya channel strike. But anyway, yeah. So they found some poor old Patsy. They threw the shit at him, and now that poor son of a bitch is probably gonna get executed. Because he was the world. The Saudis think that if they just execute somebody, everybody else is going to be they're gonna be all right with it. It's all right. They killed someone. I mean, what more do you need? They took some poor Patsy's fucking head off. Yeah. Okay. I'm just sorry, guys. I'm just checking to make sure that the stream is still going, and it's still going. And let's see if the computer wishes to carry on. I mean, I'll be honest, guys. I don't know how long the stream is gonna actually run for because the computer is uh what's it called? It's temperamental today. Like I can't use my main machine, my awesome, powerful as ass machine, the one that is the ass kicking. The fucking thing can practically make you tea. If I could just stick a pair of lips on that computer, that would be the perfect woman. But anyway, as far as yeah, I can't use the other computer because it's at a desk, and it requires me to sit up in a chair, which I can do for a short amount of time, but I really can't do for prolonged periods. Still, the coccyx, the tailbone is still sore. So no, can't sit on that one. Tried it, couldn't do it. Had to come back to this one. So let's see how long this thing will last before it reboots it. I think so. OBS really does suck the juice out of a computer. It's pretty juice heavy, especially a lot of the shit that I run. I run way too many fucking things. I gotta keep it simpler. I gotta keep it simple. Simple. I don't think there is a word as simpler. Just simple. I gotta keep it simple. But in the meanwhile, let me just sorry. See, I've got so much gimmicks and so many things. All of these things can only be done. I wanted to do another Wheel of Cunt, but I'm not sure if I can. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Oh, you son of a bitch, why is it not loading? Open my Wheel of Cunt, you asshole. I'm a bit disappointed. Here we are. Okay, that's better. So yeah, I don't know. I want to do a Wheel of Cunt, but I'll see if I can set it up later. See how long this computer lasts. And yeah, in the meanwhile, anybody who wishes to chat, the link for the StreamYard is actually in the description of this video. So that's where that is. In the meanwhile, let us see what we have in our twitters. Oh yeah, there was a bunch of shit that I had in the twitters that I wanted to talk about. By the way, there are still people being executed and killed in Iran. I just wanted to little Iran protest update. Yep, it's still happening and people are still being slaughtered. So there's that. Let me see if I can actually bring that up for anyone. And I think what also sucks some degree of juice out of my setup here is that VLC video player. When I played that, I think that sucks a bit of juice. So I gotta just try to play it with a different player. I don't know why, because VLC is usually a very mild and non-intrusive type of a player. So you would think it wouldn't have a lot of issues, but it does. It does have a lot of issues. So there you go. So there we have it. What the fudge? Swear to God, what's going on? I don't know. There you go. Still too loud. See, it's just too loud. You wanna like increase? Is it still too loud? Let's play something a bit tranquil. Maybe it won't be too bad. I don't know. Playing music at the same time as running the stream is still a bitch. So, anyone in the StreamYards area? Nope, no one there. No one wants to talk to me. Nobody wants to play with me. So yeah, let me just flip over to some of the stuff about Iran. Well, actually, no. What is that? What is that? Where's my Iran stuff? So I'm gonna go to my profile. Now, this is just a bunch of stuff that I'm sort of retweeting. Yeah, if anybody wants to see some of the, I am on Instagram and I am on Twitter. I repost a lot more stuff on Twitter than I do on Instagram. Instagram is just nonsense, random crap. Some of it is funny, but I'm not gonna tell you where to find. You're gonna have to hunt me down on Instagram. All I can tell you is Banksy Style 2 is the only thing that I go by on Insta. But generally, yeah, you're gonna have to hunt me down when it comes to Instagram. But as far as I don't see. Hold on, where's the Iranian thing? I mean, obviously there's still people being killed in Iran, as we know. I follow a variety of people. Unfortunately, a lot of it is in Farsi that I can't read, so that a lot of that is useless to me and to you guys because I can't read it to translate to you unless Sam M wants to get on this and check it out. I don't know, Sam, are you about? You wanna get in on StreamYard and tell me all about it? I don't know. Is anyone even here? Yeah, we still got guys here. Boti, you said he was going to Mega. He's going to Mega. I'm not sure what that is. This can be Banksy. Ha! I am prettier than this man. I like that line. I like that line. This can't be William Wallace. I am prettier than this man. Yes, yes indeed. What's happened to Colin? Oh, Colin! Now the weird thing is, I saw Colin on Instagram. He actually posted something on Instagram and I said, how's it going, dude? How come you're not posting videos anymore? But he hasn't responded yet. The person is a Patsy, Arabian Prince is responsible. Of course he is. Of course we all know the Arabian Prince is responsible for that dog shit. But at the moment they're just gonna throw this Patsy at these poor people, and we have to accept as if that is actually what's happened. It's such bollocks, man. It's such absolute bollocks. It's unbelievable. It's absolutely unbelievable that we or the global world accepts this sort of bullshit. But that's how it is, man. That's how it is. So yeah, people are still dying in Iran, if you needed to know. And if you don't need to know, then let us find something a little bit more interesting. Okay, what is interesting? Let me actually see, because the problem is I'm running two very different. Yes, my situation is kind of difficult. Let me see. Mrs. Merkel, as you can see there, it says unprecedented EU fight is coming over who will pay the UK's share of the budget after Brexit. Sorry, yeah, that's right. The EU is now shitting themselves. Hope this helps. Yeah, the EU is shitting themselves because Mrs. Merkel does not wish to fucking pick up the check for Britain when it comes to the EU thing. Mrs. Merkel does not want to pick up that fucking check whatsoever. She is not happy about this. So let us see if we can read some of this. But yeah, Merkel is not happy. She is not a happy lady. But then she doesn't really look like a happy lady, does she? She never does. Key points: the discussion will shape up to be a long drawn out bloody fight. One European official based in Brussels and who did not want to be named due to the sensitivity of the talks told CNBC Monday the remaining 27 states are arguing over figures, but also about the process behind actually receiving funds from Brussels. Yes, and they kept saying that they're not gonna give us a deal because we need EU more than the EU needs us. But they're such lying bastards, these Remainers, these fucking, I'm not even talking about your average idiot Remainer in the streets. I don't necessarily blame them all about this stuff, because I think they bought the lies hook, line and sinker. But these fucking professionals, these politicians, these economic and business moguls, they know that what Britain contributes to the EU is a fucking fortune, and that it's one of the pillars that is holding up this shitty project called the European Union. And yet they lie bold-faced, look you in the eye and go, no, the European Union doesn't need the United Kingdom whatsoever. We'll be fine without the United Kingdom. Oh, it's the United Kingdom that's gonna suffer if you leave the EU. Fuck you, you lying bastards. We know that you're shitting your pants right now, wondering who's gonna pick up fucking Britain's check, because nobody wants to. Germany themselves are in a technical fucking recession as we speak, potentially an actual recession come 2020. And so Germany doesn't want to pick up the check. And I know all you fucking cunts can't rely on Greece, Hungary and Poland and Romania to pick up those checks. There's no fucking way they're the ones who are going to be coughing up the Britain's share. So who is it? It's going to be France. There's a shitload of pressure is going to be put on France. Shitload of pressure is going to be put on Denmark, Sweden, Switzerland, and all the others, because Germany cannot afford to pick up the check. So yes, the French are already, the Yellow Jackets are already burning down fucking Paris because of their pension rights and their fuel costs going through the fucking roof. You think Macron's gonna be rushing to try to fucking help Germany, help Merkel out of the shit? No, Macron's gonna get fucking. They're gonna reintroduce the guillotine in fucking France at this rate. They're gonna bring that shit back. Believe me. So what's gonna happen? It's gonna be Merkel who's gonna be fucked. Fuck her. You let all those fucking refugees in. You went around with fucking signs. You let your fucking you stifled your people's speech so that you can fucking do this bullshit. Let 1 million refugees in, and now you're gonna get fucked for it. Good. I am so glad. I hope this woman becomes the next fucking the German Anna Soubry. That's what I want. I want fucking Merkel to become the Anna Soubry of fucking England, of Germany. Hey, Based. Sorry, mate. Hold on 1 second. I just gotta see if yeah, okay. I'll let you on, and then you can talk to me. Hey, Based. Okay, Based.
Porn bomb.
It's alright. It's the man himself. Alright, you can stay. Hold on, let me see if I can switch it to the Hangout screen. And is it still laggy on your end? Is it still
No, it sounds fine now.
No, what I mean is on the stream itself, is it still buffering and stuff?
No.
Okay.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
YouTube's fine.
Maybe the computer needed a reboot. after all. But yeah, either way. What's up, my man? What's up, Mr. Bass? How is life? What's going down? What do you think about this shitstorm that's about to come down on Mrs. Merkel come next year?
What were I caught the back end of that because I didn't catch the first front end. But
Oh,
I seen you with the tweets, but I didn't catch what you read out about them. So
well, I
what's the
mean,
score?
it was basically that. Yeah, I mean, it's relating to the tweet. Yeah, we can go with that. It's Merkel who's gonna get basically bum rushed come next year when Britain leaves, and she has to pick up the check for Britain's.
Well, I think for the EU, I think Germany are the biggest contributor. I think it's 17 billion or something, right? And then I believe it's France and then the UK, or the UK then France.
I think it's the
I
UK
think
then.
with the
At least the one
second,
I saw was the
yeah,
UK.
yeah. So with the second nest, I'm not having a go at you, but when you're mentioning fucking places like Denmark, Switzerland, and fucking Holland, their economies are fucking small as fuck
I know.
compared to Britain. They can't make it up. It's they're not going to be able to do it. It's like Scotland, if they ever went independent, think it's going to be fucking roses, and they realise they're, fucking every they take £6 out the English economy rather than putting it in like the Welsh do as well.
Yep. Yep. Well, here I've got the list here actually. Oh, actually, at least according to this little chart that I've got, I don't know. This is BBC News Europe. Germany, France,
Mm.
Italy, and then the UK. So we are the fourth,
Oh.
according to this one. But the weird thing is, I've seen.
Italy,
Yeah, I know. It's like, how the fuck is Italy contributing? And when was
no,
this?
they're in massive debt.
But that's they see. There's another one. EU budget contribution, and then it's Germany, France, and UK, and then Italy's fourth. So it's like it seems to be between third and fourth places, swapping around
Yeah, well,
between.
they've got no one to fucking replace it, have they?
Yeah,
No
no,
one.
they're gonna be in the shit either way, whether we're behind Italy or in front of Italy, because we're only a couple of percent more than Italy. Um, they are going to. I mean, in this other chart that I've seen, top five net contributors to the EU budget. In fact, Britain is second.
Yeah, that's what I was
Germany's
thought it was.
17 billion,
That's
17
right.
sorry million euros. Britain
Billion.
9 million euros, and actually no, is it nine? No, 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 no. It's 17. Yeah, 17
17 for Germany. I believe it was 10 or roughly for Britain,
UK.
and
Yeah,
maybe
nine
7
million seven
for.
hundred. Yeah, and then France 7 million, and Italy 6 million. Netherlands 4, and then that's it. The rest are not even contributors. Most of the others are the ones who take money out of Europe,
Yeah.
like Romania, Portugal, Greece, Hungary, Poland. They're all people who benefit from the European budget. They don't actually contribute to it.
Mind, mind you, you mentioned the BBC then. According to the BBC, Trump has been impeached.
Well, there you go.
on They had a story on their website. Literally said Trump has been impeached.
This is the problem. I mean, you used to think BBC was truly the place to go for news. This
So,
is
so, so,
worse than internet trolling.
yeah. So what's happened now, right? This is exactly what's happened. The Democrats have voted in the House to impeach him, to put him through the process in the Senate, the
Mm.
final process, the impeachment inquiry officially, right? Now, what's amazing is that
Hello? Hello? Welshman, we lost you, mate.
I'm back.
Ah, you're back.
Yeah,
You're back.
sorry,
You
mate.
got muted.
Yeah, sorry. So they've supposed to have like pushed it forward to go through the proper impeachment inquiry in the Senate. But what's amazing, they haven't actually done the paperwork, right, at all. So it's a bit like saying you sold something to a pub, you shook the guy's hand like a house, and you shook his hand in the pub instead of actually signing documents. They haven't actually signed the documents. It's been going on for 2 weeks now since their vote, since
Oh
their
yeah, yeah.
House
They have to
Democratic vote.
pass it on to the Senate. They have to get a Senate trial
Yeah,
going, but they won't go.
yeah,
They won't
and
do it. because they know it's so
Yeah.
piss weak. The case is so piss weak that it's gonna just get chucked out of. See, the thing is, this game isn't a game to actually get Trump impeached.
But there's liberals out there up and down the country, like my relatives and stuff, that think that he's been impeached. And I said he's still their president. He's still there
Yeah,
now. If he's been impeached, like you believe he's been impeached, he's still in the White House.
exactly,
How can he be
exactly.
in the White House if he's been impeached?
Well, the
I
thing
mean, they
is,
must have woke up the next.
even if he gets impeached, he doesn't actually have to quit. There's a whole bunch of other things that go on. Even if he's fully
That is
impeached,
correct.
he doesn't actually
Yeah,
have to resign. He
yeah.
with
There is
Kennedy
certain crimes, isn't there?
yeah, with Nixon voluntarily resigned. He didn't get impeached and then get arrested for it. No, he's because his impeachment. He was, I don't know even if he got fully impeached, but either way, because he was Adam, it was so obvious that he was going to get impeached that he actually resigned the presidency because it was a massive embarrassment. But even I think even if they get impeached, he doesn't still have to officially resign. But
Yeah,
it will
yeah.
never pass
There's
the
some
Senate.
impeach there. Yeah, there is some impeachable offences that wouldn't actually necessarily you'd lose your job, but I mean, you can imagine the Liberals. They think, "Oh, brilliant! He's gone. Oh, fucking Orange Man bad. He's gone."
Mm,
And then they wake up the next morning, and there he is, still giggling
he's still
and
there.
still sending up tweets.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, the thing is, this is pathological now. This is a psychosis that I think the left is experiencing. Uh, so they're not. This is not rational thinking anymore.
So,
This is a level
so,
of
so,
psychosis that people are under.
so, so we got Labour over here, and what have people been saying about Labour over? People have been saying that Labour are not a working class party anymore. They don't represent the working class people up and down the
Yep.
country. They represent cities and university towns, right? And young people. And the funny thing about that is, you're sort of middle class sort of people as well. You're inner city sort of liberal people. And the funny thing is, in America with the Democrats, it's exactly the same.
Yes.
It's exactly the same, where it's becoming much more of a sort of middle class sort of Morrison's, not Morrison shopping. What's the other one? I can't get the
Waitrose. These sort of
Waitrose shopping sort of.
yeah.
Yeah, and it's
These
changing.
Marks
They're
and
voting on that.
Spencer's, Waitrose types,
Yeah,
shopping types.
yeah. And diversity is their strength, while there's 20 white people shouting it and no one else there. Yeah, those people. You know
Well,
the
yeah,
ones.
the diversity
Uh,
is our strength. As long as I can live in a predominantly white area, and I don't have to actually mix with the so-called diverse people, except occasionally I'll have a couple of drinks in Camden, take in an Indian restaurant, and then consider myself to be so diverse. Whilst 90% of my friends are Harvard, or Oxford or Cambridge educated white folks.
yeah, it's
But I'm diverse. I had a curry last week. I have two color TVs. That's how
plus plus
non-racist I am.
plus Portia had a story time lesson from a nice lady
Yeah,
person.
and Javier,
Yeah.
Javier, our stable boy, looks after our horses so well. He's almost part of the family, except he doesn't actually live in the main house, obviously. He lives
He's
in the
got a
servants'
stable.
quarters.
He's got a bit of an add-on to the stables.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's a stable boy. He's not going to live in the main house, but he's almost like family. And Rosita and Conchita, they obviously live in the cellar in the servants' quarters, but they are like the family. I would not know what to do without them.
Yeah, but I keep saying this, but it is like a mirror. It's like a mirror from the Labour Party in the UK to the Democrats in America.
Yeah,
Like before the election, the Labour thought, not a lot, but they were, the liberal media and certain people from the Labour Party were like sort of blowing their chances up, thinking they had a real big chance. I didn't think they were going to get stuff like that, but It just shows how much the public didn't buy their fucking bullshit. All the
Exactly.
liberal Democrats,
Exactly.
and none of them bought it. And I don't think anyone's buying it in America with Trump. Every week
No.
this impeachment inquiry goes on. His ratings improve.
Yeah, I mean, this is the whole thing about this impeachment is that they are trying to. This is why they're delaying it. They're trying to drag it into. They want to drag this out into at least mid 2020 to try to, as much as they can, sabotage and defame and smear Trump as much as they can. This is a 2020 election campaign. This isn't an impeachment inquiry. This is a strategic move to try to give Trump as much bad, if you like, image as bad an image as they can possibly get. If they could, have pictures of him with prostitutes or something, they so wish they could. They would. But the thing is, actually having pictures of Trump with prostitutes, they literally did. Stormy Daniels, that didn't do shit. That didn't do anything to Trump's popularity. But these sort of if you catch Trump, if I find if there's pictures of Trump in the 80s with a bedroom full of Vegas prostitutes in sort of burlesque outfits, it wouldn't even faze me. I would in fact half expect him to have that. Why wouldn't he? He's a multi-millionaire, if not a billionaire, playboy kind of guy with like gorgeous model East European wife. So why wouldn't he? I actually think that if he hasn't done shit like that, he's wasted his life. What's the point of all that money? Sorry, Welshie, did I lose you? Oh shit. I lost Welshie. Welshie, you're back?
I'm back.
You're back.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
got
he literally could say, "Oh, I mean, I'm not being funny. Her face is a little bit, worse to wear, but she's got a cracking pair of norks on her."
who? The
And
wife?
Trump,
Oh,
no, Trump could literally say that about that Daniels girl, and
yeah,
he could get away with it. He
absolutely.
literally could get away with it because they'll say, "Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I can see what you mean, Donald."
100%, 100%. Yeah, I mean, if Donald Trump, as I said, gets caught with a bed full, with a picture in his bedroom full of Vegas go-go dancers and just butt naked, I'll be like, he's the man. He's the fucking man, isn't he? Why
Yeah,
wouldn't you? Why, if you had all that money and you don't have a bedroom full of Vegas prostitutes, what's the point of
what the
living?
fuck? Yeah, what the fuck have you been doing?
What are you doing with all
Yeah,
that cash?
yeah. I wouldn't care if I had small hands then. Do you know what I mean?
No one gives a fuck if he has small hands as long as he's got enough to be able to reach into his pocket. As long as his pockets are big and deep, his hands don't need to be that big.
Yeah.
Uh, but uh, but
We
that's the
got
thing.
boaty face in the chat.
Sorry,
We got boat face
I
in the
know
chat.
Boti's been here almost from minute one. Boti, if you want to jump on, mate, jump on. It was a good convo last night, or was it last night before? Whenever we had it. Um,
Sage Moon.
yes, Angel
She's a
Moon.
regular.
Actually, I gotta go through the chat. There's MC, the chat. Everyone, the link for the chat is actually in the description now. I
It's
don't
our Polish man,
have to stick it out
MC.
there. Yeah, yeah. MC is Polish. Who else we got? Angel Moon. We got Hopsky. Jake. Big up Jake. Big up everyone. Everyone and anyone. I'll be honest. There's too many people.
And a few,
IDU.
a
I
few silent jihadis.
Silent.
Hiya.
I'm sure there must be. There's always some jihadis because I always get like dislikes just like off the bat before the stream's even started. There's at least like 3 dislikes on the stream. So it's like these are my local hate watchers. Clearly, they just hate watching me.
Boaty, the link's in the description. Go up to the description, mate. It's the top link, StreamYard.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's the top link in the description.
Or you,
Uh,
it's better to put it in there. See as well, Banksy, because you haven't got to keep on pumping it in.
well, yeah.
People will
But the problem
start to
is,
notice it.
I wanted to maintain some degree of who has the link as well. I wanted to maintain some kind of control over
Yeah,
when
but
and who gets the link. Because if I put it in the description, anyone who comes into the chat automatically sees the link. Whilst if I put it
yeah,
into the description, into the chat, from
But they can still take it then.
Yeah, but what I mean
Yeah,
is,
no,
if
but they
they
can
come
still
in,
take it.
if they join the chat
Yeah,
after
I know what
I
you
put
mean.
it in, it won't be in
Later,
there.
yeah.
You know what I mean? They won't get it
Yeah,
until
I get your
maybe
drift.
the second time I put it in. So I can have a little monicum of control. It's not much really, and to be honest with you, yeah, putting it in the description is probably makes more sense. Hey, we got Boti. Okay, Boti. Before you okay, let me change my scene here. Yeah, because I can't. I gotta be careful of these porn bombs.
Yeah.
I gotta be careful of. Okay, Boti, say hello.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, it's Boti himself. Okay.
Hello.
Okay, safe. We can go back. I can switch it back to. It's not a porn bomb.
And Banksy, I don't like I said, I can't tell you why I can't pick up links in the chat anymore. It's something I've asked lots of people. I've tried ringing up Samsung. I've tried doing everything to find
Wait a
out
minute,
why.
is this from a laptop or from a phone?
From a phone. So basically, it's been I haven't been able to do it for about 3 weeks. So, but I used to be able to pick up links in chats all the time, but only can pick up links in descriptions.
That's weird. That's weird.
And the only reason I found out is because Real puts this link in the description, and I went to go on. I was going through, and I thought I pressed it, and it went to go through, and I was like, wow. And then I've worked out.
Well, what I would say is, check a couple of things. Number one, I mean, obviously you can't pick up, you can't even see the super chat and or the chats in a live stream unless you're running the YouTube app. Am I right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I've got the app. Yeah.
Okay, try it this way. Go to a browser, like Firefox or Chrome or whatever. Firefox I usually use, and then set the YouTube to the desktop edition, not the mobile version.
Yeah.
And then see if you can pick up a link from the chat in that way.
Okay.
That might be another thing.
Just-
but I mean, if you're using your
it's just-
phone,
yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm saying,
can-
think of it as an experiment for another time. Don't worry about it now.
Yeah.
Just pencil it in.
Can I just point something out about Trump being impeached? The way that I understand it, he has actually been impeached. But what that means is that he's been sort of charged with an offence. Like it's the way when the police arrest somebody for
He has not been impeached.
It's not guilty of anything. It's sort of he's been indicted. It's
It's
the charge.
He's been arrested.
Well,
technically,
and charged.
Been charged.
Well,
but that doesn't mean that he's guilty.
Yeah, but I mean
that's
the kind of thing. Yeah,
yes.
You could be right. Yeah, it's an equivalent to that where the House has decided, which is predominantly Democrats.
Democrat.
They have voted to proceed, if you like, with the impeachment process or take it to the next stage.
They think he's got a charge to answer, in their opinion.
Yeah, and then they have to now put it to the Senate, and the Senate has to take it to a trial. There'll be a Senate trial in which the Senate, if the Senate then decides this is an impeachable offense after they've had a trial, then he will be actually impeached. But it will never get through Senate.
Well, when the BBC say, Trump has been impeached, I think technically they're correct.
They're wrong. They're 100% wrong. They're 100% wrong.
It's misleading.
Yeah.
It's very misleading to say that
they're 100%
he has
wrong.
been impeached because he hasn't
why
actually
am I
been
wrong?
impeached.
Why am I wrong?
There's stages to an impeachment.
Well, that's what I mean.
Right? Tell me what presidents have been impeached.
Clinton. They started to impeach Nixon, I think, as well.
Nixon was impeached.
Clinton was impeached.
No, Clinton was technically, but it wasn't
he was definitely
he had
impeached.
To resign his position.
Oh, yes, right. Sorry,
he was definitely impeached.
Yeah, he was impeached on the charge of lying under oath.
Under oath, which should be an offence.
Because he basically said he didn't shag the girl, and he shagged the girl.
Sexual relations and Bill Clinton is sort of unusual. See, if she gobbles him off and puts all his jizz all over her dress, that's not sexual relations. What sexual relations means in Bill Clinton?
Yeah.
What that means is you need to have sex with him. I believe. I think that's what.
Well, this is what he was defining it as: sexual relations as actually penetrative sex, whilst he just had her blow him. So if I
Yeah.
accidentally put my penis in a woman's mouth, that is not sexual. That's just that's
Mm.
like a handshake.
Uh,
It's like you know
got
how
you.
you come over. Sometimes some people
Yeah.
handshake, some people fist bump, some people hug, and occasionally you just put your penis in their mouth.
Yeah. So
But
so
I'm
Boaty. So
yeah.
Boaty. So what happens if Trump gets impeached? What happens then? What would you call it then?
Well,
I
yeah,
well
that would be impeached if it goes through the Senate.
Wait there. What
This
was that?
I understand that when the actual impeach that they're voting to have him impeached
To have him
means
impeached.
that they have impeached. It's my understanding that they have decided that there are charges that need to
He
be
needs to
tried
answer.
in the
Yeah.
Senate,
Yeah.
right?
I get all that. I get all that.
Right. And so the thing is, it's a sort of confusion that in American law they'll sometimes
Con-
sort of say John Gotti has been indicted, and they'll splash it across the newspaper, and you sort of think, oh, the guy's been found guilty, he's going to prison. That's not what
No, I knew
what it's
that.
actually meant
Yeah.
is that John Gotti has been
Okay.
charged
So if he's
with
impeached now, forget about John Gotti, because if he's being impeached now, and you're saying the BBC are correct, even though they're wrong, right? So if he's been impeached, what happens when he gets impeached? I want to give you what would you call it then?
well, I'm not representing the American legal system, or the
I
constitutional
know
system
you're,
either.
yeah, I
But
know,
it's my
but BBC
understanding.
are wrong. They've been called out for being wrong. The BBC have published that article, and they've been called out for being wrong, factually wrong.
Really, is he not impeached then?
No, he's not been impeached. He is going
Have
through
I
the
got this wrong?
process
Have I?
of being. He's going through a process to be impeached. Right? He's being charged. He's going to the next house. There's 3 houses, isn't it?
But the way that I understood it, and I would imagine that the BBC have like legal minds. They have legal
Oh,
advice.
Boaty,
That it
don't
can
talk
be
to don't
termed
talk to me
as
don't talk to me
impeachment.
about the BBC and their proper journalism and their honesty. Don't even go there.
Listen, I'm not the greatest fan of the BBC, but I think with something like this, they would get this. It would be belt and
But what would you
braces.
call it, Boaty? That's all I want you to tell me is what would you call it if he was if he was convicted of impeachment? What would you call it then? That's all I'm asking.
I honestly, what they would say is that he's gone through impeachment and has been found guilty. I would imagine. I don't know. I am not a lawyer, but it's my understanding, my naive,
Okay, I just
layman's understanding that he is not.
okay.
He's
So
not
the
guilty of
Democrats,
anything, but he's actually.
the
Will you just let me talk for a little
Yeah,
while
just
and
give me
just
give me a
stop
minute.
for a
Give me a
second?
minute, Welshie. Give me a minute. Let him land.
Right? It's my understanding that he's not guilty of anything, but what at the moment, but what they've said is that the Congress has actually met and they have decided, primarily Democratic, has actually decided that he has charges to answer. Now, whether he has or he hasn't, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is that that's what they've decided, and that is set out, I believe, in the actual Constitution, the articles of impeachment. Now, the thing is, I'm not talking about the rights or wrongs of it, but it's my understanding that, and I'm not a lawyer, that when they actually have the vote and they decide that he is being impeached, what that actually means is they're not saying he's guilty, but they're saying he has a case to answer and they're putting him forward. And I believe that the term that's used is the president has been impeached. Now, I may be wrong, and if I am wrong, then I apologise, withdraw those comments. But
Yeah.
my source of information is the BBC, and
yeah.
regardless of whether you trust the BBC or you don't trust the BBC, I don't think that they'd get something like this wrong.
Okay. Just to give you a heads up as well, you know when they voted, was it 10 days ago or 14 days ago?
Yeah.
The Democrats voted and they all went to cheer when they got the vote through. And Skeletor had the time to be quiet. Pelosi. right? So when that happened, they haven't actually sent any of the documents off. They haven't sent any of the documents off at all.
No,
So literally,
they've held on.
they've held these documents on because they haven't got a case. So, but it just shows what a shit show and
So they're
political.
sitting on them. They're sitting on the
Yeah,
documents.
they are. But I mean, it could be they could use the excuse it's Christmas time and they wanted to do it in the new year. Who knows? But I mean, at the moment, they have some leeway, if you like, for this time of the year. But generally, of course, they will eventually in the 2020 they're gonna have to actually pass it on to the Senate. As I said, they are going to linger this on to try to hamper Donald Trump's campaign.
During the election year.
Yeah, they want to. What they're going to do is they're going to try to have a scenario in which Donald Trump has to be called to court hearings or judicial Senate hearings and things like that, and give testimony rather than go be on the campaign trail to go out into the country and hold rallies. So they want to interrupt that phase, that moment, even though they don't seem to realize that an incumbent president doesn't need to go on the campaign trail as much as a new up and coming sort of wannabe president, because an incumbent has already got a ton of media attention on him all the time. He's already got his Twitter is he can campaign on Twitter alone.
This is the best. This is the best sort of advertising for Trump to raise funds for the campaign and to get the support together for the Republicans, because of all accounts, 98% of the people that voted for him in 2016 will vote for him in 2020. So
the other issue is that if it's tried in the Senate, an awful lot of the Democrat candidates are in the Senate, and they are going to have to be drawn away from electioneering themselves.
That's correct. Yeah,
Bernie,
to actually two of them, or three of them,
sit through hearings.
That's possibly as well. But generally,
well, Elizabeth Warren.
Well,
so they
Joe Biden himself, and possibly his
son. Is Biden a senator?
No, Joe Biden isn't. So this is it. It was a good point, that was, because of all accounts, it's Bernie and Elizabeth are part of the Senate, and Joe isn't.
That's true. But Joe Biden may be called in for testifying.
Oh, look, I want the Republicans in the Senate to do a proper investigation, because if they do a proper investigation, the cards are going to fall down.
Oh yeah.
I think that's why they don't want to put it through, because if they actually do a proper investigation, I mean, it will prove that Hunter Biden has zero experience in oil or gas, never went to Ukraine, never actually went to Ukraine itself, just took the money every month. Nothing to do with Joe.
That can't be right. He was being paid $87,000 a month. Surely he had to have some expertise. No,
Boaty, no.
A month.
Of course not, mate. But
no,
come on, Boaty. You're grinning under your words right there.
Yeah.
You know this is a piss take.
What's hilarious? What's hilarious? They've already investigated it. If you listen to CNN, they go, and these conspiracy theories about Joe Biden and his son in Ukraine, that's already been investigated.
Even you don't accept this shit. It's so blatantly bad.
That is a conspiracy theory. You're like, when was this inquiry? When was this investigation? No,
it's so obviously bad. I mean, Biden himself admitted to it. He told the Ukrainians
corruption
that if you don't take him on, he's going to hold fucking money back. He's going to hold weapons deals back.
People, corruption's a very nasty word. Now,
but you've seen the video, right? You've seen the video with Biden pretty much admitting to
Have you seen it, Boaty? Have you seen it?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
There you go. I mean, come on, the man himself.
I could say it. I could say it verbatim. I told him he's got 6 hours. Someone said 6 hours. He's got to sack the chief prosecutor. And if he doesn't sack him, I'm going to hold back $1 billion. He said, guess what? 5 hours later, he had a phone call and he sacked him. And the best thing about it all was the person they got in worked with us very well.
Yes.
Well,
you can't make it up.
Anyway, to make the Senate. Hey.
Hello, Mac.
Hello, everybody. Well, to be honest, I would also like to see somebody else to re-examine the things that Democrats are doing, because but frankly, first we have to put the Democrats in their place. I mean, a real like hardcore super nanny would be required for them to be honest. But where do you find one to put them back into the strollers or wherever they belong to?
God knows.
But Trump has actually. Do you know that Trump has actually said that Trump is on record as saying, I could murder somebody in Times Square at midday,
and I'll be all right.
and I'd still get
And that's
elected.
but that's
What is that about?
That's
What is
just
that
him
about?
pointing
That's
out
the privilege
his-
of the rich. That's the privilege
No,
of the rich.
that's to show he's so Teflon coated that nothing will stick to him. That can't do anything to him. And it's kind of true though, because
Can I just chuck this out? Because I mean, just go back on the Joe Biden and all this business. Now, what's really sad and horrid is you're seeing the Democrats, right, and you're seeing like the liberal media seeing this evidence in front of them, plain in their face. And if that wasn't enough, if you go to China, they're talking about billions coming out of China. Billions went through Cyprus bank accounts, Latvian bank accounts, originating from China. Yeah, all going back to Hunter Biden, by the way. All right, and 2 weeks after this money was, yes, 2 weeks after this money had transferred through like 4 countries into Hunter Biden's account.
Well, that's all got to come up in the hearings, isn't it?
Yes. Well, it's not, but about 3 weeks later,
it's got to, hasn't it?
Boaty, 3 weeks later, Joe was over in China negotiating with the Chinese. So a couple of weeks before that, all this money arrived in Hunter Biden's account via like 3 countries. And then 3 weeks later, Joe's over in China negotiating with the Chinese. Would you want that cunt negotiating your fucking nation's things after you've just sort of, after he's accepted that, or someone from his family? I mean, Joe Biden's excuse about Hunter Biden in Ukraine, I didn't know what my son was doing. Your son was a cokehead. He'd been convicted for coke, been kicked out of multiple jobs. Of course you knew what your son was doing. He's a fucking liability. Turns out you were doing business with him anyway.
Careful, old chap. I mean, do remember this is a public forum,
Yeah, but it's fucking true. The Democrats have actively, turned a blind eye to blatant corruption. Blatant corruption is there in front of their faces. And if anyone needs to be fucking up on trial, it would have to be Biden. And where the fuck is Hunter Biden anyway? Where the fuck is him? Well, why isn't he answering any questions? Where the fuck's he disappeared to?
Yeah.
And by the way, may I add my own 3 cents to that? Just a little bit change of the topic. The ties to Russia bullshit is like going on to this day. We all know it. But to be honest, if you look at the Democrats, at Hillary, and at potentially at Barack, what they have done before Trump, for example, Hillary Clinton have sell much percentage of the ownership of the uranium mines in the US to Russian companies, and
20%. 20%.
Yes. Not to mention that Barack Obama have done everything what is in his power to stop the development of the shale gas and shale oil industry to make a boom and make the US a sufficient, not only an importer of oil but an exporter.
Yeah.
And that, but they dare to accuse him of having ties to Russia. I'm sorry, but the thing that Trump is doing, he's literally like pulling the red carpet out of the Russian foot with that move, with building that industry, because it will make the prices, plumb go down, and when the oil and gas prices will go down, the Russian economy will decline even further. But he has ties to Russia. He's sympathetic to Putin. Give me a break, people.
I mean, the most important thing is Trump is putting an enormous amount of pressure on Germany not to allow the gas pipeline from Russia, and they because of strategic that he said it's going to make Germany too dependent upon
that's right,
Russian gas, and apparently that's going to hit if his pressure works, it's going to put a lot of pressure on Russia, and they're going to suffer because they're a petrocurrency. They're, you know,
And
they're
Yeah.
it's because Germany is cacking to Russian gas for like many years. The Germans, talking about the European solidarity with us, especially in 2015, I can remember the utter hypocrisy when they were saying, but you don't take in refugees, blah, 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 and so on. You know, there is this thing, it's called Nord Stream 2. They have signed with Russia a deal that they're going to build up a pipeline that will deliver the Russian gas to Germany, also oil,
Trump's trying to stop that though.
in the Baltic, over our heads. In other words, without even saying anything or negotiating with us. And the Russians could just treat us like Ukraine,
Trump's
despite
trying
us
to
being in
stop
NATO and the European Union.
Trump's trying to stop that. He's
Yes, I
putting
know.
enormous
I know,
pressure
that's
on
why I'm a supporter.
I mean, when you get like people having a go at Trump for having some sort of relationship with Putin, are they retarded? You want to have good relationships with fucking superpowers, don't you? You don't want to have cunting relationships with them, surely. Not like Clinton. If it was Clinton was in power now, they'll be in war with Iran.
Well, a little correction. Russia is not a superpower anymore, but a very powerful country that have a decent nuclear arsenal. That's for sure. And even Ronald Reagan have talked with Gorbachev, or he wanted to talk with Soviet leaders. So I don't think that Trump is doing something unusual that he is talking with them. Reagan
No.
have supported.
I think the press are acting unusual, and pundits, news pundits are saying that because they're saying that you shouldn't have a good relationship with foreign powers, which is bullshit. Of course, you should have a relationship with powerful leaders throughout the world.
Yes,
But having a relationship is him being a spy of all accounts or something. Fuck knows.
but when he have said that it would be nice to have a good relationship with Russia, he didn't mean that he was going to give in to them in any way. He just meant that he wants to have good relations with them, and that's another bad thing. Frankly, would like to have a good relations with them, but not no matter what the cost. No, not in this way, like Obama have done it for all of his 8 years of presidency. To be honest.
Yeah.
The bottom line is that Trump seems to be an insular president that wants to actually just avoid foreign conflict, build up trade, stop sort of trade imbalances, so that you've got countries like China that are sort of just dumping loads of stuff in our country and putting up sort of tariffs in there, you know, to stop like American rice and American produce from going into their countries, and yet being quite happy to sort of unload everything they can on America. And Trump's put a full stop to that. And I think that's chimed very popular with an awful lot of working people in America. And I think that I think that's I hope that he actually wins the next election. I don't know whether he will. I don't know what the predictions are.
Well, to be honest, the impeachment actually have only fueled his chances. It is like trying.
His chances. Fueled it.
It has fueled his chances, like in a way, you know, like you would be throwing nuclear material at Godzilla. Trump has literally became even more popular than ever.
Yeah, he's going to get more powerful, and it's going to be a landslide. It really is.
Well, they are just really they are so unaware that they are like with their behavior and with everything what they are doing now. Trust me, it will going to be even a bigger defeat than it was in 2016.
Now, just a minute. Sorry, just a minute. Now, do you know one of the things that Trump said was in the last election, 2016, he said, I'm going to make America great again. I'm going to bring jobs back into America. Has he actually done that? Are there factories now in America that weren't there before Trump?
Loads.
Is that working?
Yeah.
Is he actually delivering on that?
I believe he brought back 1 million manufacturing jobs back into America.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know exactly the numbers, but I mean the stock market has been amazing since
unemployment.
Since he's done. Unemployment is really low. It's
3.8 or something, really low.
Yeah.
By the
So
way, I want
is
to
he delivering on his promises?
Yeah.
But it appears that there is a lot of things. I mean, people have literally got more money in their pocket than they had before. And this is the weird thing. You know those tax cuts that they claimed it's all going to just benefit the millionaires and the billionaires? Regular
That's right.
working class people, regular small business owners, entrepreneurs are actually benefiting a lot from it. Literally, YouTubers. There was a video by Sargon of a Cat. He was pointing out this YouTuber who is
Yeah.
Mr. Rhapsody, rap something. Anyway, he was complaining that he got a big tax rebate because he's a YouTuber, he's a self-employed individual from Trump, and he was saying, "I don't want it. I want this to go to the health service or to the poor
Well,
people
you can
or
always
this and
send
that."
it off.
And he's like, "No, dude, you don't realize you're a self-employed individual, and he is now giving you this money that you can now invest into your business so that you can hire people to work for you. So now you're going to be a job creator. You're going to now create
So,
jobs where there were no jobs because now you have a bit extra cash which you can invest into your business, in which you can grow your business with. So this is how the cycle works."
so,
You
so
know the
Na-
you
Na-
know
Nancy Pelosi,
Mark
Nancy Pelosi,
capitalism.
when these tax cuts come through about 18 months ago, a year ago, it was an average worker in America had $1,200, which is not a lot of money, £800, £900, right? You know, but it's money. It's enough money, isn't it? Right now, that Nancy Skeletor, she said, "Oh, just short change." She describes it as short change. You're thinking, "Whoa."
Yeah,
You know,
that's
you
because
know, if you,
to them it's
that's
she's
pocket
a
then
billion.
it,
change,
She's a
nine hundred
millionaire. Yeah.
dollars, $800.
yeah.
But
And like Mark Dice brought, he mentioned that. He said she got 4 houses. The houses are worth like £8 million or £10 million. She's got fucking got other stuff and cars and yachts.
yeah,
It's like, what the fuck? It is short change for her. $1,200 is fuck all to her. It's mostly like £1.20 to us.
What's
that's
the
what I
name of
mean.
that
This is the thing.
Scotch?
They're looking at it, but the thing is, you see, this is the game that the other side are playing. They look at some average, self-employed person or a small business person getting an extra $800, $900 as being, oh, just chump change. And yet what they do is they then go and tell the poor people, "Oh, look at this millionaire, when Trump passed his tax laws, got like a $10 million tax rebate." But they won't tell you that millionaire paid $50 million in tax. So if he gets a $10 million tax rebate, it's because he's paying $50 million in tax. He's not just paying a few $100,000 and then he gets that kind of tax rebate.
Let's see what we can say in socialist translation. I'm economically illiterate. That's what a socialist is.
But this is the problem. They don't seem to recognize that those who pay the most tax will appear to benefit the most from tax rebates because they are paying tremendous, a hell of a lot more tax than your average guy. But your average guy is also getting the $900, the $1,000, the $2,000, depending on what they're paying too. And that actually means a lot to those guys. The $10 million to a multimillionaire or a billionaire may not mean much, but to an average guy who's got a small business, a YouTuber, or a guy who's selling hats and T-shirts on in the market or on the internet or whatever he's doing, yet $1,000, that's a holiday to that guy. He could go on vacation with that. He could buy his kids clothes, for crying out loud. That's a lot of money to regular
With
folks.
respect, I don't think
that
that's
is Marxist
with respect, I don't think that that's the key issue. I think the key issue are the flyover states with these massive, great big sort of heroin addiction problems, where you've had a whole large areas, like I'm thinking of Detroit, actually, the large post-industrial areas that have no hope, they have no industry, they have no future. And one of the things that Trump said was, "I'm going to try and bring jobs back into those kind of areas." And it's really important to me
Well,
that at least he's making
yeah.
I hope that he's actually making
Well,
a
he
start
is.
with
He's
that.
trying to, believe it or not, he is one of the few politicians who's actually trying to do the things he said he would do. He said he wants to build
And I
a wall. He tried building a wall.
For
Now, I'm not saying people are not stopping him, people are not hampering him, but he is literally trying to do it but
And I
others
think that
put a
Boris
blocking for it.
Johnson is trying to do exactly the same with the post-industrial areas of the northeast, of Wales, of a lot of the sort of areas where you had the basic working class voters that actually voted for Johnson, for the Tories in the last election, that lent him that vote. And I'm wondering whether he's trying to do what what Trump has been trying to do in America. I really would like to know whether Trump has succeeded in any way with that, because I think that's the absolute key. What's the name of his
Mr.
great?
Waldman, I want to ask you something. Is it true that the unemployment rate in the US have dropped to below 4%?
I'm going to have to
It's
Google it.
3.8% it is over there.
That's amazing. That's really good.
Wow, then his chances of re-election are very high, because in the
Yeah.
history of the United States,
Yeah.
no president ever has
That's
not
correct.
been re-elected with that score.
Yeah, you're right, mate. If the normal American citizen is doing all right,
They'll vote for him.
like vote
You're not
for
gonna
him.
rock
They
the
don't
boat.
care. They don't care about his rudeness,
And
the way he
his
slates people.
pompacity, or if he's a bit too
Yeah.
arrogant, or if he's a bit too much of
Yeah.
a
Couldn't
bombastic.
give two
No,
shits.
nobody gives a shit
Yeah,
about
yeah.
that. Not if your pocket's got money. If your kids just had a great Christmas because you could afford to go and buy them all the toys and all the food and everything you could afford, and you're not sitting around wondering, shit, how much beans and toast do I have to eat during January in order to get through this month because I'm going to be skinned. If people are not having to worry about those things, and believe me, I don't know about the lifestyles you guys have lived. I have lived a lifestyle where come January, I was thinking, how many tins of beans can I get through before I have to start borrowing money from my mum? There's been times where I was skint. I was penniless. I don't know which lives you guys have lived, but I have lived that life. And you don't want to live that life. Nobody wants that life.
And if you do right for people,
Oh, and in the 90s, Banksy.
they'll follow you anywhere. They'll follow you absolutely anywhere. You know, FDR, Roosevelt in the 30s. Apparently, a lot of people didn't like his politics, but he became almost like sort of revered, almost like religiously. If you went to a restaurant, you went to a cafe or something, and there was a photograph or a picture of Roosevelt, if you made any adverse comments about that, right, you'd be taken out into the car park and somebody beat the crap out of you, because this guy was doing right for these people, and they really, really loved him. I don't know whether that's happening with Trump. I hope so, and I hope that Boris Johnson can do the same.
Trump is at least no, he's not a Republican. He's a business Democrat.
Yeah,
that's the accurate description of him.
Yeah.
Second, Roosevelt actually was quite lucky, to be honest. It wasn't only because his own ideas. He was lucky in the days. He was lucky in those were different times, and somebody needed to do something with that entire economic crisis.
To kickstart the economy.
Yes. Even if today it would probably be even a bigger disaster if the government would like to do shit like that. Trump was in business. He was a business mogul for decades, and even it is there is an opinion even about him. I don't know in which book I have read it, but it was like that Trump is in the business world like a lion is on a safari. So he knows about this stuff, and he knows where to hit, and he knew how to sell himself also.
He's been like that all his life. Do you know when he was when he was growing up, he went to his father used to take him on Sundays to this particular church, and the guy that sort of did the services wrote a book which was like a million sort of book sales bestseller called The Power of Positive Thinking. The pastor at this particular church wrote this book about the power of positive thinking, that you've always got to try and think of the most positive option, even in the worst of circumstances. And they actually reckon that Trump grew up around that sort of philosophy where you, no matter what you were faced with, you battled your way through it. And he was sent, his father sent him to one of the toughest military schools. You know, in America, they have these sort of military academies where they it's sort of regimented and religious. Even though his father had lots and lots of money, he was sent to this really tough disciplinary, it was the toughest one that they could find. And apparently, Trump raged through this place like a lion. He was like the alpha male in this extremely tough military academy. Now, maybe that's sort of somebody writing romantically about him, but he's supposed to be a pretty tough cookie. When he was in the sort of 70s and 80s, apparently you would see him around some of his building projects, like in the evening. He would be sort of
with the workers.
Yeah, talking to the workers, and they'd all know him, and he sort of know them by name. And
remember, Trump was only racist when he started to run for president. All the rappers had him on his videos. They were all talking about him on his music and their music. He was only racist when he started to become.
He's a tough man. He's a hard man. An alpha male.
2016 election have proven that he was like throwing shit at him from every direction, to be honest. And well, still, he was like standing and roaring victorious.
Did you see? Yeah. Did you ever see the debate where he actually said he stood at the front there and he sort of said, "Could you please put your hand up, all those other candidates that I've contributed to?" And everybody else put their hands up. And the thing was you've got to sort of think, there's a whole nation of Americans. If they've seen that, they're going to think, I know who I'm going to vote for. I'm going to vote for the guy.
One thing I will say, Boaty, I am not anyone that is like a diehard Trump supporter in any way. I think most people here, if Trump had screwed up, if Trump didn't try to do the things he said, would flip on him in a heartbeat. But the only thing I can do is I am not. I'm
delivering.
Yeah, I'm giving him some. What's it called? I'm giving him some generous passes on the things he's trying to do. And now, whether you like the fact that he wanted to build a wall or not, whether you like the fact that he wanted to ban people from
work.
Sorry?
Walls work.
Yeah, but what I mean is, whichever side of the ironically, the side of the fence you stand on that, or the side of the wall you stand on that, it doesn't matter. The fact is that all I'm seeing is someone who went into politics and actually is trying to do the things they said they would do. Unlike 90% of these lying assholes.
And got results.
Yeah.
Yes.
Got results.
So we just on Twitter the other week that they were showing some Mexicans coming over the border fence, and they were quick at it. They've done it. You could see that the one guy was really, obviously he was the one that obviously he's leading the party or whatever, and they got over, and obviously that guy stays on top because his job is just to ferry him over. Now. They were all, the liberals are going, see, the fence doesn't work. Look how they got up there. Well, the border security gave an interview like the next day and said, no, they didn't get anywhere. We've seen them all on camera. That's why we got roads. That's why we got a road, not like a track. We got proper roads on the one side of the bar. So we've got motion detectors. We got CCTV. We got guys in jeeps. Yeah, they landed. And we caught them, and we threw them back.
Okay, not the best example, but those people have forgot about the Berlin Wall. It have worked very well, to be honest, and 90-something% of the people that wanted to escape were like shot, at least. So it worked. What was the work?
Yeah. Thankfully, there's no shooting but they work.
I prefer to concentrate on his economic policies. He seems to be. I hope that it's right, but he seems to be delivering on jobs and bringing.
The recession is due.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, there is. I mean, it's a bubble scenario. We're 10 years in. We've just gone through the decade, more or less 2008. I mean, we were at 10 years at 2018, but usually these things are like a 10-year bubble, and I think they've managed to contain it this time a little bit better. But there is a bubble coming. There is a burst of a
I've
bubble coming.
Apparently, China's suffering at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah. I've been watching a couple of clips on, and it turns out that the Democrats are actively trying to cause a recession.
Well, that
Well,
would be
of
their
course,
best shot at
They
getting
want
rid of Trump.
to do fail.
Yeah.
They want Trump to fail.
By the way,
That's the only way they're going to fail. That's the only way they'll get Trump. They won't. There's no way that with the candidates they've got they'll ever get Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, if Michael Obama steps in, then it'll be like extra special lols. But apart from that,
have you ever actually sat through the Democrat debates? I mean, I love those debates, but I can't sit through the Democratic ones. That you sort of think, is there anybody here that
free
is
stuff.
viable alternative to Trump?
Free
Exactly.
stuff. Just have free stuff in front of their little things.
Well, that's the thing.
Free
Their approach to politics is let's just be Santa
they are
Claus.
so out of touch with reality and with people's needs. By the way, that
Well,
is
people
actually
aren't
fun.
stupid.
Well, this
People
is what I
aren't stupid.
mean. This is the thing, Boaty. You
Okay,
yourself, you're.
They have
Oh, sorry. Go on, MC.
they look down upon the working class, on the people. They even look down upon the minorities that they supposedly support.
Yeah. Well, they looked the bigotry that they have towards the minorities is this patronizing. Oh, you poor little brown man!
Need it.
Don't worry, we'll look
Need
after you. The soft bigotry of low expectations. Oh, we can't possibly expect the brown and the black man to understand this. This is far too complicated for them. I despise this white middle class liberal fucking patronizing attitude. I would rather a fucking white supremacist neo-Nazi with his head shaved come and call me a cunt in my face than to have a fucking liberal patronize me about how I'm just a poor little brown man that needs their fucking help in life in order to get ahead.
There's nothing worse than hearing someone like from the UK saying that if they work, they end up being on less money than if they didn't work. And they look at you and they shrug their shoulders and they say, "Well, that's the thing. If I work, I'm worse off than if I don't."
Yeah.
And it's just like, what
That's
the
a
fuck's
trap. That's
going
the benefits trap. And I even found myself trapped in there years and years and years ago. And at the time my brother was working and I wasn't, and I was caught in this cycle of, well, if I go to work, then they won't pay my housing. What do I do? Oh my God! My brother said to me, "Look, dude, you'll suffer for a few months, but you are always better off being in work than living off benefits. You will always be better off." And I had to break that cycle, and it was hard, and it was really like punishing hard. I'm talking you had to count the £20 you had in your pocket on Monday until you maybe made some money on Friday, and you had to make that £20 last from Monday to Friday.
But exactly as Mr. Welshman was actually saying, as Based was actually saying, the thing is that it's just free stuff. And I sat through this debate and I just sort of thought, you can't be for real, surely. I mean, even Biden, I would have thought that Biden had a bit of sense to him,
but
that it couldn't have actually been.
No, but the thing is,
buying all of
Boaty, Biden and others have to then, because they moved the Overton window so much, and so when this guy's offering this much, that one's offering that much, you have to start doing it, because otherwise you're just going to look ridiculous. You're just going to look like you're not doing anything, and then you're just not going to get the votes. You're just going to be left out. I spoke to a guy in like the mid 2000s. It was like 2004, 2003, sorry, early 2000s. And he worked for Sainsbury's. And I was talking to him about these loyalty cards. And I said, you guys in IT must love it. These loyalty cards give you all this information, and you'll know you can, do all sorts of data mining and find out about customers' shopping habits. It must be amazing for you guys to get these loyalty card informations all the time. He said, we don't do any of that. The reason we have loyalty cards is because Tesco's and Asda has loyalty cards. And if we don't have it, we're just going to be left out.
Banksy, I think with respect, I think you're missing a point there. The thing is that Biden has to appeal to the democratic activists that elect,
Yeah.
that put forward
Yes.
the candidates. It's not about American citizens. It's not about the usual
It's like
run of
momentum.
American
It's like momentum with Labour.
Yes.
exactly like momentum. Did you see Owen Jones based after the election?
Oh.
Yeah, Owen Jones
I've been watching it on ITV.
was sat on slumped on a chair. It was wonderful. It's a wonderful
you watch
clip.
it?
If you ever
Yeah.
feel depressed, watch it. The thing is,
Yeah,
is he was slumped on
so
a
for
chair.
everyone in the chat, let me tell you what it is. It's called Television Moments channel, right? It's part 2. It's the last minute of part 2, and it's the first 5 minutes of part 3. And you've got to
is
see it. It's
But he's
fucking
slumped
mega
in a
long.
chair and he says, I don't know what to do. I mean, he says, look, the thing is he realized that they built this wonderful consensus inside Momentum, inside the Labour Party. They had hundreds of thousands of members. It was the largest it's the largest political party in Europe, I believe. And the thing
Yeah.
is that it's a nice little bubble. The thing is that the rest of the British public, the British working people, this is supposed to be the Labour Party. It's Keir Harding's Labour Party. It's Attlee's Labour Party. They told the Labour Party to fuck off.
Well, in name only. This is the Labour Party in name only today.
Well, it's lost its roots. It's completely lost touch with working people.
That's every socialist or communist party what is doing in Poland.
Well, it's the same with the Democrats, isn't it?
They
in
were
America.
called
Yeah.
Democrats, but they have nothing to do with democracy. Give me a fucking break. When they are shitting on democracy all the time, all 3 years at least.
Well, the Liberal Democrats, yeah. The Liberal Democrats, terrible.
It's interesting. The thing is that,
Wait, I'm sorry, I have to tell you that. Do you really consider North Korea a democratic republic? But be honest.
Anything with democratic in the title is not a democracy. I mean, was it the People's Democratic Republic of East Germany? I mean, was that not
There you go.
China?
yes, any country with democratic in the title, right, is not democratic.
Funny enough.
If they have to tell you about it,
Yeah,
right, it ain't
Funny that we
democratic.
got one in the UK, haven't we? We got one in the UK.
Same as the Democratic Socialist Party, which is Bernie Sanders is basically part of
Which
in the
is
United States.
Recycled communism.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Yeah,
This is the
that
thing.
a left
This
wing.
is the nonsensical bullshit that people like the Young Turks and Anna Kasparian, the hook nose
Yeah.
olive
man, I
skinned
don't know.
Armenian, who talks
Is
about
that I'm better than you, Anna? Is that
it's
is-
Anna
Yeah, I'm better than
Kasparian,
you,
yeah,
yeah.
the olive
I'm
skin.
better than you.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
yeah, I'm better than you. Exactly, the one who's better than all of us.
you know,
Honest,
yeah.
No, she was because I made a video actually talking about Ocasio-Cortez being a democratic socialist and part of the Democratic Socialist Party, and she's like, no, what you don't realize is they're not socialists, they're just democratic socialists, because they're democratic, you see, it's democratically elected. No, they're not, you fucking idiot. 90% of these people who call themselves democratic socialists turn out to be either full-on communists or Nazis. That's what they end up being.
That guy from Young Turks, Chunk Yogurt.
Chunk, yes.
Chunk Yogurt. He
running
was
for Congress.
The brown buffalo.
Yes, he was, and he's got absolutely slated. Right?
Oh,
He got
he's
absolutely
being grilled. He looks like he's physically losing weight for the amount of beads of sweat that are just rolling down his.
What's wrong with Cenk? What's wrong with Cenk? What's he done wrong?
Cenk. What do you mean? What's he done
idiot.
wrong? The shits that he said in the past are now coming to haunt him. It's the ghost of Christmas
That's
past.
Yeah, so all the time there's cancel culture, all these, like, it's just funny, isn't it? I was coming
he
back
being
to haunt them.
cancelled?
So,
Well,
yeah, literally, he's tweeted stuff and he said stuff about fat people. What was his other thing he
no,
was
no, he
saying?
said something about he said about women, how women are inferior to men.
No,
He
Yeah, it's all
no,
coming
yeah,
back. The
yeah,
cancel culture is
he's
they
denied
set up.
yeah,
no.
he's denied the Armenian genocide multiple times, only up until
That's not why he's
I
being
need to
2016 or
slated,
go and
though.
something.
find
That's
my
not why he's
comfort
being
blanket.
slated.
You have to know that even the name of the show, the Young Turks. The Young Turks were also an
Terrible.
organization in Turkey that have
2 million.
Armenian genocide. Imagine that.
Two,
Yeah,
Just need
And
I
to
mean,
take some bread out of the oven.
it's like a
Just a second.
Jew. I mean, Anna Kasparian as an Armenian working for the Young Turks is literally like if a Jewish person worked for the Hitler Youth TV show. It is
yeah.
literally that.
she's a Judenrat. She's a Judenrat in an Armenian version.
Yeah,
Well, it's Z Heil. It's called the Z Heil show.
yeah, the Zeke Heil show.
Nothing to
The
do with it,
Hail
huh?
Hail My Kampf.
Yeah, my Kampf.
Yeah, a TV show called My Kampf TV.
Nothing to do with the book. No, it's a coincidence.
It's my struggle. It's just struggle in German. Anyone speaks German can't be evil. It's
Yeah, but
insane.
he's been getting ruined by the liberal media as well.
Yeah. Oh, he's
About
being
how
rinsed.
things
He is
done
being
10
dragged over the coals by his own people. By his own people, the people he coveted all these years, all the
Because you know why? Because he's not his face doesn't fit it either. Do you understand what I mean? Because he's not Joe Biden basically.
well, yeah,
Do you know what I mean? That's basically it. If you're on the same sort of section as
problem,
him,
to be
then everything's fine.
He should he should figure it out sooner than later that maybe I'm not John Biden, but maybe I should be more careful. Well, too bad, Cenk. Like Buffalo, your time is up.
it's good though. It's good because I'm hoping that once he gets royally shafted by his own people, by the people he thinks he's on the same side of, I'm hoping that there will be at least some moment of reflection, introspection by Mr. Buffalo, and then he will hopefully then have some kind of, I don't know, what's it called? The moment of enlightenment, a moment of clear thinking, where he will then change some of his positions, and maybe even drag the Young Turks with him. But I don't think he will. I think it'll brush off him like water off a goose back.
That's the problem with the leftists, especially the Marxists. Marxists are many times brainwashed to such a level that even if you would show them gulags, or even if you would show them concentration camps, the misery, the poverty, no, doesn't exist. It doesn't happen. They will shrug it off, and it's an illusion according to them. Just like Labour is deluding themselves that they haven't lost. Like Ash Sarkar have said that they haven't lost the working class. No.
Yeah,
the same with Cenk and with people like him.
Yeah. I mean,
they are allergic to reality.
This is true. You're right.
Reality.
You're right. They are allergic to reality. That's the actual thing. They are allergic. They are immune to the reality of the world that they're faced with. Fucking Jeremy Corbyn, after one of the most humiliating defeats that any politician, any leader of any political organization in this country has faced since the 1930s, he then turns around and goes, well, we won the argument. We had the best argument. We just couldn't convince enough people to vote for us. Yeah. You fucking narcissistical asshole! How is it you don't recognize?
Morally, we won the argument. Argument.
We had the moral argument, but we just couldn't tell people properly, and so no, it's just racist. It's just the country's fucking full of racists. That's what it is.
Yes, and the country's so immoral and degenerate that that's why they haven't voted for them.
This is what I mean. They can't accept. No, you didn't have the right argument. You didn't have the right policies. People didn't like you or your shitty policies, so they told you to go fuck yourself. Accept this fucking fact. For anyone out there who voted for Corbyn, accept this fact. We didn't like your shit.
if I would have a Twitter, Banksy, but unfortunately I haven't got much anymore. I wanted to write on his side that from a next communist country, I'm sorry. I'm glad that the British public have learned history from us and never voted for you. I wanted to write him that.
Yeah, do it, dude. Open a Twitter account just to say that, and then send it, and then close the Twitter account afterwards.
Well, with this election, the British people have given me hope that they are not so historically illiterate. Thankfully.
No, the British. I've had since 2016. I've had a renewed level of hope for the British public.
The working class of
Yeah.
the working class people throughout the country have really done themselves proud.
Haven't you found that shocking, though? Haven't you found that shocking, the result? Didn't it shock you? Didn't it surprise? It shocks me. I mean, it was a pleasant surprise.
Scale, dude.
It have shocked me positively, to be honest.
Oh yeah. But I never would have put money on that. Anything like that.
Don't get me wrong. I even posted a sort of a Facebook memo, if you like, afterwards, saying, "Look, I voted for Brexit just to be a bit of a cunt and to give a big fuck you to the establishment. I honestly didn't think we'd win."
I'm not being funny. When I seen Diane Abbott with the wrong shoes on Twitter, mismatched 2 left feet.
Anyway,
I at that point I thought, you know what, this could be a good day.
Okay. The leftards in your country, the Marxists, I have to call them leftards, to be honest, and that should be the name for them. They really cannot learn from history. In my own country, the working class was the first that have rebelled against the communist government. They were the first, trust me. And they still haven't learned this lesson. And I'm like, okay, yes, socialism will work one day. Yeah, for sure. Maybe
Yeah,
in
but MC,
years.
Yeah.
MC, this came out of a bright blue sky. Listen, Sedgefield was Tony Blair's constituency. It was you could put a Labour rosette on a donkey in Sedgefield, right? And people would vote for it back in the day. Tony Blair had a majority in that area of 20,000. It was it hadn't voted in all the time that this constituency had existed. It had never voted anything but Labour all that time. And for that to go Tory, what the hell? How the hell did that happen? Where did that come from?
Exactly.
I couldn't believe it.
Oh no! I mean the Tory win of this election, I wasn't that shocked. I'm talking about the Brexit vote, the referendum. I was
sorry.
more shocked. But no. The Tory vote, I knew the Tories are going to win. I didn't think they're going to win places that haven't voted Tory in like ever.
Thanks. Did you see about Abbott wearing the wrong shoes?
Yeah, I saw. The thing is, I also saw some other clips. People saying, "Oh, they photoshopped it," and she was.
No. Because I did a thing on Twitter about it. Because people calling me an utter moron on Twitter. I snoop checked it. I mean, it's snoop check. It's not even 100%. It's like a left-leaning sort of fact checking site. And they even said yes. She was wearing. It was posted on her Twitter account. For fuck's sake, people got it from her Twitter account.
I know.
I'm blocked from her Twitter account, so I can't go on there. But it was posted on her Twitter account. So you're telling me that she photoshopped a photo of her and put it on her own Twitter account,
wearing 2 wrong shoes?
Yeah.
Look.
I mean, seriously.
But
personally,
that's not the story. That's not the story. The thing is, you got Dominic Cummings and Michael Gove and Boris Johnson saying we're going to go after the northeast. We're going to go after the post-industrial heartlands of the Midlands and Wales, right? And they fucking took it. They took those, what? That is incredible. That is absolutely unbelievable.
Well,
and the Brexit Party actually harmed Conservative in some places. Quite, they actually lost on the seat in some places. The Brexit Party.
You've got Michael Gove, who you're probably not aware of. Michael Gove, he's probably just a name, but he is one of the most capable. He's one of the most capable ministers.
He likes his coat, doesn't he?
He likes this kind of,
I don't know. I don't know. But
Yeah,
I
no,
don't
no,
know.
no.
I don't.
I,
I don't
No,
know.
he's fully admitted it. He's fully admitted it. He got pulled out about a year ago for it.
I
He
don't
answered
know.
the
I
question.
don't give a damn.
Well,
The thing is that the man
he
does
was
his job.
honourable. He was honourable. He said, "Yes, I did once or twice,
wow.
many years ago."
He delivers.
Uh,
The thing is that he delivers. When he was in education, he turned education around, right? When he was in justice, he started to actually make reforms. You got like judges and prison wardens and all sorts of other people started saying, you know, he's a extremely capable man, Gove, right? And the thing is that if he can deliver with Boris Johnson as the front man, right? There's actually a chance. It may be not. It may all end in tears, tits up, like 4 years from now. But the thing is, there is a chance that they could be in government for quite a little bit of time. Maybe I'm wrong there. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But the thing is that if they can actually deliver and do what Trump did with the flyover states in the northeast, and do what Trump did with the flyover states in Wales and in the Midlands, right?
Yes.
They could they could be in power for a very, very long time indeed. Maybe not.
Well, I think
Well-
they've got 5 years. If the Tory party doesn't prove
they've got
themselves,
5 years.
yeah, they've got
I mean,
5 years.
they are talking about a decade, 15 years, but I mean, obviously they got 5.
Yeah, that's all I'm
years.
saying is they've got 5. Now they may or may not keep those rare seats that they've won just now, but at the moment they've got this next 5 years to really win those votes, like properly win those people's trust.
Bring investment into those areas.
Yeah.
Bring jobs into those areas.
They
bring
know what to
hope
do.
into those areas.
They know what to do. They know where they have to invest. They know where they have to get Brexit out of the way, and they've got the next 3 or 4 years to try to really put serious
And
investment.
the most important thing to Britain at the moment is Trump gets elected. That's the most important thing to Britain.
Well,
It's
yeah,
the massive
because of the
band-aid.
deals, because of the trade
Yeah,
deals.
it's the massive band-aid we could get from
Yeah.
Trump.
That is true. I mean, Trump. I mean, the one thing we have, which is relatively, I mean, it seems pretty good going for us, is Donald Trump is pretty chummy with Nigel Farage. He's very much in line with Boris Johnson's sort of thinking, and so yeah, I see these guys, these three potentially working.
Yeah, I would like to
towards
see
Britain's-
Farage. I would like to see Farage doing something, in sort of, I mean, some sort of role, because I know he won't be conservative, but
Well, I mean, as long as
international
he's got
relations
some
Atlantic relations
influence,
with Trump.
yeah, as long as he has got some influence to bring Trump in and get Trump to work. I mean, the problem is, the other issues that we still have is we're still not out of Europe. First of all, let's not count any chickens. Let's not start sucking each other's cocks like we're all done. We're not out of Europe. We have to get
Oh.
out of Europe. We have to get this deal, which, to be honest with you, in itself, the deal that Boris is offering is a bit off. I'm not
Feel like the
entirely happy
impeachment
there.
inquiry. It's not been impeached yet.
Yeah.
I feel like that.
Well-
We're not out of Europe yet.
Yeah, I'm not worried about Donald Trump being impeached. I
Hey,
don't think he'll ever make it.
impeachment
No, I
doesn't
don't.
mean that he's flying away from office. Remember that.
Yeah.
Impeachment is only that is possibility. But possibility is that's what it's possibility.
Now, I'll be honest. I'm not worried about Donald Trump being impeached. He's not going to get impeached. This is all a song and dance to try
Yeah.
to.
I do with you. It's
They're
like
trying to
throwing-
derail his campaign for re-election. That's all it is. This is a campaign re-election issue. He's not going to get impeached. This is bullshit.
They have thrown a nuke at Godzilla. I mean, the
Yeah.
Democrats.
Yeah, I mean, the impeachment thing is not an issue. The one thing I do have issues with, there are still a lot of gaps, is Boris's deal, us getting out of Europe, us actually getting a proper free trade agreement with the European Union, and then Britain being in a position in which we can actually properly negotiate free trade deals with the United States without having Europe and the European Union hamper us, because we're still not 100% out of that particular wood. The European Union could insist on certain measures and hold Northern Ireland hostage for us to meet certain standards in which it will not allow us to have certain deals with the United States. So we have to make
And
sure we are
Nancy
free
Pelosi
of
could
that.
also play
So,
us about as well.
I would suggest our importing of German cars might come into question. Then I think
Well, I
we
mean,
might have a little question.
there's a
Little
whole
question
bunch
mark
of
there.
there's a whole bunch of stuff. So we still have to make sure that we actually have the freedom to truly trade with other nations, or truly have trade agreements with other nations without the European Union binding us in any way. And at the moment, that's still not clear, believe it or not. That is still not really 100% clear that we have total
But
autonomy.
that German car market, you've got a BMW, you've got Audi, you've got Skoda, you've got Volkswagen, you've got Mercedes.
You got
Right, that's a
Porsche.
big
By the way,
Porsche. That's a big Joker card. That is. That's a big Joker
It
card that
is.
we got.
But still, we
Um,
have to make sure, as I said, we have to make sure we have true free reign over this island, this country, and we can then truly trade with other nations without the European Union stepping in saying, "Oh, you can't do that. That's going to violate X. That's going to violate this."
Actually,
All that bullshit.
May
it's
I
actually
add
quite
my
desperate when you
selfish
sort of think about it.
national interest here?
Sorry,
I
guys.
hope you.
Too many people talking at the same time.
I want to just add my selfish national interest with that. I hope that Brexit is going to go as good as possible for you, and I mean for Britain, out of the thing that we have 47% of disapproval for the European Union for now in Poland, and it's rising and growing. And to be honest with you, seeing how this organization is behaving, and the behavior now that they have treated you when we were in your weakest, when Theresa May have ruled, has been your prime minister. We're going to see how going to be with Boris, even if they have changed the tone for now. And when this guy Hochstaffel, whatever, I don't know, the guy that looks like a character from the Lord of the Rings, you know about who I'm talking about. This guy was so polite that, well, it's said we have to accept Britain getting out, and we like such a submissive toning down in his tweets. And of course it is going to be like that. And frankly, I once upon a time was an Euro enthusiast. I wasn't against the European Union, but as I said, the way it is going, the way the things are going with them, the way the reforms that they are putting in, and the laws, and not to mention the suggestion that we should be even forbidden to wage protest against the EU. No shit. Or that national identity is meaningless and it's against European values, then I'm sorry. This organization needs to go. It needs to go into the dustbin of history, like the moral core of Corbyn. Yes, his core is in the bin, basically, and that's the irony of his surname. I don't know why, but that's how I think. Anyway. We should be prepared, because it will going to be not easy. I'm sure that they will not leave it without a fight, and they will try to make your life as hard as possible and make you as miserable as possible, even when Boris is the leader.
Boti, you had something to say on this. Go on.
Well, no. I mean, the thing is that, as you say, I mean, exactly as MC says, the thing is that the European community could cut up really rough with us and make life incredibly difficult. At the same time, the Americans aren't a charity. They're going to cut a hard deal with us, a bloody hard deal with us, right? And we may end up at the end of all of this thinking, what the hell have we done?
Absolutely.
What have we done?
This is what I mean. This is why we have to rely on the friendship that Farage and Boris and them
our
have
friendship with the French.
Trump. No, with Trump, in order to try to get
I-
America to go easy on us a little bit, to be able to keep us afloat for a few years, for us to be able to get all these other negotiations done.
it would have really helped if we didn't have a pedo for a prince. But now Trump's got us over a barrel because we have a pedo for a prince. I'm not being funny. I'm not being funny, right? Trump's got all the info. So he's we're over a barrel with him in a lot of ways. I wish that never happened. We'd have been in a much better
That's
situation.
not going
Well,
to make a lot of difference.
I'm
You know,
hoping,
anything.
yeah, I'm hoping that these things
I don't know.
would not come into play. They'll just simply be
You-
sort of
He is
embarrassing
an
things
Anglophile.
for
He's an
England, for
Anglophile,
I
Britain.
think
isn't he?
I think he'd be opening golf courses in certain places in Scotland and places. No problems with planning. Absolutely none.
Well, if
Yeah.
it takes that, then I'm not too worried about that. I'm mostly worried about America, because America's going to need to keep us. Guys, I'm going to be straight up honest with you guys. This is not an easy thing that's going to happen in the next however many years. The next decade is going to be
Yeah.
some rough rides. There's going to be some rough waters for Britain, because when we come out of Europe, the European Union, I will promise you, will not make this an easy thing for us. They haven't done it up until now, but mostly we've
But
been hampered by our own people. So our own politicians were the ones who were the blockers for the EU, for us getting out of the EU.
yeah,
But the EU is
but,
now
but,
going
but
to.
isn't the import and export 45-55
I
between the EU and us?
I
It's
don't know,
pretty
but
like
what
50-50.
I
Yeah,
will
I
say
think
is
it is. Yeah,
they're gonna put the
yeah.
thumb
But
screws on us. They're gonna hurt
yeah, I
us.
know.
Yeah,
But
but basically, I mean, it's interesting. MCs here. The thing is that we are basically paying. We're a net contributor, and we're basically paying for Eastern Europe to catch up with road structures, with new bridges, with loads and loads of infrastructure.
And
Now,
Greece,
I didn't know about Greece.
yeah.
I know that Portugal and Spain has been virtually just upgraded, due to European Community money, right? The thing is that I don't know whether you've seen that on the day that Brexit was passed, they had the Polish foreign minister on, and
Dominic
he was
Trabowski,
really furious with. He was very angry.
zero terrorism. Is that the guy, Dominic Trabowski?
Yeah, no.
I think it might be him, but he was really furious with
No,
us.
no,
He said,
I am telling
he
his name.
saw it as a personal
please.
insult. He sort of said, in the Second World War, at the Battle of Britain, we came over and we flew your planes.
Kurwa.
If you're ever in that trouble again, we're not going to fly your planes anymore. He was that bloody angry, because
who was
sort
it?
of spurned.
Who was, Bauti, who was that guy that said that? Which
Foreign
president?
foreign
I think
minister,
he
he
was
said.
Polish foreign. I think he might have been a photo. It was on Channel 4. This interview, and he was being interviewed by Matt Fry. And the thing was, I thought it was but he was extremely angry because he said, he saw.
Was he a
saw
chubby guy?
it as a
Was he a chubby
betrayal.
guy or a tall, thin guy?
It was a sort of chubby guy, I seem to remember. I think that
Sounds
he'd
a
been
bit.
to Oxford or Cambridge. I think he'd been to Oxford and Cambridge at the same time that Boris was there.
Anyway, I wouldn't do that on his place.
He was very angry with us, he saw it as direct betrayal that we'd
Did he
actually
sound
turned out.
based? There's a famous Polish politician. I'm sure MC knows it. His name's Dominic. I'm actually going to butcher his second name, Trabowski, but he's done many interviews where he talks about zero terrorism, and he does an okay gesture every time he does it, like Trump. Zero. A very funny guy.
All right. Anyone else? Guys, just before we move on, I wanted to actually share my screen because I wanted to show something, but it's part of the Trump derangement syndrome.
TDS.
I'm gonna share my screen with you guys so you
You're
can.
going to be flashing your stuff, I say.
Yeah, no. This is CBC. This is the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. They deleted the Trump section
heard it.
in the Home Alone 2 film
Oh, dear.
when they were broadcasting it over Christmas. They
Trump
edited
tweeted about it as well.
This is Trump derangement syndrome. I mean,
And Trump talks about it as well. He said, the reason why they've done it is because I've asked Trudeau for his cash for their NATO. I demand the cash.
dear God, this is like so pathetic. This just seems so
CBC actually.
petty.
CBC says they says, "Oh, well, it doesn't really have anything to do with the storyline, so we took it out. It was the
Yeah.
movie. You
Yeah,
don't take
sure they
something out of
did.
a
Petty,
movie."
so fucking petty. But yeah, I just wanted to share that little moment of joy.
Have you seen
Here's
in the side chat? Have you seen the side chat? I put a little article in the side chat. I don't know if you want to have a
Oh
look
yeah,
at it.
yeah, the guy from Brexit. Yes, actually, I'm
Please,
gonna
please put it up because I haven't
let me
actually read it,
put
but
this
I've
up.
only just quickly seen it, and I'd just like to. I do like
Just
seeing his face.
bear with me. Let me put it up here, and then I shall
one thing
share.
that no one, while you're doing that, I'll just fill the dead air with noise. One thing that people never ever pick up on is Trump's tweets. I can't believe that he sits in a toilet at 3 o'clock in the morning and delivers these wonderful
I
tweets.
don't know.
I suspect he's got to have a team of people that professionally
No,
do.
man, no. Come
No,
on,
he does
Bugsy.
have teams. He
No,
does have teams. He doesn't
no,
do all the
no,
tweets
no,
himself.
Have you seen the
no,
one of Rocky? Have you seen
no,
Yeah, yeah.
the Rocky?
no, lads. Honestly, come on. His tweets are uncontrollable, right? They're apart from the else, that he's a bit of a bad speller. He's known as a bad speller because the liberal media always say, "Oh, he's going senile because he can't spell," and you're like, so stupid.
Kofifi.
But
Kofefi.
no,
Kofefi.
yeah. So, for example, in all of Obama's years, there was 4 spelling mistakes in all his tweets, and with Trump, it's like 500 or
Yeah,
something.
yeah. I mean, he's clearly
So
just doing it
he's doing,
half-ass.
I think he's
But the
doing
thing is,
just
I think it's a
don't give a fuck.
combination. I think it's a combination. Some of them he sends out himself. Most of them, I would say, he sends out himself.
Come
But
on,
there's a
they're so
few.
they're so
There's a
un-PC. They're
mixed
so
bag.
un-PC, mate. I don't believe it. Honestly, I believe it. It's just him getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning, going, "Whose fucking cage can I rattle today?" Literally, that's
Oh
exactly what
yeah,
he's
yeah. The
saying.
ones
On his
he
own.
trolls, the ones he's trolling, like the Greta Thunberg and the few of the other ones,
Oh,
and
okay. So
yeah,
you're
and
saying they put out some of his stuff,
yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
then
Oh no,
he
as I
puts
said,
out the
it's like a
troll.
mixed bag. I think he has a team who does
Okay.
some for him because there's like photos and stuff of him taken. Like
Yeah.
the person who's tweeted it is well, I don't know. I mean, he could have just taken the
Some of the
photo and
Photoshop.
sent it to
I
him.
He
bet
didn't
every
do the
single one
Photoshop.
goes through Trump before it goes out. Though I bet everyone goes through Trump before it
American
goes out.
president doesn't Photoshop. I mean, for goodness sake, he's got to have a team of people that do that. There's one of
Yeah,
when he had some dealings with Iceland or Greenland, and people said, "Oh, he's only doing that so that he can actually get a Trump golf resort there." And there was some really beautiful,
fine.
picturesque mountain screen, and he got a photoshopped a great big hotel with the big
I know.
Trump sign on the top of it. And he said, yeah, "This is my plans." You know,
yeah,
the
yeah.
thing is,
That's what I mean. He's got a
admit-
team. Obviously he's got a team that does the photoshopping, the tweet, some of the tweeting, because he probably
Okay,
can't manage all of it.
MC's back.
Well, oh, AC, could you just say
MC's back.
hello just to make
Oh,
sure?
sorry.
Hello.
Okay, I can switch.
welcome back.
I can switch back now.
Okay, let's
Just-
look at Drunk Steve.
Yeah,
Look
let's
at Drunk
let's
Steve.
see Mr. the Brexit guy. Okay, there's the Brexit guy. You guys can see him, right? You should be able.
Yeah.
All right, you should be able to see all the bits. So yeah, this is the Mr. Brexit man who shouted "Stop Brexit" for 847 days. Fucking hell! Where does this man get the money to live? How does he earn money? That's what I want to know.
He was look. So he doesn't deny it. He was getting paid. He's been getting paid for about the last year and a half.
That must
He
exactly.
says they opened up a GoFundMe, and middle class Romaniacs
Yeah.
give him money.
Yeah,
for
there must
whatever
be,
he's
because
George Soros.
you know, there's no way you can spend that's 2 years.
So
Try
I
to-
think there was about 4 or 6 of them being paid. Right, and they were all staying in these flats on the same road, on the same like apartments as Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Wow, that's expensive
Yeah,
area.
literally around the corner. Literally around the corner. They were only getting paid £80 a day, is what I was told.
So he finally quit, but they were getting paid £80 a day.
Yeah.
But that's not enough to be able to rent a flat in that part of town.
No. The flat was all in.
Oh, that's what I
All the
mean.
flat
That's
was
what I mean.
paid
So they were earning at least a couple of £1,000 a week at least to be able to afford.
Yeah, but
If you're taking the money for the flat.
I was told they were on £80 a day.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
That's
if you
what I was
take in
told.
the account for the money for the flat, the council tax, the bills,
yeah.
because we all have to pay all that shit out of our own pocket. 80 quid a week is just pocket money for them to go out and eat.
So basically, I think they had free gigs, free food, and like they had a food
Free
supplement,
food and stuff as well. So that's 80
Yeah,
quid
yeah,
is
yeah.
just spending money.
Yeah,
It's
so
just-
that's what they get paid. Yeah,
Damn, that's a good gig, man. I would have
because
done
they
that
had
for 2
GoFundMe.
years.
They had a GoFundMe.
I would have friggin' done that for 2 years. Live in central London in Westminster, have like a great location, and just go outside and scream at politicians.
Their location is about like 200 yards away, 100 yards away from where they pitch out.
Yeah, from
Literally.
Westminster. So they're literally living in one of the most expensive, exclusive parts of London. At like flats on average are like £2,000-3,000 a month rent.
Hey, just for the lulz, when you see if you can just put the people's vote in Twitter and see what comes up. See when was the last time they tweeted?
Oh, these guys. Yeah,
You
I
know,
mean, I'm just gonna
the
scroll down
people's
some
vote
of this.
second referendum.
Yeah, I'm gonna
sorry.
scroll down. Mostly just
Yeah,
images.
see what he says. See what he says there. Just because he said he's going to pack it in. They keep on campaigning, but he's not going to stand outside there.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's gone home now, right? He's not gonna stand out there anymore. He's done.
So he says, yeah.
So he says, "Oh, look at that somber look. I'm still here because I still care, but no one gives a shit about you anymore,
What a
mate.
wanker!
No one else cares."
Is that a real sign? I thought that was Photoshop.
But this is the thing, though. This is like this is why I've got friends of mine.
Why is his hat gone grey? Because he's mourning.
Oh, maybe
what that
because
is?
his hat used to be blue,
Blue.
the color of
Yeah.
the. Where is it? There's another picture I saw where his hat was actually
back.
blue.
Top one. Yeah, the top one. That's like an old one, an old stock photo.
That's it, that one. Yeah. See, it used to be blue, but I think maybe he's somber. Or he's in a somber mood or something. I don't know.
Have you actually?
He's in a mourning phase. That's why he's got his grey hat on. He's
Have you
mourning.
been down to
Anyway,
during this? Have
to
you
be
been
honest,
down?
Many
Banksy,
times.
Sorry, guys.
regretting
One at a time. One at a
confident.
time. I can't hear anyone.
Well,
Sorry.
Banksy, to be honest, I am regretting one thing only that I cannot go to Britain right now because if I would like to have another mine sold after this election, I would be rich in no time with all the salt that is going out of the Ramoners and the other people.
Yeah.
And to both here, I want to say something. Listen, going to the European Union wasn't just a free ride for us. We had to do two things. First, being a source of cheap labor, I mean the entire Eastern Europe, of course, and giving them, how to say it? Oh yes, being a large market for German and also British stuff to sell to us, of course. Because our own industry, we had them, have been also totally almost sold to the foreign companies, thanks to our corrupt post-communist politicians. But that's another story to tell.
Boaty?
Did you ever sort of hear when over the past couple of years that like a kind of sucking sound? That was the sound of all of the lots and lots of industries all being sucked over to Eastern Europe because the thing was that it was much cheaper to actually buy or sell to produce all of this stuff, in Eastern Europe. So like chocolate, the thing is that all our sort of Mars
Sorry,
bars,
someone's
Snickers,
echoing, guys.
all
Yes,
of our
they
Mars
will.
bars, Snickers, Kit Kats, they were all up until 2000. They were all made in the UK. Now they're all made in Eastern Europe because it's significantly cheaper.
Well,
An awful lot of our manufacturing and produce has now gone over to Eastern Europe. So I mean I would dispute that. The thing is that you've benefited enormously from. I'm not sort of saying it's just a matter of economic fact. I mean the thing is that you've done very, very well out of the economic union. An awful lot of our factories have actually migrated eastwards because it's much cheaper to produce stuff in Eastern Europe.
Yeah, but try to start your own business.
Yeah, but
with
no,
all those
that's
regulations.
what?
MC, you're echoing, mate. You're
right.
looping. Get some
He said
headsets.
try and set up your own business. That's what he was saying. There's all the regulations and all
Oh, you mean in Poland or in
And now,
Eastern Europe?
am I
that.
having?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're still. I hear echoes. I don't know about anyone else.
Yeah, I hear echoes too. So,
Yeah.
MC, do you want to drop and come back in?
Have you got headsets, MC?
Just a moment.
I think he's looking for switching
We'll
over.
sort it out now.
If you got
I don't
loudspeakers,
think
then you're gonna definitely echo. But in the meanwhile, oh God, hold on. Sorry, MC, I'm gonna have to mute you for a minute, mate. Unmute yourself when you get headsets. Oh, there you go. He's muted himself. Okay. Is it still
The
echoing?
mute gun is the echo gun. I don't know.
No, I can't
is
hear
the
it
echo still
anymore.
there? Okay, cool.
Well, actually,
One of the benefits of us leaving the European community is that we're not going to have to be paying for new roads in much of the rest of Europe. Is this me? It's can't.
I don't know. It's someone else because I can still hear the echo.
Right, it might be me. So I'm gonna come out and come back in. My
Okay.
reception's really bad.
Hello.
Now, how's that sound?
Oh yeah, no,
Is
it's
the-
perfect. Now, MC, it wasn't you at all, mate. It was Paul Welsh. It was Welsh.
Doesn't
Sorry,
matter.
mate.
At least it have explained itself. Anyway,
Okay.
starting business in my own country is like a headache, and I'm sure I know it's just a conspiracy theory, but I always wonder why they were always pressuring us to learn foreign languages so much in the 90s and especially in the early 2000s. And I know now why. Just that we could be this cheap labor here and there in Britain, in Germany, whatever, because they have made the conditions almost unbearable to live. And 20% of unemployment in early 2000s have also made us to emigrate here and there. And of course, we have benefited. I don't deny that. But to be honest, we could do it sooner or later also without the European Union. Every country could do it, and I know longer. But after communism, it's like curing yourself from bad disease, and it is not dying overnight. You know, I am feeling it to this day, the mentality and other things. And but back to the topic.
Yeah.
I don't think you realise how lucky you are being in the European community. The thing is that you've got this massive, great big market that runs from the Atlantic coast right the way over to the borders of the east, right? This huge market. You've got so anything that's sort of grown within Poland, within the borders, you can sell right the way across the whole of Europe.
Well, they are trying to destroy the
without
Polish,
let or hindrance. You can actually buy anything that you actually produce. You can sell, and you're not worried about sort of currency changes or the thing is that as long as you keep within, and you know the regulations you're talking about, I think you probably find that those regulations pertain for all of the other countries inside Europe. So
yes,
so actually,
still doesn't make them good. Those
well, it puts money on. It's the exchange of money. It's the exchange of the market, isn't it? You've done really, really well out of that. Isn't Poland absolutely booming because of this? And isn't it a good thing that you've actually learned? You've learned English,
also,
and a lot of your countrymen have
not only
learned.
because of the
A lot
European
of your
Union,
countrymen have actually learned foreign languages, so that you are a highly mobile, highly educated, highly motivated credit to your country that can actually, you're so good at what you do that you can virtually go and work anywhere and people will take you, will grab you with both arms because you're so bloody good at work. You're such good workers. Isn't that something to be treasured? You know, the thing is you've looked upon this as a bad thing. It's a wonderful thing. You are wonderful people, and you've done incredibly well.
Yes, I know it have benefited us for sure, but there is a price to be paid too.
What
a long-term price,
what
but it's
price?
to be paid anyway.
What price? Tell me the price. What is the price?
What price?
Loads of jobs, loads of money.
Let me tell you something.
Full shops, full. You know, instead of being a broken down backwoods, you are now next to the largest country, the largest, most powerful country in Europe. You are so lucky. Sorry.
Before we entered the European Union too, full of stuff. If you want to tell me about that.
Sorry.
Yes, we are lucky. Yes, but this market, this open market, as you are saying, it is collapsing. It's sooner or later, because the old European countries, the old European Union, also have fed up, and right now we have to think of another way, because it will go down for sure with all the things with the regulations. And by the way, you are telling me that all other countries also those regulations. So what? It's still bad. Why the hell, for example, should an angle of the growth of a banana and the angle should matter to the customer that I want to sell it to him? That's the European regulation. That's only an example. If the banana would not have the correct angle of the growth according to the Euro Commission, you cannot sell that. You have to throw it away. Give me a break. In other words, what for is the angle that I don't know.
I don't
the
care
LGBT lobby
about the
have
angle. With the great
mistaken the banana.
respect, I don't care about the angle of cucumbers, right? But the thing is, and I think
Well, they don't.
if you want to actually be concerned about something, I can understand you being concerned about French people retiring at 55. That would concern me. The French pension system, retirement system, stinks, and you are going to end up paying for that. And I fear that there's a danger that we're going to end up paying for that.
Oh, I will.
If you actually
That's
look at Italy, I think if you look at people are living in Italy with a standard of living which, it's my understanding, and I'm not an economist, but it's my understanding that the numbers there don't work. That actually people are living to a much higher standard than the amount of wealth that they're actually producing. I'm not an economist, but somebody tried to sort of explain that to me, and explain that the problem with Italy is that it's fiscally messed up. Badly fiscally messed up. So if I was concerned about the European community, one of the things that concerns me is that in the south you've got some countries that are not fiscally regular, that there are major issues about the way that some of these countries, like Greece, like Italy, are sort of run, their levels of debt, right, and also the sort of benefits payments that apparently I'm led to believe they can't afford. Now, I don't see that with Poland. What I see is a young, hungry, exciting, dynamic country, right? Hardworking, really tigers out to action. The tigers of Europe, right?
Okay, we were, but what I want to tell you, okay, you're right, but the thing is, we have it in the national character long before the European Union even existed. In the Middle War times, between one world war and another, we also have a period that we have grown dynamically, and there was no European Union. That's what I'm talking about. The only thing why we are in slumbers and could not deal better after the period of communism, because our elites, most of them, even to this day, are post-communists, and they were born and bred in that period, and this mentality will not go away overnight. As I told you, the youngsters now will change probably everything, thankfully, and they weren't born and raised in that period, and much of it will be shattered, or they'll be not transmit to another generation, thankfully, and that's also the point.
Well, you're seeing that, aren't you? You're seeing that.
Spain.
You're seeing that, aren't you? The thing is you're finding that you're getting Polish people that are going all over Europe, and they're going to America as well, and they are excelling. They're doing extremely well because they're highly motivated. They're very, very well educated, right? And they've got transferable skills, which means that they are a major benefit to wherever they end up.
Of course.
And isn't that something to be proud of? Isn't that something to celebrate?
Okay, Bauti, I maybe misunderstood you. It wasn't about that. I was talking about, frankly, about the European Union negatives. But yes, that's for sure something to be proud of. But let's go for a moment about Italy.
Which means that you're going to shine in Europe, isn't it? doesn't that mean that you're going to actually sort of excel in Europe? You're going to be doing significantly better than France, significantly better than Italy, significantly better than Spain. No,
because we don't have a benefit oriented in a nanny state. Even if the today's government are trying to resurrect some bullshit from those times, but
yeah,
I hope it is going to be thrown away or abolished with the next government. I hope they're going to be not re-elected, because frankly, that's what they are doing. It could even be called somehow partly or even a little bit national socialistic, because the 500 plus reform for the mothers in Poland, for every second child, a woman gets from the state 500 PLN zloty. Thankfully not euro, because that will cripple us. But what I want to say is that they shouldn't get it. No, in no way there should be any benefits like that. Benefits should be only for people that really have a hard time, that are crippled, that are unhealthy, or really have really difficult situations. Not for every layabout or because he's oppressed of this, of that.
You have an American mindset, don't you? That's a very similar mindset to the Americans. The Americans think exactly the same way. Very, very dynamic.
Yes, we do have an American mindset, and especially after the things that we've been through history. Yes, France sucks, to be honest. I hate that left-tarded country. Yes, it's left-tarded to me. With all the things that I have heard said and hear how about the working conditions, about the work ethics and so on. No, there will be no France. There will be Francistan or Parisistan or whatever you can call it sooner or later.
Well, listen, I mean, there's another factor that nobody sort of mentioned up to now, and that's the rise of China and the Pacific Rim. In the next 30 or 40 years, you're probably going to see the eclipse of the West, as we are already debtor nations. We've already maxed out our sort of national debt credit cards, and we're heavily in debt, all of us, to China and to many of the Pacific Rim countries. And something that just hasn't been factored in is the fact that within your lifetime, I'm probably going to be dead, but within your lifetime, you're probably going to see that America and the West is no longer dominant. And it would be very interesting to see how that pans out. All the assumptions that we've got about how the world's going to be in the future, that could all be knocked completely sideways if China becomes the dominant economic power, because the world could be entirely, any model that we've got in our mind could be completely obsolete, completely kaput.
Well, China have its own problems, to be honest, and its geographical location can make it a little bit difficult for them to be as dominant as America. They are on the way. There's a danger of them becoming, yes, but geographically they are not as well placed as the US. If the US are going to play cards right, or Trump's more than one, you know what I'm talking about, then America may not lose its dominance. But yes, Europe is over. Most of Europe. Britain get out of the heavy.
It's not a question. It's not a question of influence. It's a question of money. The thing is at the moment our national debt is enormous. I think it's something like 89%, our national debt, and it's going to rise with Boris Johnson. Now, we can afford to do that at the moment because of the world political sort of geopolitical situation as it is at the moment. People will lend us money, right? Even though we're spending far more than we're actually earning. I understand that Italy, it's something like about 125%. That their national debt is enormous, right? The thing is that imagine 20 or 30 years from now, where the thing is that we actually start going to the bankers and saying we need to lend more money, and they say no, you're not a good debt. Right. And that's happened before. That happened in New York in the 1970s. It's one of the reasons why Trump actually became Trump. right? It was because the actual bankers actually withdrew. They said, we're not lending money to New York, to the city of New York, because you're not worth investing in. We're not sure that we're ever going to get our money back. And that New York actually went bankrupt. They thought that the American government would actually help them out. Now, the thing is that imagine 20 or 30 years' time when we actually sort of think we've got an aging population, we've got massive debts, loads and loads of people on benefits, loads and loads of people unemployed, loads and loads of people. And we just sort of think nowadays we can deal with that by paying out benefits to people. Imagine there isn't the money. And that happened in Argentina, and the thing is, nobody would lend those countries money, and that could happen in the West. And it's not a question of Chinese influence; it's a question of Europe being bankrupt, and all of the stability that we have in this country and in Europe is predicated upon us having a political structure where there's a police force, where people in need are taken care of, they have benefits. Imagine 20 or 30 years' time where we can't get national debts, where people won't lend us to us. And the thing is that suddenly people actually start starving in the streets. We can't afford to keep our army going. We can't afford to keep our police force on the streets. And social order completely collapses. Maybe that's apocalyptic. Maybe that's nonsense. Maybe I'm talking. But I mean, the thing is that is not entirely impossible as an option. Maybe I'm talking crap, but.
No, as I said, it is impossible, but we don't exactly know what will happen. 6 years ago, I haven't even imagined that Britain would actually have a Brexit referendum or even
no, that's true.
out.
That's true.
So we don't.
Anything could happen. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. Absolutely.
Trust me, China have its own problems, its own demographic problems. If you want to know, they also have an aging population.
Yes, they do, and they have.
One-child policy is starting to biting them in the ass when now there is more men than women in China, what will create social unrest, and where the demographics are not that in their favor.
And India also, there's also the question. There's also the question. I don't know whether you've heard about this, where they're now beginning to earn so much that they've lost their economic edge. That if you actually want to make sort of if you want to build a Nike sort of training shoe factory, you don't build it in China anymore. Apple, they won't build their factories in China anymore. They go to Vietnam because it's cheaper. The workforce is cheaper. And so China's in trouble.
It's not just that. Donald Trump has actually placed certain prohibitions against China now. And so what they do in order to get around that, excuse me, sorry, in order to get around the certain blockades or prohibitions, I forgot exactly what it was. What they do is they'll build like 80% of the particular device. Let's say an iPhone, they'll build 80% of it or 90% of it in China, and then they'll take it to Vietnam for the last 5-10% of the construction. So they'll put in a couple of bits in there, and then they'll stamp it as made in Vietnam, and then they ship it, which will then get around any sort of prohibitions that America may have put on China for trade deals and so on and so forth. So yeah. So this is another reason why they're going to Vietnam. But yeah, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, all these places are now being targeted by these corporations.
You know that you've heard of the sort of Belt and Road initiative where they're building these. Sorry, you broke up. What were you saying, Banksy? You're breaking up. I couldn't hear you.
Sorry. Did you hear what I said in regards to Laos, Vietnam?
Your mic's disappeared, mate.
Can you guys hear me?
Not at all. Not at all. You broke.
Yes, I can. I actually can.
Please. Now I can hear you now.
You can hear me? You can hear me now, everyone?
Yes.
I can hear you now, yeah.
Okay.
What did you say,
Can you still hear me? Am I still breaking up on you?
No.
Oh, awesome.
I was
talking about Vietnam. The reason China or these companies are now building factories in places like Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia.
Is this me?
MC? Do I
I
break
can't
up on
hear
you at
either
any
of you.
point?
You've both gone
No, no,
quiet.
it's on Boti. I can hear
Both, do you
you
want to
loud.
jump out and jump back in? It might help. Hello?
I should jump out
No,
and
no, no,
then
no, not you, MC. You can hear me fine.
yes.
It's Boaty that seems to be having issues. So I'm thinking maybe if he jumps out and jumps back in, he might his mic issues might be something to do with the connection or the stream or something. I don't know. Boaty's put himself on mute at the moment, but I'm not sure what he's doing in the background. Oh, there he goes. There he goes. Okay, I'm gonna keep an eye on the chat to see when he jumps back in. But yeah, you heard all the things I said about Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, all that stuff. MC.
I did.
Yeah, so I wasn't breaking up. I don't
Actually,
know.
that's good news to be honest, because China is going too aggressive to in its supposed sphere of influence. It wants to have a sphere of influence,
Absolutely.
but thankfully, it's a little bit it's a little bit not going too well for them, and it shouldn't go because I know how Chinese behave in Africa, what they are able to do, especially how they treat their own people. Holy
Yeah.
shit!
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's a bit of a catch-22 with China. Their middle class is growing rapidly. So the cheap, although they still have tremendous amount of people that are in poverty, their middle class is growing quite rapidly. So they are finding themselves being priced out, if you like, of the cheap labor market because as you have a growing population and a middle class, then they're not going to work as cheaply as they did when they were peasants and starving practically. So there is a bit of a negative, if you like, for China, but a lot of the stuff, the reasons China, these companies are manufacturing or finishing their manufacturing in places like Vietnam and Cambodia and stuff, is mostly because of Donald Trump being quite strong and standing quite firm against China. And although a lot of these, it's not really so much against China, it's the fact that he wants to encourage all these companies like Apple and whatever American companies that have got factories in China. He wants them to bring their factories back to the United States. He doesn't want them to be making all this stuff out in these poor countries, whilst there are unemployed people in the United States. So that's the biggest reason why he's pushing. Hey, Boti, are you good? How's things?
Welcome back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's all lovely.
Awesome. Sorry about that. No, what I was saying, which MC heard and I think everyone else heard, is mostly it's Donald Trump's prohibitions, or not so much sanctions, but you know what I mean, the dealings that he's doing with China, who he's not allowing China, who he wants to encourage those American companies who have factories in China to come back to the United States. And what China is effectively doing is they then, instead of setting up factories in China, they set up factories in parallel factories in like Cambodia or Vietnam, and then they'll finish the construction of the product about 80-90% in China and take it to the Vietnam factory or wherever for the last 5 or 10 minutes, 10% of the construction.
Yeah, sort of creative accounting sort of
Then
thing.
they stamp it as made in
Vietnam.
and then they get around those restrictions that Trump is putting on China. But I mean, this will work for some extent, but really Trump's ultimate goal is to bring all those jobs to the United States. He is kind of pressing on the companies in the United States who do outsource all of these things to come back to the United States, which will work to some extent. I don't honestly think it's really. I think.
At least it's good that he's actually having a go, because I mean,
Well,
I understand there are Apple stores in China that are not Apple stores. They have no connection to Apple at all. They sell to all intents and purposes, you go into the shop and they look like an Apple store,
Mm.
and it looks like everything they're selling is Apple products, and they're not.
Well, they are.
Right.
I
And
mean, this is the weird
he's
thing.
nailing that. You know,
Yeah.
he's actually saying he's actually named some of these places. That is a bogus shop. That is a bogus shop, and it needs to shut
Well,
down. You cannot tolerate that.
yeah. I mean, I don't think China even has copyright laws. I don't know what's their copyright laws are like non-existent practically because
Well, do you
they
know
don't.
the Windows? The Windows Office Windows and Office 360s.
Yeah, yeah.
They've stopped selling it in China because you can just get it in
Oh
China.
yeah, yeah. I mean, the Windows XP. I remember this was with the Windows XP edition, back in like early 2000. When Microsoft was due to release it, there was a guy who took a photo of it in China with a CD with Windows XP on it, and standing in front of the Microsoft. They had this timer which was counting down to the release of Windows
Yeah,
XP,
yeah.
and he literally had a copy of it already. And he was
Yeah,
standing in
no.
front of the timer with a Windows XP CD.
And that sort of carries on to this day. That carries on to this day.
Oh yeah. I mean, as I said, the intellectual property right laws in China are, as I said, virtually non-existent. They really don't give a crap.
Well,
they'll-
the economy would not exist if they would be existing there. To be honest.
well, no, the thing is, they don't depend on on Apple selling Apple products to the Chinese. They don't give a crap if Apple sells to Chinese or not, as long as Apple is manufacturing their products there to sell to everyone else. Like the Americans and the Europeans. Those are the markets Apple is aiming for anyway, because believe it or not, the South Americans and the Southeast Asian countries and even the Indian subcontinent, they are actually predominantly Android anyway, because Android is so much more freer and open to, put whatever apps you want on it and so on and so forth. So they're not even like an predominant Apple sort of part of the world, but nevertheless, it's the Chinese government. They are raising their society up, not on the backs of whether they protect intellectual property rights of Apple or 21st Century Fox or any of that nonsense. They are raising their society on the backs of the fact that they can offer cheap labor, which these companies will take advantage of, and will build factories where people work for, I don't know, $10 a
Yes.
week or some ridiculous
But
amount
it's
like
my
that.
understanding. It's my understanding now that they're sort of reaching a point now where the Chinese middle class are becoming too expensive.
Yeah.
If you follow my meaning,
Yeah.
the Brazilians and the Indians and the other BRIC countries can do it considerably cheaper.
Yeah, to some extent, yeah. They're losing out on the fact that they've risen a middle class, which were not willing to work for those peasant sort of wages anymore. So yes, but then that's what I mean. And there's two pressures on the Chinese government. One is the rising middle class, and then the other is Trump putting pressures on them about the certain negotiations and stuff. So they are having to shift things, and other companies are shifting things too, like Laos and Cambodia and
Well, to be honest, I'm not too optimistic about it. But if the Confucius heritage would be a little bit shattered there, this collectivism and less submissive Chinese nation in entirely would appear, that would be a huge benefit for the entire world. They wouldn't be such a threat anymore, to be honest. If they would be more like us.
Oh, you mean the Chinese? I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, the Chinese have
I'm
a
not so
very
sure about that.
different mindset.
I told you, I'm pessimistic about it. That's for sure, because they
Yeah.
are deeply inherited collectivists from the times of Confucius, and to them, rising up too much against the government is like, whoa, out of the sphere of their imagination of thinking. Unfortunately.
There's an astonishing website. If you go on YouTube, there's a really it's one of my favorite YouTube sites called ADV China, and it's two guys, an American and a South African guy, two guys that live in China. They've lived there for the past sort of 15 or 20 years. They speak Chinese, and they take you through sort of aspects of China, and they sort of show you the underside, of China. And the thing is that you really wouldn't, if what they say is true, I'm not sure you really would want to live in China, like food products, the quality of food products, the quality of drinking water, the
Well, yeah.
things that we sort of take for granted. The thing is, there's been a whole string of scandals about powdered milk. Now, I don't know why powdered milk is such an issue, but the thing is that there's large amounts of powdered milk that is heavily corrupted, and it's done innumerable damage to babies across China.
Yeah.
Right, and these are sort of things that food security are things that we take naturally for granted. And one of the things they actually say is you'll go to China, you'll see like a wayside place where they're selling food really, really cheaply, and they are sort of cleaning and preparing the food and washing the food from the same tap that they go to the toilet. It's next to the place where they go to the toilet. And the thing is that if you actually go to China, you've got to be incredibly careful what you eat and where you actually eat it, because of food security. I mean, and that's just one example.
Yeah, that's what I mean. These are the things that I mean, admittedly, in the West, we have to. If we're looking at milk powder, baby powder, things like that, then yeah, we have to be, extremely critical and have a lot of standards for that. But most of the other foods, we don't really get foods, shipped over from China, as much as.
Thankfully.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I used to work.
because they don't meet our standards.
The other contamination, like the Chinese will eat it. The Chinese will not dare to rise up against it. But holy shit, I have seen once, and you're right, Booty, about those. There are a few YouTube channels, by the way. There's China Uncensored. If you haven't know about it,
I'll have to check that one.
I don't know the names about a few others. I will have to look it
guys,
up.
Guys, if you do get these links, post them in the chat or on the side chat, and I'll post them for everyone else to be able to pick up.
I am subscribed to one, so I'm going to give it to you.
Yeah, just post them in the link so everyone else can benefit. I think you guys are all admins on you. You should be able to. If not, just let me know, and I'll.
In the past, I used to work. I worked in hydraulics, and I used to actually work with unmanned submarines up in Aberdeen for a period of time, and at a very low level, Banksy. At a very low level. The thing is that we were dealing with stuff that was military grade, and it was like it was on like FBI watch lists that if anything happened to any of this technology, then the FBI were onto it that day. I mean, I know somebody that actually inadvertently took some sonar stuff home because he was just doing some like extra work from home. It was like electronics got bod, and the thing was that not the FBI but the Scottish police were banging on his door that night, right? And they were like really, really sharp about technology. And yet, for all that, the thing is that this remotely operated submarine, undersea submarine, unmanned sub. The Chinese wanted to do some drilling and exploration in the sort of South China Seas or some place like that. And they just handed all of this technology, just all of the know-how, all of the drawings, everything, all the technology, like straight over to the Chinese. And that was the deal. The thing was that the deal was that, they would use this American company's stuff, but the deal was that all of the operatives had to be Chinese operatives would come over, and they would all be trained by the, and eventually all the stuff would actually be made no longer by Boeing, but it would actually be, from that point onwards, it would all be made sort of in-house in China. And so basically they got a sweetheart deal where all of this technology, all of the expensive classified military technology was just handed over to the Chinese for a little bit of business. And nobody, I could never understand it, and nobody actually sort of had this. It wasn't Boeing that was the company. That wasn't the company. It was just that a lot of their stuff is of such high quality. It's so well made that other companies use Boeing hydraulic equipment because that stuff is like bomb proof. It's never gonna break down. It will never. So the company that I'm talking about was not Boeing. It's just that they used a lot of Boeing stuff because it's just incredibly good. But anyway, the thing is that that was just one example, and that's something that it seems to have happened right the way across the board, where we've just basically handed China all of the know-how, all of the expertise, everything for short-term economic gain, for short-term deals, and that really concerns me. Maybe that's a good thing, because that means that we still have to try and be innovators.
Sorry to interrupt, but this is exactly where I was going with the whole Trump situation, is that Trump is trying to get better deals for China, not for these companies not to export all their manufacturing to China, but what we should be encouraging, this is what's been the key ace in the hole for Europe and North America, and has always been this way, is that we had the control, or we had the minds to create new things. It was the ability of the West to innovate that got them where they are today. They were the ones.
Our edge.
Yeah,
that was our edge.
Exactly.
Sorry. Oh, you hear me? Well, just once I have said that, it is called Confucius heritage. I cannot really see many Asian countries, far as Asian countries, to be too innovative. They are basically most of the time copy our technology from the West.
This is what I meant.
We create and copy. That's basically the short description of it.
And I think personally is a mistake to try to claw back what has already been given to them, this manufacturing and all these things, these plastic items that these corporations produce. That is not what we should be focusing on. And I think that is a mistake of a lot of these nations, where we're focusing on trying to get back what we gave them, rather than inventing new things that they will want off us. Once we invent new things, once we come up, I mean, again, if you actually look at the world of smartphones, for example, smartphones have only been around, 10 years, not even that, give or take, let's say 10 years, let's say 2007. Yeah, it was 2007 when Apple launched the iPhone. So let's say 2007, about 13, 14 years. It's not really that long, and yet we've totally changed the way the world works. Entire businesses came about, app development businesses came about because of these devices, and it was all because of American corporations. None of this would have been possible if it wasn't for American corporations. Okay, a lot of people have Samsungs, a lot of people have HTC handsets, but Android is what dominates, what runs them, and Android came out of Google, and of course,
Can you imagine what the internet and also all this new technology, the Android technology, can you begin to imagine what it would be like if the British had actually been first there, that had actually developed?
Exactly.
We would have put all kinds of embargoes on it. There wouldn't have been. It would have been so many blocks on it. We would have actually made.
Not
And the
only
thing
that,
was,
all
we
these
actually
they'll be
crumble it.
copyrighted. I mean, don't get me wrong, Apple is terrible with their copywriting, and that is why Apple products are still incredibly
But the
limited.
fantastic thing about the Yanks is that they actually turn around and they sort of say, "This is it. you know, it's going to be these are universal fittings. Everybody can bolt their stuff onto this, and it'll work with that. Everybody can actually use the UBS thing, and it will actually work. Everybody
USB,
can actually work off. And the thing is, that's the wonderful thing about the Americans, this sort of universality, and the fact that they sort of throw it open to everybody.
There's a bit of that, but the thing is, it all depends on the corporations. Like Android with Google, yes, they made it open source software, and they allowed everyone to be able to create a phone that could run the Android operating
The
system.
British wouldn't have done that.
Well,
The British
it's not just the British. The Apple never did that. Apple kept theirs proprietary. Microsoft didn't do that. Microsoft kept theirs proprietary. But Microsoft is now starting to use open source elements within their proprietary system, and is allowing other people to develop on it, because they've come to realize that they've lost the battle for the mobile device.
So what's their business model then?
Well-
Because I thought that the intellectual rights was their business model.
Well,
that
it
they
was,
sold-
but see, there's a battle going on between, you could say, the open market, the open source world, and the proprietary world of Microsoft and Apple. They're the two most proprietary, sort of censorious or closed environment type of companies out there. Google has already embraced open source. Google has already embraced that if we allow people to develop for our on top of our product, and we let them have our product for free, the OS, the Android OS is free. You can take it and develop it in whichever way you like. Then we will have a faster and rapid growth of changes. You know what I mean? New people will invent new things, and it will be attached to our operating system faster than Apple. And it is. If you actually look at the evolution of Apple versus Android, although Apple came out with what seemed to be the better product initially, over time, Apple's product is actually quite tired and old looking, whilst Android has had several major evolutionary shifts. And a lot of the features that you see on your Apple product have been copied from Android. There was a time where Android was trying to emulate Apple, Samsung in particular, but now it's actually shifted. A lot of the stuff that you see, the card system when you want to close certain apps, all of that actually came from another open source software called WebOS, but then that didn't go anywhere with Palm Pre. And so it became an open source thing, and then Apple adopted it to Android. And a lot of features, a lot of these little tiny features that you guys don't realize have been adopted from other OSs that you see on your Apple. Apple sued Samsung. This is what they sued Samsung for in America, and went and spent millions of dollars to sue them. Every time you scroll to the left on your phone, once you get to the end of the pages where all your icons are, you would see a little bounce on your screen. Your screen would bounce because there's no more pages. Samsung copied that from Apple, and Apple spent millions, literally millions,
suing the
to
bounce.
sue them for the bounce. That's why Samsung phones after that, this was in the early, this was like 2011, 2010, 2011. Afterwards, Samsung adopted what was called the carousel, where once you go to your first main page, if you swipe left again, it will just go back to the fourth page. Like, let's say you got four different pages of icons. You go through 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you go right again. If you swipe right again, it will take you back to number 1. So it's a carousel. It goes round and round, rather than the bounce, which is what was originally adopted, but then Apple sued them. These are the tiny details that people don't take note of. Only geeks like me and people who read this sort of stuff are into it. We recognize the differences and who adopted what from which OS. And all the little features that you've seen that Apple's introduced, most of them were adopted from other OSs, which Apple themselves never innovated.
Yeah, the password on the Samsung is horrible. I hate it. It really is
But just
bad,
don't
and
stay
it's
for it.
Sorry,
Just
I use fingerprint, but it actually demands that I also put the. It does, my phone doesn't trust me. We have a very bad relationship, and the thing is that I use my fingerprint, and it also asks for the password as well.
but is it the
Right?
actual a long password or a 4-digit code?
It's a long one. I put it.
Why
I,
why don't you change it
well,
to the
because
4-digit?
because I'm a fool. That's
Just
because
change it to a
I,
4-digit thing. It'll be
yeah, well, because I sort of thought if I put a 4-digit, everybody's going to get it,
no,
and
because you've got
they'll
your
all
fingerprint as well. So if
they'll
it's
all
a
be able to
dual
use.
authentication, then if you don't have your fingerprint, because I think it seems that you have dual authentication, so you've got a fingerprint as well as a passcode. So if someone knows your passcode, it doesn't matter
Yeah,
because they have to have your
no,
fingerprint.
no. I went for about 15 letters.
Oh fuck, dude.
I know,
Takes like
I
20
know.
minutes to get in your
I,
phone every day.
what? Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. I get calluses, right?
Dear God. But I mean, let's say if you have dual authentication, which is a lot of different systems have nowadays, where you actually have to qualify twice in two different manner, then yeah, if you have you can have dual one facial, one fingerprint. You can have fingerprint and a code, or a fingerprint and a password, or a fingerprint and a pattern. So it doesn't always have to be a single authentication. It's just you just happen to go for a bloody long one, which must make it a nightmare for you to actually get into your phone.
Well, it is a nightmare. It is a nightmare, and that. But mind you, I mean, the thing is, Banksy, I'm a caveman, and you know, I think that I'm sort of a wonderful person by having a Samsung 8, right? And
I mean,
I now realise that
eight
it's
is all right.
retro. It's retro, but the thing is that it's I'm way out of date, and I'm struggling to use this thing. I hate it. I absolutely hate this thing. I really hate it with loathe and despise it. And
Well, I mean, I don't know. It all depends on how you find. I haven't bought a Samsung since 2011. That was the last time I bought a Samsung. After that,
why?
I
Why?
bought nothing. I bought Apples a few years, and then in about 2016, I went to a Chinese company called OnePlus, and I've had them ever since because I just find them. I mean, God knows China is probably spying the living shit out of my phone, but most of these phones are spyware anyway. Unless you get something called a black phone, which is not a racial thing. So respect,
See,
don't lose your shit over this. It's a phone that is completely locked out.
Banksy, cannot you get a VPN or Tor browser on your iPhone or whatever?
There you go. That's it. That's all. That's it. I'll be honest. I am not. I don't do that much on the phone that I'm too worried about. I don't really use my phone. I'm still old school with laptops and desktops and stuff like that. So I'm still more worried about keeping my privacy on my desktop and laptops than
To
I
be
am
honest,
my phone.
now I don't have an iPhone now, but the only reason is because I want to first figure out ways to make sure that no government, including my own, will not spy on me because my own government have a something similar to the Patriotic Act that the Americans have,
Or the
and
Patriot Act.
yes, Patriot Act. And frankly, I don't want to have nothing to do with it, and I really feel offended and pissed off when I think that despite of me not having a criminal record ever, I am looked at and spy on like or treated like a potential criminal or like a child. No, yes, sorry,
Why, what are
things
you
will begin
worried
to
about? What are you
fly
worried
with
about? You're not doing anything sort of nefarious, are you? I mean, the thing is that okay,
well,
you go on
to be
Banksy's
honest,
show, which has probably got us being sort of viewed by most of the security agencies across the globe,
I
but
Nobody gives
apart
a shit
from that,
about this show, dude.
well, to be honest, I don't know how the hate speech laws will go here and there, and frankly, I, I am not very I'm not very famous to be politically correct in any way. Or
Exactly. The one thing
MC, sorry, just one thing, Banksy. Sorry, just MC, please be careful about what you say. I do be careful what you say because I mean, do bear in mind that you can lose your job if you say the wrong thing. I'm not saying that you have, but it is a danger, and there's also a danger. Someone like you, you're intelligent, you're bright, you're motivated. there's a chance that at some point you're going to want to go to America. You're going to want to go somewhere else, in Australia, somewhere in the world, Canada. The thing is that if you mess it up online and you say the wrong thing and you get into, that's going to cripple any chance that you have of getting a visa to these countries.
Well, I mean, at the moment we do have some relative amount of anonymity, although my anonymity is far less than you guys. I've stuck my face out there by going to Speaker's Corner, and I kind of took those. It was a calculated risks that I was willing to take. But as far as like you guys are concerned, I mean, you guys have kept your anonymity relatively well, at least through this channel. And generally, yeah, we should always tread somewhat lightly. Don't be too reckless. But I think there are opportunities to take some stances, and it wouldn't be detrimental. And it's not always, even me with my exposure, I have not come across one employee that goes, "Oh, I know, I recognize that voice." So
Yeah.
it's been okay. We're not that famous, believe me. It's not like this channel is getting that much attention.
Anyway, but you can see Chunky Yogurt's problems now. I mean, the Brown Buffalo problems. You can see all the other people problems because they have said something 10 years ago. So yes,
Oh, yeah.
I do
The
think
internet is forever.
Exactly.
yes,
Oh, yeah.
it's forever.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. The internet is forever, and yes, you as I say, you should. It all depends, as I say, it all depends. I'm not planning to run for office at any time ever. So I figured I'm good, but if I do ever decide to run for internet, yeah, it'll be literally my chances will be 0 to none,
Just a
unless
job on a council,
unless
just a
I'm
job on
running
a
against
council, a job in
Hitler's
the government,
child. Sorry?
just a job on the council or a job
Well,
on for the government,
yeah, I mean those are potentials. Those are potential risks. Yes, I agree with you. Again,
Well, anyway, we will see how the things are going to change. A few years ago, it was even unthinkable that a guy like Trump would be elected. To be honest, with all the things that he has said,
yeah,
how could he?
Brexit, Trump. I think there is a shift coming in Western
Yes.
civilization, Western society. There is a shift towards conservatism. It's coming because I think the liberals have gone a bit too far.
Liberals.
The crazy leftists, and they are pushing for their communist, utopia, and people definitely don't want communism. And I know as an Eastern European, you know all about communism, MC. So you know what I mean.
Too much.
Exactly.
You might be. Listen, you both might be right. Okay, you both might be absolutely right. It's the thing is though is that. I mean, I just look at the internet, like YouTube, just 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and it was like the Wild West, and they've reined it right back. You think about people like sort of Alex Jones or Sargon of Akkad, or all of these people. They've just been taken out. They've been completely taken out,
not really.
removed.
Not really. I mean, first of all, Sargon has got 3 or 4 very successful channels still running. His main channel is still up. Only Twitter has banned him, and that's because he wanted to be edgy, and say he wouldn't rape Jess Phyllis. So that got him some.
Energy thing.
Yeah, I mean that got him some. But the thing is, this is the
It was
catch-22.
a stupid thing for him to
But
say,
no,
though,
but this is
wasn't
the
it?
catch-22. What you don't realize is, if he hadn't
It was a
said
stupid
that,
thing for him to
he-
say, though, wasn't it?
sorry.
That was a dumb thing for him to
No,
say, though.
but
I
but
mean,
this is the irony of the situation of this attention culture. If he hadn't said what he said, he would never have actually been famous enough to be where he is today. So he would not have even been famous enough or get enough attention from the powerful to even be able to, even run as an UKIP candidate because he'll be a nobody. So it's the irony of the fact that he had to say that crude thing to be in a position where his voice is now heard by enough people to give him the credit to run for anything that's worthy of, to worth making any change. This is where Cenk Uygur got
I
into
don't
the
think
crap.
that that's the case. Sorry, I don't. Sorry, Banksy. I don't think that that's the case with Sargon. I think that he was popular. He was majorly popular at the time that he made that really rather foolish remark, in my view, right? Stupid thing that he actually said at that particular point. He was famous enough that he didn't need to do
Yeah,
that,
but he wasn't
and it
famous
was
enough
a
to be in
stupid thing to do.
No, no, he wasn't. He was famous enough in the YouTube world. He was a famous internet guy, but he wasn't a famous person in the mainstream media, and he wasn't famous enough to be able to actually have a serious back and forth with a politician. A politician wouldn't have given him a time of day, but now they take note of him. Now they know who he is. And don't get me wrong, I think strategically, if he was planning, let's say 10 years ahead and say, okay, I want to run
It's
for office.
political poison. It's
Yeah,
political
well, this is what
poison.
I
They
mean.
won't touch him.
I know, but what
They
I
won't
mean is,
touch him.
if he was running with the mindset that in 10 years' time or in 6 years' time I'm going to run for political office, then yes, strategically it was a bad move because it it made him political poison, the years to come. Because what what I think Sargon finally came to a realization is that as much as the internet has power, as powerful as the internet is for changing people's minds or giving people information, it is still not as powerful as the mainstream media. You can't take on the mainstream media and win. You're not in this century. Maybe 50, 60 years from now, the internet
I
will
don't,
dominate.
with respect, I don't think, with respect, I'm not sure. And this is just my opinion against your opinion. So I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm not saying you're
No,
wrong.
sure.
But the thing is that I don't think that's about mainstream media. I don't think that's about mainstream media.
No.
I think that's about governments. Governments actually decided that Trump had been elected on the back of a wayward internet, social media that in their view had got out of control. I think that a lot of governments were deeply alarmed at the fact that Trump had actually got into office, and it seemed that he'd actually got into office on the back of social media, which had actually sort of helped to accelerate his assumption to office. The thing is so they have decided. Theresa May was the leading light in this. That they actually decided we're going to shut down on an awful lot of the excesses of the internet. And it seemed to have been a governmental thing. I don't know about the American government, but the British and German governments really, really clamped down on what could be said and what could be done in Europe. In America, you've got the Constitution, so that I suppose they've got to actually box carefully. They can't sort of impose the same kind of controls on sort of
Yes.
freedom of speech in America because of the First Amendment. Is it the first? The first article.
Yeah, the First Amendment.
Yeah, the First Amendment, the freedom of speech. The thing is
Sure.
but in Germany and in Britain, they clamped down on and I think even in America, they sort of didn't YouTube remove Alex Jones?
Well,
Is that not the case?
YouTube, Apple, Facebook, Twitter. I don't know whether he was banned on Twitter already. I don't know, but it was like about 3 or 4. I think Spotify, they all removed him all within like a
At the
24.
behest of governments.
Well,
the behest of governments.
I think, yeah. I mean, it was the governments, but definitely they themselves wanted to figure out a way to get him off their platforms. And yes, the governments have come to recognize that the internet wins elections, although still the mainstream media is. I mean, this is what I'm saying about the difference between mainstream media and the internet. Internet does win elections, does influence elections for sure. It's just that I think Sargon didn't realize how powerful the mainstream was, because he was keep telling people, go and see in which context. If you saw what he said to Jess Phillips within context, it was an edgy joke. It was a joke, and it was funny. And actually, it's an insult at her appearance. It's like calling her ugly. That's really all he said was, I think you're ugly. But of the phrasing that he used of the rape, the phrasing of I wouldn't rape you, what happened was the mainstream.
Don't joke about rape, mate.
No, but what I mean is, that's what I mean. The media then spun that, because the actual essence of the joke is, I think you're ugly. That's the actual joke. But the fact that it was phrased in "I wouldn't even rape you," the media then took that and said, "You see, this man is a rape advocate." And then he had to try to get people to see the context of this, but to try to get people to go to his YouTube channel to see the context of that joke and that tweet, it's a hell of a lot of work. Whilst people are sitting with the BBC and the ITV and Channel 4 and all of these people just pumping information to their heads, saying this guy just said to a woman that he, that he made a rape joke against an abused victim. So he didn't realize the tsunami that he was fighting against. He was fighting. He was pushing back against an avalanche, and he wasn't going to be able to win that.
I personally, just speaking personally, I don't agree with what you're framing there. I mean, I just think that was a terrible remark to make, and I do see it as I do see it as a rape joke personally. I mean, I know what you're saying, and maybe I'm wrong. And that
No, but I mean, if you actually look at the phrase, it's a non-rape joke. If you actually look at the actual words of the phrase, is "I wouldn't even rape you." But the actual joke itself is "You're too ugly for me to even rape you." That is the actual joke. It's just saying you're too ugly. I mean, if you just turned around and said "You're so ugly that I couldn't bear to look at you," he would have been fine.
Right. I mean, we'll have to agree to disagree. I think for all that, I think it was a major mistake, and I think it came at a time when they were clamping down. I mean, I think around the same sort of time, he said something with the N word. Did he not?
Oh, he was arguing. You see, this is the thing again. It's all about this internet edginess of it.
Context again.
Yeah. I mean, he was arguing against neo-Nazi white supremacists, and he was saying that you're all acting like the N-word because he knows that they hate the N people so much that they don't ever want to be considered to be one of them. So he then called them a white N-word to try to show how bad it is when they call other people N-words. But of course, that's not what anybody will remember. No one's ever going to think about that. They're going to go, "Huey said the N-word," and that's it. Yeah. I mean, even in this little conversation, I won't say the N-word. I'll say the N-word instead of the word itself, because
you'd never hear the last of it. Banksy, you would never hear the last of it.
Exactly.
You would be defined by that.
Yeah. No matter what context you put it in, they won't ever take the context. They'll just take the word that you said. And that's exactly what they did with Sargon. That's what I mean. Strategically, some of the things he said, if he was running for office, and if he had this mindset of "I'm going to run for office in the next 5 years," everything he said was strategically terrible. But he wasn't doing it at the time. He wasn't doing it with the mindset, "I'm going to run for some kind of public office in 10 years' time." He was thinking, "I'm just an edgy, funny guy on the internet, and this sort of shit gets me a lot of lols and attention, and I'll get more subscribers out of it."
Does it occur to you that maybe he didn't realise how powerful he was? Sorry, MC, what were you going to say? He didn't realise.
Because Sargon, when some people say he's not as intelligent as he thinks, what they are trying probably to say to him is that he haven't got that huge and vast of an imagination that he should have, because he should for sure he should say sometime. Britain, by the way, is not America, and I'm sure he maybe have forgotten about it, and he's probably mentally has emigrated there already, and think that the phrases that Trump may say in America would be acceptable here. I'm sorry, that doesn't go that way.
It doesn't fly over here. No,
exactly. But it's not just that. It will fly if you just want to be an edgelord on the internet and that is your sole aspiration. But if you want to run for public office, no, this stuff is going to come back and they're going to smack it in your face and they're going to erase all the context from it. And they're just going to stick this, like in the case of the N-word, just the N-word on the table. Or in case of the rape, the non-rape joke, they'll say, "Why did you say you want to rape a woman?" It's like Boaty. If I turn around and tell you, "When did you stop beating your wife?"
Yeah.
It's bullshit. It's a bullshit question. What do you mean? When did I stop beating my wife? But that's how it is.
That we have from it is, well, the only positive thing about it is that Fortunately, the youngsters are seeing the media for what it is, and the popularity and influence of it will decline with time. But
Yeah,
we are not there yet. And
exactly,
sorry about that. We are not
exactly,
there yet.
exactly. This is what I mean.
MC, I'm reminded of, you know, the First World War. During the First World War, there was a battle called the Battle of the Somme. It was the most disastrous battle in British military history in 1916, and they had a film camera. They had a series of film cameras that actually went out and supposedly filmed part of the actual battle. And then they got this film and they showed it in cinemas across the United Kingdom after the battle had occurred. And it caused a sensation, and there were people fainting and people being led out of the cinemas crying. And the thing was that the government were suddenly taken by surprise. You suddenly had this new technology, cinema, and nobody realized the potency, the power of this cinema, where people went into a darkened sort of space and they'd watch people sort of fighting and dying. And remember that a lot of the women that were watching the battle, their husbands were out at the front actually fighting, and some of them had actually, had lost sort of loved ones actually at the front. And when they actually saw the film, they fancied that they were seeing their Bill, they were actually seeing their Jim, they were actually seeing their family members. And one of the things that took the British government completely by surprise was just how potent, powerful, what an enormous punch cinema could be in 1916. Now, not now, but in those days, it was enormously powerful. And as a result of that, the government had to clamp down. And for the next 50 years, they imposed enormous, great big, crippling sort of constrictions onto cinema. And I'm reminded of that with the internet. Especially with like YouTube and social media, that I wonder whether it took everybody, Trump's election and also Brexit as well. They reckon that Brexit had was controlled because of social media, that Dominic Cummings used social media very, very effectively to get Brexit through. And I'm wondering whether that was such a shock to the authorities, to the powers that be across the West, Germany and in Britain, that what we've seen since is a great big clampdown. Am I talking bollocks?
No,
No, what you want to say is that history like to repeat itself, and now it have repeated itself with 2016.
yeah.
They were underestimating the internet, and they got their ass kicked, and now they want to come down on it,
Yeah, no,
control it.
it's true. It's true. They're gonna go back to the same formula as they did with
But
TV
now
and
it's too late.
cinema. Like you said, Boti, that movie, that cinema had such massive impact on the human beings that they didn't even account for. So they underestimated it. So then they slowly corrupted and controlled.
Watered it down. Do you know
Yeah,
there were people actually fainting? There were cases of people actually fainting,
there you go.
people weeping uncontrollably in a
So
cinema.
So now what they're gonna do is they're gonna do that same thing with the internet, or what they think they can do with the internet. What they don't actually realize is they don't realize what this beast is, the internet. They think they have some sort of control. You see, the internet came about where the authorities were unaware of what this creature is, and it came about in such a way which is purely democratized. It is not centralized by anyone. No one controls or owns the internet in any shape or form. It simply operates on the basis of cooperation. Every aspect of the internet, HTTP is a standard that every other browser and internet broadcaster, if you like, IIS services actually agrees to follow. They don't have to do HTTP. They don't have to do www. They can do whatever other protocols they want. But we all agreed the internet only functions based on consent. Consent of all that run servers to cooperate with these standards. So they created the standards, and we consent to it. You don't have to have an internet that can, you don't have to have a browser or your own. You could set up your own internal internet that doesn't follow any of the protocols that the wider internet does. Uh, and have a completely closed off system. But the fact is,
So it's,
you'll be shut out from everyone else because everyone else agrees to follow these standards. Now, the main thing what I wanted to say is, although everyone agrees to run these things, no one controls it. The internet isn't controlled. Google, if you take Google, Facebook, Twitter, I don't know who else, Oracle, whatever else, these internet services companies you want, put them all together and they won't even make like 10%. They only make 5% of the internet. Google isn't the internet. Google is just a service on the internet.
Yeah,
The
but people
internet is
have the
far bigger than that.
so what's the other bits then? Because I assumed, I mean, I know that there's like we've now got sort of like intelligent devices, and like, but what is it? Where's all the rest of it then? What is that traffic?
What do you mean? It's everyone who ever sets up a server and says, right, I'm going to now set up I could set one up right now. I could take one of my laptops, I could take one of my desktops and turn it into a web server and publish my own websites, publish my own YouTube style video, social media platform. I can launch my own Facebook. I can launch anything I want. Anyone can do it. You can do it. All you need is the right amount of knowledge and a mediocre amount of equipment and a
But
decent
it's not
internet
as,
connection.
but it's not as simple as, look, supposing I sort of set up like a flat Earth Society website, and the Flat Earth Society is going to take over the world. My flat Earth Society,
Yes.
Boti's Flat Earth Society is going to take over the world. And I started printing these manuals, how to use, sort of death ray manuals and stuff, how to make terrible sort of machines of death, right? The government's going to find out about it really,
Well,
really
no.
quickly.
If you're gonna, yeah, you can't threaten other people's lives. You can't threaten to, give people bomb making material. This is exactly why that guy in Speaker's Corner went to jail, because he actually published bomb making materials or
So
information.
surely, I mean, there are devices that track that stuff down straight onto it
Not
like a
really.
laser.
You'll be surprised. This guy was operating for years before they found him.
They have.
Really?
Yes.
You mean the American government have maybe the sources and things for that?
Not as much
But
as you think.
we can defend ourselves from our own governments. That the American government will not help them to figure it out. Those two things are the Tor browser, and those are the two best things.
Yeah, I think that MC has got a point, actually. I mean, I wonder whether it's like flypaper, Banksy. The thing is that, look, they may know very, very well where these really nasty sites are, right? And I think this is what MC is actually saying. And what they do is that they let them lie dormant, and it's like sort of fish bait. It's like flypaper. If you've got some idiot that wants to actually know how to make bombs, all sorts of things, they will find those sites. If a government, like the FBI
Oh,
or the
you're saying
Homeland
like a
Security,
honey trap.
it's
They'll
a
set it up.
honey trap. Yeah,
They'll set it up
yeah.
so that you go to it, and then. But I mean,
And just
there's
leave
a
it dormant.
million areas of the internet which the governments don't even know exist. What's what they sort of colloquially term as the dark web. There's nothing dark. It's a server that needs a few
They are also
skips and a
close at
hop
the
to get
site.
into, because you have to authorize to get into it, or you need to know someone who knows someone who can give you the VPN to get onto it. There are VPNs that are running. There are
I see.
servers that are running
You
around
can
the world.
already download
Sorry.
you can already download a thing from your own internet now without a VPN. It's the Onion technology. I'm repeating myself. The Tor browser. Maybe I should.
Oh, the Tor
write
browser.
it.
Yeah. That one blocks. But the thing is, that blocks your history of where you're going. I'm talking about. There are literally like you imagine how should I visually, if I can tell you, Boti, it's going to that place in Hogwarts or wherever the hell they went, Harry Potter went to, Dina Alley or something, where he went and bought his wand. You know how
Yeah.
they ran into a wall and then they ran through the wall?
Yeah.
Okay, imagine an internet version of that. It looks like a wall, it feels like a wall, but for special
But it's a
people,
portal.
if you go through it, you come to a
It's a
whole new
portal.
world, and you'll be exposed to an entirely new place in the world, on the internet, a place that you didn't even realize it existed. The Googles, the YouTubes, the Twitters, these are for the simps. These are for the normies. These are not the places where the geeks hang out anymore.
Have you read the affidavit for Bob? One of the interesting things that they mention in that is one of the things they mention is on that is that whoever it's I don't know whether it is Bobby. It's not been confirmed, but whoever the guy was who was arrested a fortnight ago, one of the things that the FBI found was that the person that's been arrested now, as soon as he started to recruit people, he was trying to get them to go on to some like special site, like a Telegram. And I wondered whether that was the dark web or not. I wondered
Telegram
whether
is
that was-
just another. I mean, Telegram again. I see the Telegram as. I mean, Telegram might have been a place where some of the geeks or
Is
some
that
of
the dark web?
Hello, everybody.
Hey,
Hello,
hey,
Raj.
Raj. Just let me finish this.
Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas.
Merry
everybody.
Christmas.
Talk
all
of the
that.
devil and the devil appears.
know.
Hello, Raj.
Let me just finish this one thing. The Telegram area now. If let's put it this way, Boti. If your mum knows about a thing on the internet, it's not a dark web thing anymore. So if your mum is on Telegram, Telegram isn't part of the dark web. It's already become commercial. It's
Has been
mainstream.
hacked.
Mum,
This
they're
dark-
on to us.
That's how. I'm not joking. That's how I gauge whether I should stay on a particular social media or not.
I've
The day
never
my
heard
mum-
of Telegram. I didn't know what it was
Yeah,
actually.
but the day my mum was on Facebook, that's the day I stopped using Facebook, because it was like, this clearly this is over now. This is no longer a place where the cool kids are gonna hang out, and I moved on to other things. But any place. I mean, YouTube is a commercial place. YouTube is the normies domain. YouTube isn't a dark web place. YouTube is the normies hang out here. The geeks and the freaks have all ventured far
Yes.
away from these things.
YouTube today, it should be change its name to Safe Space Tube, basically, because that's what it is.
It is Twitter, YouTube, Facebook. This is where your grandparents are hanging out now.
Are there really places where you can actually buy sort of,
Yes.
like drugs or guns or
There are
There are
terrible
places
things?
that you can hire hitmen to kill your fucking people.
Seriously? Really?
Yeah.
Or is that just bollocks?
No,
Is that
there
real?
are places, and they
in fact,
exchange cryptocurrency mostly.
I encourage you to go there. You'll see.
No, I don't encourage anyone to go there. But what I mean is,
No,
yes,
no,
these
no,
places
no, no,
exist.
I don't want to go there. I don't want to go. I just no,
I mean,
no. I wasn't. I
I want to
wasn't
just
thinking of having like anybody bumped off, but
Sorry,
but it's just astonishing to discover that, because you sort of hear about these things, but it's astonishing to hear that they actually
Of
exist.
course they
And
do.
how you, I wouldn't trust it. The thing is,
No,
is that I'd never trust
It's not
going
for
to
you,
any.
Boti.
not-
Boti, you have trouble getting into your phone. Trust me,
Yes,
these
I do.
places are not your places. These are not for you.
Oh, no, it's not. No, I would so be the worst possible sort of, mafia boss.
These are not places for you to hang out in.
No, never ask me to run MS-16. No,
I'm pretty
it's
sure.
not going to happen, people.
I'm pretty sure you're safe. It's okay. No. The thing is, there are lots of nefarious. It's just that what I get pissed about is when I hear people like Sargon or Paul Joseph Smith. And by the way, these guys are all simps. These guys are all normies. They're all boomers. There's nothing technical about these guys. These guys talk about, oh, the internet is being overtaken. Oh, the internet is being ruined by these politicians and these tech moguls, and they're being monopolized. You don't know what the fuck the internet is, you fucking simp. You absolute dork. You have no idea what the internet is if you think that Google and Facebook and Twitter can take over the internet. That is not the internet. You're idiots who think that that's the internet. But it's just the fact that it's their space. The
For
fact.
views.
Sorry, go on.
Banksy, they are doing it for views also.
Yeah, it's true. There must
Most
be.
people don't know the technical stuff that the internet is impossible basically to overtake and to keep in a cage now. It's
Yeah.
a beast that have run away and it will never ever be tamed again.
This is the thing. This is the thing. No serious IT person takes these rumors or these bullshit screams of the people like Sargon or Paul Joseph Watson about how the internet is being ruined and the internet is monopolized by Google. No, the simps, the places where the normies go, is being controlled by these tech moguls. Not the internet. The internet is far, far bigger and its roots are far deeper than Google and Facebook and Twitter.
I don't want to be. I'm really bored.
Sorry, Raj. Go on, mate.
Raj,
What was it you wanted to
can't hear you,
talk
man.
about? Did you want to talk about the guy from
no,
Speaker's
Sorry,
Corner?
You
No,
gave
no,
like
nothing,
a,
Let's give Raj some leeway. Let him do his thing.
No. I don't want to derail, but it's like I've turned up to a freaking nerd convention.
I know. That's why I want to
Yeah.
move on because I don't think there's.
I'm not
People in the
a computer kind of. There's all this dark web bullshit. I don't know.
I agree with you, and also I think that the people in the chat are also a little bit. There is a few techies out there, but I think for the most part, most of them are not techies either. So go on, Raj. Do your Raj thing. Do your thing.
I'm actually quite tired, man.
What you been up to?
Sleep properly.
Did you go to Birmingham again?
No. Just been sleepy, man. Just been not been able to go to sleep at night.
Ah,
So yeah.
so your body clock's all over the place.
I had to go do some shopping, and somebody stopped me in the street, and it's always a bit weird because when someone stops you, you're like, should I respond? He was like, oh, it's you, and I was like, who? It's you, who? He's like, oh, you. I said, oh, right. And then he said something. He was like, I can't stand Tommy Robinson. I was like, all right, I better walk away because he looked pretty big as well. And it's quite dark.
Well, he actually knew you from like Speaker's Corner videos.
Speaker's Corner, yeah.
Damn.
And I have to kind of determine like the time, the space, the where I am. And then he was like, "Oh, I don't like Tommy Robinson." And then he started like he wouldn't stop talking. Yeah, he's a good guy. He was an alright guy, but he said some stuff like made me kind of think, "Shit, this might go a bit sideways." Because he said, he said like, "Oh, I really love Muhammad Tawhid." Yeah, I was like, "Oh shit, like that. That's like." Yeah. And so you have to kind of like when you're in those situations, like suss it up. I was like, all right, should I just kind of like walk away? I spoke to him, actually turned out quite well at the end. So when you meet people down the road and stuff like that, it's like weird, like because especially when you know they don't like your ideology because you don't know how they're going to react. You understand?
Yeah.
You probably got it as well, but someone comes like, oh, is that Banksy?
No one's ever recognized me. I have never known anyone who's recognized it, and I am so happy about that because I am a little bit sometimes when I go up Edgware Road or I go up certain Muslim populated areas, and I'm thinking, oh man, is someone gonna come over and shank a brother? But no
Yeah,
one's
that's
ever
kind of
recognized
weird, yeah, because I've realized that often people like certain people don't really get like even Steve says he very rarely gets recognized and stuff. Like it's kind of weird why they. I'm not sure. Maybe you lot are just very.
I think because to be honest with you, Raj, I've had like how many fat bald men are there in London? There is like millions of them. Trust me, I've seen. There was a friend of mine one time. He took a photo of a guy in a motorcycle outfit, a fat bald guy, and he said, "Dude, I swear I thought that was you." I'm like, "Yes, that's because I look like every other fat bald man." There's plenty of fat bald men in the country.
I wasn't wearing my turban, so I don't get recognized as much when I don't wear my turban.
Ah.
It's just like, when I hear people saying like they think Muhammad Tawhid is a great guy, it's like what?
Oh.
I have to question that guy. I had to just say to him straight. I said, "Listen, that guy's one of the worst individuals." And then he started saying, "Well, I really love Ali Darwan." I was about to say, "I don't know, how many can I disagree, mate?" And and he was saying he said some stuff. I don't know whether I want to say it online, but he's saying that the situation with Ahmed Ali, you know, when he got into that little ruck
Oh yeah.
with gang and
Oh, with Jedi,
yeah, he was saying some crazy stuff. He said there's a lot of people.
the Muslims were
because
gonna come down.
Not even now. He was saying that like there's a lot of people that really want to kind of like let's just say get some retaliation from that thing. Even after all this
Yeah,
time,
but it was Ahmed Ali's. It's alopecia, isn't it? Ali alopecia.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it was his fault. He's the one who threw the punches.
Yeah, I know. But the thing is, it's just because he was so small and looked so measly doing it. But I'm like, imagine if he hit Jedi square on the jaw and knocked the man out.
No,
Like,
there's no way. There's no way
I'm
on
just
this
saying,
planet.
I'm just saying,
Ahmed
I'm just
Ali,
saying.
Ali alopecia has the muscle power. He has the physical ability to knock Jedi out. And that's even if he knew some boxing. And the man has no boxing skills.
Yeah, but maybe Jedi's got some one little area on his chin that is got like the Achilles heel.
It would be.
He
I would.
hits that exact spot.
Let's put it this way, Raj. If you just now went and bought a random lucky dip for, I don't know, Saturday's lottery, would have a better chance of winning than Ali Alopecia knocking out Jedi.
No. I've said the thing is I've seen small people like but then again they weren't skinny like him. They were like,
I just think no, because it wasn't just the fact that he's got like very little upper body mass. It's the fact that he has no skills. I saw both of his attempts to try to punch Uncle Omar, and Jedi, and he missed all of them badly.
I know.
Badly.
No, I like him. I can't help but like the guy. Please.
Now, look, I'm not saying he's a bad person. It's just he has no boxing skills.
And do you know your little friend, the Jawala, has gone a bit mad.
Ralph.
He's gone mental.
Why?
Right? He's been doing live streams after live streams about me.
Seriously? I saw. When?
So let me just. So one's called Mark Collette slandered as diversity dog pile on X0. That's me, dog pile. The diversity dog pile.
Oh, the one on Street Stream.
Yeah, I went on for 5 hours. Yeah, and then today I woke up again, and there's another one now. Where is it? I think he's changed the title, but originally it was something else.
Is it still on Streets Stream?
Yeah, oh yeah, and here's another one. It's Sikh Zionist, slander Mike Collette while trying to brainwash an Englishman, And so what happened with that, I got a feeling that COE freaking got me in some kind of trap. Because, do you know what happened? I was just, I had a conversation with that Sam guy, he's one of Ralph's Jarwala's mates.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if the guy with the floppy hair.
I don't know.
Yeah, basically, there's a guy that goes, and he seems like a reasonable guy, but he's done some stuff around Ralph, like abusing these kind of Romanians and stuff. And I was like, it doesn't really seem these characters. So I was just talking about civic nationalism and ethno-nationalism, and I just wanted to find out where he's at in that spectrum. And then that conversation got derailed by anti-Semitism again. Obviously, some Jew hater come in the background, started ranting and raving. He said he wasn't an anti. Let me say that. If you watch the video, he says in the background, he doesn't hate Jews, but he had a folder of Jews who run the world, like an actual folder, like a library with like Jews. And I was like looking at the folder. He said, "Oh, look at this one here. I was like, dude, man, you're obsessed with the Jews." So the conversation ended. It was only like 30 minutes. And then COE, if you're listening, I don't know what you was playing at, but that Jarwala's gone mental now. He said, Raj, come over here. He said, why don't you have a chat with this young guy? Yeah. I can't remember what his name is. It could be Jacob. I don't know. They all look the same now, these white people. Only joking. But basically, he said, oh, have a chat with him. And I said, oh, how old are you? He goes, 18. I said, nah, leave it. You're too young, man. I said, leave it. And that bloody Leon, he goes, no, do it. He's a good guy. Do it. And I was like, all right, fair enough. I'll do it. And if Leon wants me to do it, I'll do it. Yeah. And guess what bloody happened?
What?
That bloody Charwala's now saying that I've been abusing the young white man. Oh no, he's turned everyone against me now.
You're abusing a young white man.
Yeah, it's like I was so polite to the guy, and he's trying to make it out as if I freaking more like cornered him, and I'm slandering Mark Collette. I am. It's not slander when I say Mark Collette is a racist Nazi. Is that slander?
Well, I mean, if you can prove it, then it's not. But I mean, it's slander, and as long as you can't prove it.
Well,
Look,
right, so
look. I'm myself, from my perspective. I've seen the video where Mark Collette was on Israel advocacy group. Is it?
I've seen that too.
Sorry.
Seen that. I have
big
seen
up to
that too.
Simon in the chat. Big up to Simon in the chat.
Yeah.
Get into the panel, Simon. We've not spoken to you for a while, man.
Yeah, the link is in the thing. But anyway, I saw that one. Joseph, is it Joseph? The
Yeah, Joseph.
the
Joseph,
ginger
yeah.
Jewish guy. Now,
Yeah.
I'll be honest. There was a lot of anti-Semitism shit that was said in that bit. I was like, "Whoa,
Max
okay, what the hell is this?"
Collette. That should be enough. Mark Collette. That should be enough for you to know what is going to happen.
Yeah,
And to be but to be honest with you, once I was in the stream of Mark Collette with a few other guys, and I have suggested to him, I have asked him, have you read Israel Shahak's book, Jewish History, Jewish Religion? And when he have said no, I understand from where he's coming from, and it's no point to even talking with him, because he even sucks at anti-Semitism, to be honest, because this book that I have mentioned is a book about written by a Jew and puts Judaism in a negative light. A Jew that lived in Israel, was a chemistry professor there, and have basically studied for years. Studied the Talmud, studied all the scriptures, the behavior of Jews towards themselves, towards non-Jews, and have make a book that basically put him on the ADL's list and make his countrymen never forgive him that till he's dead, even if he was allowed to live in Israel for the rest of his life.
yeah. Go on,
But the thing is,
Raj.
all Raj does is attack white men. Oh, Jake O'Connor. Yeah, Jake O'Connor, big up. No, the thing is, so I'm like, I don't know what's going on in the right, in terms of like, and there is a split going on. I know that for definite, and it's concerning because you have people that I have to admit I'm a bit kind of looking sideways at, who seem to be very anti-Semitic. Like I didn't even realize how
I was.
anti-Semitic some people are. I'm shocked.
Yeah, I was shocked at the anti-Semitism. I wasn't quite prepared for that. Let's put it that way, because I thought their biggest gripe was maybe Muslims, but I actually come to realize no, it's not Muslims at all. The Muslims, I think they can take care of the Muslim problem. The problem that they think is the greatest danger to their ideology or to their cause is actually the Jews.
The Jews are the prime enemy, the mythical creatures that should be always taken seriously, no matter how the other threat is actually in your eyes. But the Jews will always be.
Are you kind of saying that's wrong though? MCH or mad? What I don't know what your name is.
MC. Just say MC.
What do you mean wrong?
Do you believe that they're talking rubbish, or do you believe the Jews are the biggest problem?
No, I believe they're talking rubbish. To be honest.
Okay, right, cool.
I try to being sarcastic.
Yeah. It's hard with the Polish man and the Germans. You can't tell when they're being sarcastic. but I was trying to explain that, like, I thought it was a reasonable thing to say, but they're trying to make me out to be some goddamn lunatic. Like I was just saying to the young white boy who I supposedly now have abused. What a freaking snowflake they got on the right then. Basically, I was saying that, when they say the what is it, the Great Replacement? Yeah, you know what that is, the Great Replacement.
Yes.
Yeah. So I was saying that when I hear the word the Great Replacement, to me it's kind of like this kind of conspiracy that there's Jews sitting in a room conspiring to replace the indigenous kind of Europe, or Muslims in a room or gays in a room, whatever it is, there's some group in a room trying to kind of set Europe up so that they become a minority within their own continent. And I was trying to explain that I don't believe that, but I do believe there is a possibility that the European population could, in maybe 150 years time or 200, be reduced if it goes at the current trends.
Yeah, but
in terms of,
but this is the
they could be reduced down to like 55, 60%, and I don't think that's unreasonable to say that.
Yeah, but listen, this is something actually that since you and Ralph will never talk. Now, me and Ralph, our relationship is curious at best. I do like him. I think he's a funny guy, but I can't agree with the bulk of the some of the stuff that he says. The weird thing is there are little bits of the stuff that he says that I have to agree with because it's logical, but I can't agree with a lot of the other stuff, and it's hard. I'm finding myself in a very difficult tug of war, but I still like the individual Ralph because he's a quirky character, and I like quirky characters, and that's why I like you, Raj.
Well, you can't get more quirky than a dark brown Dravidian.
That as well. But what
he's calling for the kind of like extermination or removal of other dark brown people.
that I find that yeah. But one thing
you can't get more crazy than that.
Yeah, but one thing Raj he did say in that video when he was critiquing what you were saying in regards to, you said you don't want like the native English people to be reduced more than like 70% of the population. Now he said, well, what happens when you reach 69? When that next Indian baby is born, are you gonna deport them?
Yeah, that was a look. The thing about Ralph, look, I actually find him quite entertaining as well. I'm not gonna lie. I think he's an evil by a person, but even an evil by a person can sometimes make me chuckle. Sometimes I listen to him the way he runs people down. I find it kind of humorous, but he has a real nasty dark side to him. Like you said, like my mother, who, what if we gang raped her? I can't forgive stuff like that.
Yeah.
So the thing is, I was thinking about that, and I was like, oh yeah, that is kind of an interesting point. Like, what would you do
exactly.
if suddenly go necessary? So I mean, for me, I look, you could probably do it this way, yeah. So say if you have a buffer zone of 25%, yeah, like a buffer zone. So once it's around 25%, I would actually ban abortions, to be honest with you. Sorry to anyone that believes in women's rights. One thing I would definitely ban is abortions. I actually believe it's murder, so I would do that anyway, unless you have a really extenuate, extreme circumstance. And I'm no offense to the.
Well, no, in that case, you can't ban it. You can reduce it to certain things.
Right.
Well, I would ban it. It would pretty much be a ban, yeah, unless you've been raped or somebody.
Well, that's what I mean. So it's not a ban. It's just it's heavily regulated.
Heavily regulated. Yeah.
In other words, Raj would turn Britain into Poland a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
Maybe.
Exactly.
So basically, what you would do, is if you've now banned abortion, this is not me digging the white population, but I guarantee if you was to do a kind of find out who has the most abortions, you would probably see it's within the white indigenous population in the UK. I don't know of any Asians that are now done abortions. Maybe they have, but it'd be private, and you don't really hear about it. So that, in one sense, will start increasing birth.
Yes, you don't hear about it. You are correct about that.
No. I'll be honest with you. Look, the reason you don't hear about it because within the Asian community, it's a stigma, and I'm being honest with you. It should be a stigma. It should be. It should be something that you don't do. Now it's become like, oh, we're going to the abortion clinic.
Yeah.
What are you about? It's not.
I agree with you, Ralph.
It's supposed to be something that is so extreme that if you did it, you're going to be kind of like, okay, I didn't want to do it, and I'm not going to be proud about doing it or advertising it. So if you got rid of that, I mean, you're looking at around 150,000 babies are aborted a year. That is a lot of babies. Yeah. Also, obviously, I believe that with immigration, it should be like a water tap. You should be able to close that water tap at some points and sometimes open it. Or you understand, it should be controllable. It should be able to have the whole spectrum of. So if the population, let's just say the immigrant population, starts to get to a particular point of 25, you can close immigration for maybe a year or so until things start kind of settling down again. Yeah, so there are things. I mean, that's just one or two basic things. I'm sure there'd be other things that you can try and.
Yeah, but you're saying the thing is, no, you're not taking this into account. You're saying that you want to increase the birth rates of the the sort of native indigenous people of the country, but how are you going to? Because there will come a time where you will reach your 69% population numbers, and then you will have to make a decision: are you an ethno-nationalist or are you a civic nationalist?
Yeah, I mean, look here. It's a very, very good question. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. You. That is the killer question. It really is. I mean, it's such
something more about
question to answer.
why it will fail, Raj. What you are suggesting. I live in a country where, as you said, it is only in the case of abortion is given to a woman only in the case of rape or in the case of
Incest.
of the may not survive or in the case where the child maybe.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. If a woman's life's at risk.
Yeah, severe risk to the mother, disability of the child.
Yeah. No, not disability of the child. No.
See, I want to finish myself. But there is a big underground abortion market in my own country.
There you go.
And the women are going abroad to get the abortion. And frankly, our demographics haven't got better because of it. It has stayed 1.3 per mile of growth. In other words, it's below replacement, even if abortion is banned since like the 90s, in a way that you are suggesting. So
it hasn't yielded the effects you were hoping.
Yeah, but then it's look here. When I was looking in birth rates, the Sikh community, so for some weird reason, is now down to 2 as well. So and the Hindu community is down to 1.5 or something. So I don't know exactly the reason why the birth rates of the Sikhs. And I was trying to think about it. Maybe just because of the fact that I don't want to say too much, but maybe that it is kind of like irresponsible to have too many kids. That's what I was saying in the video. Like if you've got 4 kids and stuff and you can't look after them, you're letting the state look after them, then that's just being irresponsible. Maybe the Sikh and Hindu community have realized that they just live within their own means, so they'll have 2. Because a lot of people in the Sikh community, they used to have like 4 or 5 kids like the Muslim community, and now you very rarely see that, and it's down to I very rarely see a big family now. So the Sikh community is going to stay quite static or in line with the indigenous population.
The thing
There's only one is going to grow.
The thing is, Raj, wealth. I mean, they've now they're finding actually people in Dubai and Saudi Arabia and Emirate nations, Qatar. They're stagnating in their birth rates, birth numbers. The countries, though, you would think that we always have this impression Muslim countries, they just pop out kids like rabbits. No, actually, when you get up to a certain level of wealth, and that's your whole country comes up to that middle class to upper middle class sort of level, then it seems not even the Muslims are immune from such things.
Yeah. But not in the UK though. I mean.
No, in the UK, but that's in the UK. We have so much newcomers.
Of course, that they're going to not stop with breeding like rats or whatever.
No, don't say
rabbits.
Don't say that.
I would say rabbits. Rabbits are fluffy and cuddly.
There's this guy called Mr. Shiva Nazir. He's been crying in the chats and all the chat. I don't know who he is. I think he might have been somebody that used to follow me before. Always crying, talking about that I look like I'm a terrorist or something like that. My umbrella looks like a weapon. Yes, it's an umbrella, you fool. It's supposed to look like a weapon. I set it up like that. That's the reason why I did
He's
it.
the Roginator. You can't mess with the Roginator.
People have said to me, "Oh, your umbrella looks like a weapon." I'm like, "Yes, that's why I brought it. That's why I put it there."
Exactly. I mean, how can he be the Roginator if he doesn't look dangerous and intimidating?
The thing is, it's weird, because putting that uniform on. Like, have you ever tried putting a uniform on? Like, you probably do when you're going on a bike. Like,
all that gear I have to wear.
And doesn't it make you feel like it gives you that extra bit of you're going somewhere to do something? Like
you feel like you're a little bit more indestructible than before, because like my elbows have all got paddings and I can whack into doors. Half the time I don't even feel like I've just my friends were like, "Oh, dude, you hit that thing really hard. Are you all right?" I'm like, I didn't even feel it.
It's the same with a good suit. If you have a good three-piece suit, you hold
All right,
yourself.
so
Exactly.
that Mr. Chivanez here, you said in the chat, on the other chat, when you was crying about me again, that I've got what was it, a selfie stick here on my back here, and I'm like, no, it's really an umbrella, and something about me doing a terrorist attack. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know where you come from.
Raj,
I don't owe you. I don't owe you nothing. You was chatting in the other chat like I owe you something.
you pay too much
Oh,
attention to these other people, Raj.
I don't like
Take
you
it
no
easy.
more. Yeah, I'm just saying is now what it is. Yeah, I don't normally look at, or I get so many comments, but some stand out for the level of like what I call kind of like neediness. Like it's like I owe them something. It's like I don't owe you nothing, dude.
Ask him what he wants.
I don't know what he wants. It's like
What do you want?
it's like I owe him something. I
I
hate
What's going
that.
to make you happy?
That is one thing that
Dance,
annoys me.
Dance
Oh,
for
yeah.
us, Raj.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's what I mean. That's the thing. That's the one
I
thing I
want
don't
to
like.
see.
Yeah.
I want to see pictures of you dancing.
Yeah, little bit, like a little Russian bit. Yeah, that's the one thing that annoys me. It's not that look, when people
Have
I
you
don't
got any
really-
pictures of you fishing?
fishing. Oh no, fishing for
Ice
what?
fishing.
What the hell?
I'm fishing for what?
I don't
Fishing
know.
for what? I'd like to see your Pornhub.
Yeah.
video.
I know. It's a whole bunch of guys just catching sea bass.
God, see, man.
Look at the size of this groper.
All these worms on there on hooks. Wow.
Oh, sorry. Just had a moment
You know,
there.
don't you think that that one of the worst things is that like look, when people abuse me, I don't really care, but when people expect things from me, like oh I'm not gonna watch your channel anymore, I'm like, dude, I don't care. Like, what do you want from me?
Yeah, but
That's
it's
the
so
most annoying
yeah, but
things.
It's so disappointing when you don't talk dirty, Raj. I mean, that's
Oh
the
my
thing.
God.
It's just
How
it's
do you want
so
me to talk
disappointing.
dirty? Should I talk dirty about jizzing on your face? Dizzier.
No,
No.
I was joking. Like, I was
Yeah.
joking.
Look,
and I immediately
according to
regret-
Boti's own confession.
I will make a big dollar.
I
Yeah.
immediately
jizz all
regret
over your
what I
face.
said.
According
I'm
to
sorry.
Boti's own confession, unless you have flippers and a tail, he's not interested.
Yeah.
And a
Oh,
bowl
did you?
of
Oh,
warm
did you see?
custard, yes.
Did you see
And a
horses?
bowl-
Oh, you know, last night, yeah, me and Jupiter freaking rinsed that horse out, man. Like badly yesterday. Like he just kept on booting. You know when someone keeps on booting you at the show
Mm.
because he rinsed so badly. So I was trying, like, you know, he's always going on about, oh, Islam is perfect, Islam is amazing, yeah. So I there were some Muslims on the panel, so I was on there. I was going, if someone says the Quran is 100% correct, and they say that Prophet Muhammad is correct, like respect, and they believe, you know, that everything that Prophet Muhammad says is true, isn't it a service for him not to be a Muslim, because he's actually slapping God in the face by not becoming a Muslim, because the book has told you and you 100% believe it.
Well, you would think that.
Everybody in the chat was like, Raj has actually got a point, you know, even my haters. Because you can't say that. It's like me saying that I believe in the Bible 100% and Jesus Christ was the Son of God, and I'm not Christian.
Exactly.
It doesn't make sense.
I mean, if you really think that this is such a great thing, then why don't you be part of it? I mean,
I don't think
if
so.
somebody said to
I
me,
don't
if
think
somebody
sense
said,
comes into it though, yeah.
yeah, if
Sense
somebody
doesn't
said
come
to
into
me,
it.
oh, here's a sweet shop. All the sweets in here are amazing. Everything's wonderful. And I go around telling everyone, guys, that sweet shop, everything inside is amazing. All the sweets are wonderful. He goes, oh, have you had some? No. I can't have any of that sweets. Why? Because they're amazing. But I can't have any of those sweets because I just don't want that amazing stuff.
Oh my God. Yeah. So like he was getting real triggered, yeah, because I was like, okay, then I put another thing. I said in the Quran, I asked them first, does it say that Prophet Muhammad is the last seal of the messengers, yeah, the last messenger? Yeah. And then they said yes. And I said, how can it be if Raspek believes the Quran is 100%? He follows Haile Selassie.
Ooh.
So I just want to say, hi, I hate it here. Dude, if you want to come back, come back.
Oh,
Okay.
where is he? Where is he?
I hate.
Oh, big
he's
up,
on
big
there.
up, big up, Simon, man. Long time
I'm
no
here.
hear.
How you doing?
All right,
What you up-
Simon.
what you been up
Sorry,
to?
mate. I had lag. I couldn't actually get to you to actually click it.
Oh, thanks for you know who was texting me that.
We have another name for the most particle making religion. To be honest, especially
Article.
Particle.
peaceless, the religion of peace. Pieces
Oh.
by
Oh, the piece. He's talking about Muslims. He's talking about Islam.
but that's a detail.
Simon, where you been, man?
We also
I've been-
have the religion of wait a second, I have to go. Okay.
Yeah, go on.
Of the hamster speed breeding. That's what we can call it. I'm sorry for the rat comments. I wouldn't want to.
The
For me, it's
rabbits.
the religion-
Rabbits. We use rabbits.
Oh, yeah, rapidly rabbit breeding. That's for sure the religion. That should be called.
So what's happening, Simon?
no.
How's things?
I've just been very quiet, really.
You
I've
have been very
Christmas as
quiet.
well.
Ever since Amy's gone in the.
I tanned back or something. Done a video.
Tan has done a video. Yeah, have you watched all
Where is it?
all 3 fucking hours of it?
Where is
He
it?
did
Where
a
is it? Where can I
3-hour
find it?
video. I saw him with a can of Guinness and Leaf.
Oh no, it's a 3-hour proposition.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
It's on the Tan Go. There's a space between Tan and Go.
Yeah. On YouTube.
basically.
So there's a channel
Yeah,
called
it's-
Tan Go.
Yes. Have you not seen it? I thought.
No.
It's like a proposition that he's the grand project master in the sky, and that if people he's done like a picture that's got your head on it. It's the Last Supper with you, me, Steve.
Yeah, but I can't find it.
Amy.
Where is it? Where is it?
You got Tan and then
Is it called
space
Tan?
Go, but it's got to
Or
be
underscore.
underscore.
No, underscore. It's capital T A N
Yeah.
space Geo, and there's a picture of him in his little red jacket. But it's like this proposition that if we all can't work together, then no humanity doesn't stand a chance.
Where
He
is he
doesn't
then?
come up
Where
on
is he?
Google, dude.
He's in Malaysia. There's a whole kind of catch up, a little tour around his bedroom, little tour around his workstation, and then this kind of
God.
proposition that we all.
Yeah, I mean, that's not.
He doesn't come up straight away though when you type Tango. I'm
Yeah, I
just
can't
watching
find it.
videos of
Can
Tango.
you put a
you wanna-
link in the thingy? Put a link in the chat.
Thing is, I'm on my phone, so the minute I leave this
right.
page,
Okay,
I'll
okay.
disappear.
We will.
Someone put it in the
I'll-
side chat, in the side comment.
Hold on.
Yeah,
I'll-
if someone, whoever finds it, link us up.
I'll turn the other computer on.
It's okay. It's cool. It's cool. But so ever since Amy's gone in the slammer, you've been kind of bored, haven't you? You've had nothing to do.
Well, I can't. I can't glorify in it. Do you know what I mean? I might
Yeah,
just
could you
like-
imagine Simon doing videos like that bloody old granny?
I still think it's a bit much though to get a jail sentence for telling Anna Soubry she's a bit of a bitch.
Yeah, I mean, I might dislike her, but I mean, the fact is, the minute Soubry started saying, mentioning Joe Cox, I just thought, you bastard. Do you know what I mean? And-
Anna Soubry started mentioning Joe Cox because of Amy calling her a
Yeah.
fucking traitor.
Oh, do you know what?
Yeah.
Online Wipe has just done a video. It says, based
I
on
know.
Amy becomes a political prisoner. Oh, no,
I
that
mean
was a couple of days ago. All right.
I'm in it.
Good or bad?
Calling her a fat cunt. It's,
Oh, no.
it's not my most eloquent moment, but it was Busker, and I had just been in a fight with him. So
Can I ask you something? You know, Busker is. You get on. You don't get on with Busker. Do you?
not at all, no.
What's your situation with the? You know, because you sent me the links for Jarwala, and I'm not gonna lie, that guy's been obsessed with me, Jarwala.
He has been obsessed with me for 2
Like,
days.
what has happened? I'll be honest with you. I don't want to say too much, but I actually had a conversation with. I don't know whether to say it. Actually, I will say it. I had a conversation with
Inman.
Inman.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah, I did, because what happened is I had to talk to him about something else, and then I was asking what's going on in the right and all that, and he's saying that there's kind of a split, and then I was like, look, I've got enough trouble as it is because I have with the jihadis after me.
Well, it's like it's become personified. It's almost like that. What he was doing today, it was like you and his argument with the personification of the split in the left and the right.
Yeah.
Because this whole thing, because he did that video calling Colette, etc., the real racists and Nazis. They're all saying that's like a real leftist tactic. So it feels like another "I'm further right than you" dick measuring contest.
Yeah, and so
to
when
me.
I spoke to, I was on the phone with Richard. I said, "Don't look," because I got a lot of problems with the jihadis, man. Oh my god, they're gunning for me hard. They're trying to you now.
They're coming for all
Trying
of
to
us,
sue me
man.
now.
They've already
So
striked back.
they're doing a group law action against me. Like
Holy
25.
shit! Okay, that's a whole other level.
Yeah,
Can I see
So
the
like
paperwork?
losing a YouTube channel.
yeah. So like,
can I see the
so
paperwork, please?
yeah, no. So what happened is like, okay, so I spoke, and then I was like, I don't really want to speak. I'm not sure whether I should speak about it. But then I was like, nah. Let me just have a quick word about it because I think it's an important kind of differentiation. I don't know. You are a civic nationalist or you ethno-nationalist? Simon, I hope you're a civic nationalist.
Well, civic, but obviously there are elements of racial stuff that come into it. So I'd never describe myself as but that. I mean, this whole theme, this seems to have been driving for the last couple of weeks. CivNat, FMAT. That seems to be the debate at the moment, and it's like the FMATs want to recruit the CivNats to, as Ralph's saying, phase 2 kind of thing. And
but did you hear my arguments? And did you think? I mean, like what I said was that I do believe you can still be a CivNat and say I still want to retain the indigenous population to like 70, 75%.
Yeah.
Is that unreasonable?
Sorry, I just dropped my headphones.
All right. Worst time to
reasonable?
drop it. Yeah, because what Rasputin's going to do now, he's going to go, look at that silence, Simon. Right. Go on.
So repeat what you just said.
I was just saying that my argument was that even as a CivNat, civic nationalist, that you can still believe that you would want to retain the indigenous population as a majority at like 70-75% and still be a CivNat and not necessarily an ethno-nationalist.
Without wanting to export every person of colour. And he was kind of like how dare Raj be telling this white man what to do? And I kind of thought at the same time, well, how dare you be challenging it? Because you're, as bad as
it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
If you're going to get like that, then shut up, Ralph.
And the thing is, I look at the way he made the video out to be is that I got this young guy and I started attacking him in speakers.
So what happened? Did you do it on Leon's bidding? Because he was trying to.
So what happened? I had a conversation with the elder guy, Sam. First, and he got interrupted by Jew baiting in the back. Remember that guy the guy come up with a folder of Jews and said he was an anti-Semitic. That guy, and that broke up the conversation. And he said he's going to come back later. So then what happened was like an hour later, I was just about to go home, and Leon, if you're listening, you getting me in a lot of trouble. He comes over and he says, Raj, here's a guy here. Have a chat with him about ethno-national and civic national. I was like, oh, dude. And I said, well, how old are you? And when he said 18, I said, nah, leave it. They said he's too young. Then that bloody Leon started twisting my arm. And I was like, all right, fair enough. There's no one at the camera. I might as well have a quick chat. And then, I was like...
He was painting the picture. It was like Lister and Leon and Steve.
No.
Pushing news.
No. There was no Steve.
You're becoming a magnet for the extreme right wing, are you? Is that right? Are you sort of attracting people with really quite strong nationalistic views?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No.
Are people gravitating towards you?
No. They were trying to facilitate a conversation with me. And so Leon was doing some goddamn like Machiavellian kind of like
was he doing a bit of switchboarding?
Yeah, and I didn't think about it. Yes, I was thinking,
why are they talking about nationalism with you and ethnicity rates and stuff? What the fuck's going on?
I don't know. I'm just a Raj. They like to talk.
Yeah, well, what makes somebody sort of let's go to Raj and talk about nationality rates, ethnicity rates. What the hell's that about?
Well, you Raj does call everybody white boys all the time, don't he?
Yeah. Well, the thing is that when it comes to this whole movement, like I think it's going to break up, in my opinion.
Well, there's a movement. It's about two blokes, isn't it? Isn't it? You say a movement. There's about three guys that have a fag over by the coffee hut.
No, I'm not talking about Speaker's Corner. I'm talking about the Tommy Robinson movement. It's going to probably break up into fracture. And
there are about 3 different factions going on at the moment, from what I can observe. Yeah.
I'll be honest to you. Like this, look, man. If you're anti-Semitic or you're an ethno-nationalist, full-on ethno-nationalist, look, we're gonna have to part ways.
Exactly.
I can't be dealing with that. Like I can understand you wanting to keep your continent majority your own people, and I get that. Nobody, Chinese won't accept it, the Indians wouldn't accept it, the Africans wouldn't accept it, so why should the whites accept it? And so I agree with people wanting to preserve themselves as the majority. But when
There are anti-Semites there are anti-Semites in Speaker's Corner.
yeah, where you been, man? You do know
I don't know about this. There's anti-Semites in.
Yeah.
There's anti-Semites in.
Well,
in
I think it's more like the Jewish conspiracy.
Oh look, there's
kind
another guy, this Noah guy. I don't know who this is another person that expects so much from me. I don't even know the man.
Noah is a lady. She's a lovely lady.
Oh, it's
Yes.
all right. Luckily.
Banksy owes her a box of chocolates.
Okay, luckily people told me, because then Ralpish would do a whole video saying Raj abuses the white woman. How dare he, that brown turd? That's what he's probably going to title it. So yeah, I better be careful what I say now. Yeah. So these people, like, I don't know what they want me to do. They want me to agree with my own people being kind of chucked out of the UK. Are you freaking crazy? I don't get. I'm not the job.
Yeah. What the hell's that about? I mean, what is going on?
Yeah, I mean the thing is that they expected me to agree to a movement which is calling for the deportation of my people. Like why would I even agree to that?
It's not going to work, is it?
It's not going to work. Like I don't want to deport people. I want to make things people come under a civic nationalist kind of banner where we live together side by side. But obviously, the indigenous population and the culture needs to retain itself, because I don't want it. Like I said, I don't want the UK to become freaking Afghanistan. Like, there's things I love about the UK in terms of the culture. And I'm not talking about culture like drinking and stuff. I'm talking about other stuff like humor, music, just general stuff like that as well. And that if the culture changes, that will change as well. So yeah, I mean, did you hear the whole debate and stuff?
Most of it, yeah.
Oh no, it says you can't handle criticism, Raj. We know that. Nothing new. All right, just tell Jawala he's darker than me, so I've won. Yeah, I've won. I am more Caucasian than the Jawala. Jawala,
he's got a voice on.
All right, all right. So let me explain something. Yeah, if you're looking at race here, let's. I don't really believe one race is better than another, but I do believe there are races. Now, if you're looking at race, yeah, not only is Jawala not white, he's not even Caucasian, because the Dravidians, yeah, are not Caucasians, yeah. Even the North Indians, yeah, at some point, yeah, have been conquered by lots of migrating forces from the Middle East, from Turkey, from places like that. So the north of India, they're classified as some form of Caucasian, yeah. But the Dravidians are an Australoid race. So not only is he not white, he's not even Caucasian. So he's totally out of the spectrum.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, I don't believe in all that shit, but I'm talking about by his own logic.
Although, to be fair, that Jacob kid was saying he was a pan-nationalist, wasn't he? So kind of basically the same thing, that he was CivNat with elements of FNAT. God, it's so fucking... It's getting more complicated than gender.
Yeah,
Nonsense, doesn't it? Really? I mean,
that little
a
guy,
lot of
yeah.
nonsense. I mean, it's just a group of blokes that just stand around smoking cigarettes, isn't it?
No, I mean,
they don't put the worlds to rights, do they?
Well, no.
No, but they could, if you have people that have got quite an
Influence.
personality,
Yeah.
that can influence very young people, like this young guy. And that's why I was like, when I spoke to him, I was like, yeah, don't get yourself kind of world up, because what they do, yeah, like Jarwal and them, is like whip them up into this kind of, let's say, oh, the West is going to die without you. Like, you are the savior of the West.
Wait, are we talking about 50 people? No. Are we talking about 30 people? No. Are we how many people are we talking about here? 3? 4?
Well, no, we're talking about kind of split between maybe, let's say, Tommy Robinson supporters and Mark Collette stroke Dion Miller, is it? Secret Sources, those kind of, that split, really.
They have links with people in the park, or these have links with Tommy Robinson people? Sorry, I'm completely...
Well, there's representatives from both camps in the park. So
basically, you had the Tommy Robinson movement, And within the Tommy Robinson movement, because Tommy Robinson was like the really the only voice for like say the people who are like felt disenfranchised and probably people on the right. And so a lot of people started drifting towards him, including people that were ethno-nationalists, and some of them were full on racist, and some of them probably even Nazis. I'm not saying all of them, they're probably a small percentage, maybe 5 to 10%.
So it's a sort of broad church. Is that what you're saying?
And so but they weren't really like full on Tommy Robinson. They were just like they had no other way to kind of voice their opinion. And what's happened now is that that's broken off, and this guy called Mark Collette has kind of gathered those people together. And I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of glad, like, you know, they can go their own way. If that's the way they believe, I don't want to be involved with that kind of stuff.
This gentleman, Mark Collette, he's not going to draw the same sort of numbers that Tommy Robinson did, surely. I mean, he's not going to get like several hundred people turning up at Speaker's Corner if he does a speech, is he?
No.
I don't know. I'm asking.
I don't think so.
So he's a very minor figure, isn't he? Of no importance. Am I wrong about this? Tell me.
Well, he's,
No,
I wouldn't say
I wouldn't-
minor. He certainly has. He's got, I think, what, 30, 40,000.
Is he big in America, but not
subscribers?
here?
No, he's in Britain.
No, here.
He's in Britain.
British.
He's written a book
No,
as well,
they-
The Fall of
he
Western
has-
Man.
Yes,
and
I haven't read it.
they done a documentary on him because he was part of the BNP, and they done an undercover documentary which showed his Nazi kind of links and his sympathies with the Holocaust and stuff like this. So this guy's like, he said he's changed his ways, but he doesn't speak like he's just more eloquent now. So people are, but I have to say that the dangerous thing about Mark Collette is that he mixes a lot of truths with half truths, and he's got a good way of communicating that makes you think that he knows what he's talking about, and that's dangerous in the sense that he can win over people that are kind of like, you know, on the fence, like easily tip them over to one side or the other. There's some people I've seen comments of that if I knew before what they really thought about Jews and stuff like that, I wouldn't have let them. I wouldn't have bigged them up.
It seems to me that Ralph has taken the comments about Mark Collette very, very personally. That's why he's made those videos over the last 2 days. Yeah.
Yeah,
What
but
videos?
Nada
What
versus
videos?
backstage, Banksy.
Sorry? No,
So-
oh, sorry. Okay, hold on. I
So
apologize.
do you know what happened to me the other night? Can I crack in there with a quick tale?
Let me
Or you'll
just,
let me
There you
know?
go.
let me just 1 second. 1 second, Nada. Okay.
What videos did he make?
Hello,
Sorry.
Nada. Sorry, guys, can you just...
Hello.
Hello,
I just want to say
Hey, okay.
Hi.
this is what I felt.
Nada's
This is what I
good.
felt like. Hello, everyone. I just want to say this is what I felt like with Banksy not letting me through this. I totally felt like I had flashbacks of with like my brother when he'd be like the car door is open, just come in. Open. And I'm like, okay.
It's
And I
locked,
go to open
Mom.
the door, and then
I'm
he takes
sorry.
off, and then I have to follow him down the road, and he's like, it's open, get in. What are you waiting for? And I'm like, okay, I'll be okay. It's not open. It is. Come on, trust me.
I'm sorry. I just,
And he
I'm
left
not
you in
always looking
Canada,
at the
yeah?
thing.
No. It's okay. It's okay. This is good times. Good times.
Good times.
Anyway,
Okay.
a lot of interesting topics. It's good. Okay, you guys carry on. I just want to listen in on this. Go ahead.
So
good.
I went out for a quick drink with Steve the other night, just on the spare of the moment. He said, I'm in the pub. Do you want to pop in and have a drink? It's a bit chanty.
Where was my invite? Where was my invite?
Well, you're lucky you didn't come. It was all so last minute. I did think afterwards I'd bet fucking run.
I wouldn't have gone anywhere. I wouldn't have
I
gone
know.
anyway. So
I thought he's glad he'll be glad he didn't go. I went down there and I walked in the pub opposite the Moon Underwater, and there's all like the Patriots in air quotes, and there was a bit of a range of them. There's Steve and there's a lot of different people, and there's sort of a table and a half of youths with their kind of scarves pulled over their face, staring at the other side of the pub. And a load of people came over and went, Antifa are here. They followed us over from the other side of the pub. And it literally was a group of lads who were looking for Paul Golding and had heard that there was a, in inverted commas, Patriot, Christmas drink. And they were just bad vibing from one side of the pub to the other. And then obviously people started trumping and Tommy. And it turned into a fucking massive fight. There was like glasses and bar stools flying everywhere.
Oh my god. I didn't
It-
realize that happened.
Have you not seen it? It's all over the fucking internet. It was.
No.
Check it out.
Well, where was this at? Where was this at?
It was at a pub in Trafalgar Square.
I was invited to that by Steve.
Yes. Well, I went. And the thing is, I went outside for a cigarette, walked in, and just walked in the middle of a full-scale fucking fight with things smashing. One of the women then went out. She's like, "What are you fucking doing?" So I went out with my camera to back up one of the women who was shouting at these three lads from Antifa, and I felt no fear because they were nothing to worry about. They were middle-class kids, and I'd seen them before they put their masks on. And they put their full fucking, like cycling masks on and hoods up and tried to look all Antifa. I'm instantly in the middle of them, my camera, looking as gay as fuck, wearing a T-shirt which literally had a rainbow on it with two unicorns fucking on it.
Interesting.
Yes.
I think I have that T-shirt actually.
But they kicked your camera out of your hand.
They kicked my camera because I looked round at just the wrong moment. Someone made a noise, and I was just saying quietly to one of these, "Why are you following these people? What are you doing?" And this one came up the inside of me, and it was such a well-placed kick, it didn't even touch my fingers. And it hit my camera, which just went about 10 feet in the air, and then just smashed on the floor.
Bastards.
Did you get the footage?
No, but Secret Squirrel behind me did. So it was all like when the
Secret
police...
Squirrel. Who's Secret Squirrel?
Secret Squirrel. What is that?
I'm not saying
that?
it was. She's got.
Oh, Steve.
No, she's got big spectacles. You know her. I'm not saying her name.
Your own name.
She likes to be quiet. But so when
Do I know her?
You know her. But as I went running down the road, like towards the kids, and the police turned up at that moment, stopped them and obviously it was like the City of London, so they had fucking big guns. I had to make a statement for a couple of hours. They spent the night in custody. They had all the shit taken off them, went into plastic bags, etc. Someone was filming them, so they've got kind of footage. It turns out, though, I've had one of them identified from two separate sources as someone called Ravinja Gill, who's just spent 21 months, well, he only served 12, for 9 of them ambushed 2 Germans on their way to see that kind of neo-Nazi band, Blood and something. I can't remember what they're called, but they were playing in London. And so he's like a known Antifa bod that's done a 12-month stretch.
What's his name?
Ravi Gill.
Oh, Ravi. Is he Asian?
Yeah. It comes
he's Sikh. He's Sikh then.
It comes up all over. If you just put a name in, if you put Ravi Gill Antifa, it comes up because he's done a stretch. But he was one of the guys in the pub.
But where are these videos, Steve? Simon, sorry, because I've only got one video of you getting your phone kicked out of your hand. I think you tweeted that or something. It might have been on your site. But are these on your actual YouTube channel?
It's a woman. It's a woman.
Banksy, are you looking it up? I want to see it.
I am. I'm kind of looking them up, but I don't.
There's
know.
only the stuff outside the pub. I think there was some stuff inside the pub somewhere, but that's come down.
Where?
Ravi Gill is a woman, isn't it?
No, it's a bloke.
A bloke, all right.
Because it also seems that there's some crossover. His girlfriend was at the event where Anne-Marie Waters was harassed in East London when they were having a Jack the Ripper tour.
Oh yeah. It's Whitechapel. They went to Whitechapel. That's like Muslim area. That is crazy. Why would they go there?
The thing they've got is a Bollywood star called Ravi Gill, I think, actually. I presume it's not him.
No. Well, yeah, Gill is a Sikh surname, so he's definitely Sikh Gill.
If you I just put Ravi Gill Antifa, and there's a whole bunch of blogs, and he was in.
Yeah, but I can't see the photo though. I don't know what he looks like.
Ah, right. There's no photo. I've got those on my phone.
Oh no! Send them to me then by Twitter. Because I want to know. I don't want to bump into that guy at some like temple or something like that. I don't need that kind of.
But that turned into a fucking really interesting night. That did.
Okay, guys.
Anyone get a badly hurt?
Simon, this is your video where you get your phone kicked out of your hand.
Yes.
All right. Oh, is this it? Is this when you're?
Yeah. This is where he gets his phone kicked out. There he is. You're in the white shirt.
Didn't.
The little bastard.
Little cunt. I didn't see him coming at all.
Good shot though.
Oh, good Secret Squirrel. She's brilliant.
No, I'm talking about the kick as well. No,
yeah, but the kick wasn't. It didn't touch my fingers.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It just hit. It just hit the camera.
Yeah.
Police were there immediately. That's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Well, I think they've been called because of the brawl in the pub. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, you are pissed though. You are definitely
No,
pissed.
I've had 2 pints. Everyone else was in there from half 2. I've literally drank 2 pints.
So what was the reason for them being there?
Looking for Paul Golding, apparently.
Oh, what is that for this Paul Golding? I mean, I don't support that guy.
Oh, Golden isn't going to be there.
I know, but everyone else did.
Oh, there's
Why
the
did they
Red
kick
Bull
off-
t-shirt with the unicorns.
Fucking
That's my shirt. That's my
And do you know what it is? Do you know what it is, yeah? And do you know what it is, yeah, Simon? Yeah, you're the butchest gay person. Like,
that's one of the other kind of really pissed patriots that just tried to push his way past and just pushed him back out of the way.
That bloke's got a gun.
Yes,
That fucker's got a gun.
that's what I'm
Why-
saying. That's what I'm saying.
Why
They've
did
got-
that guy kick your phone out of your hand?
Because I was walking towards one of his mates saying, why are you following these people? Because they'd followed them from the moon underwater to the Silver Cross.
Oh.
And so I was
Okay.
actually being as non-threatening as I could. Do you know what I mean? It's like, why are you doing this? But I didn't see the one from behind me.
Is this
and you
another
look like
one?
you look like a down on that Father Christmas.
Oh, no, this is the
I know.
anti-Morris protest.
Oh, that was another one where someone tried to kick my camera out of my hand, but I managed to keep hold of it actually. In that one.
Give me a clue who Squirrel is. Don't say the name. Who's Squirrel?
She's got Dame Edna spectacles on, and she looks like a Guardian reader.
What? And I know her.
And she takes selfies everywhere. You don't know very well.
But I've met her.
Yeah,
I don't know.
around tan time. She got the best shot of Abu Talha getting the iPad.
Oh, I think I know. Oh,
You know
okay,
her.
all right.
You
Black
placed
hair,
it.
black hair, black hair. Black hair? No?
Curly girl.
Yeah, it's you said that one of you was like, "Oh yeah, that cop's got a gun, right?" But they
Yeah,
don't
it's-
usually carry guns, right?
No, that was like I think that was
That's
territorial support.
because it's
City
central
Army.
London, and they were in that red van. Usually the red
Yeah.
vans are armed.
I remember the first time my husband and when we actually not the first time, but when he first moved here, and we're sitting in a Starbucks, and this cop walks in, and he's like fully armed, you know, and he was like, "Look at him! Look at him! He's got a gun! He's got everything! Look at him!" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's what they always have on that. So what's so special about that? That's your just regular run of the mill officer." And he's like, "He's fully armed. I've never seen such a thing."
Yeah, I mean, I was like that when I went LA as well. I was shocked like that. The amount of guns with like the officers, like
That's like everywhere though. Every
yeah,
cop is fully armed.
everywhere.
In Spain, they're
Oh.
armed. In Italy, they're armed. It's not actually that
Simon, Tim Asuna said this. Yeah, I'm only reading Tim Asuna's message, and don't tell me homophobic. He said Simon looked ready to bust some ass, and not in a gay way. Not me.
Kinda,
That was
yeah, that's true.
That's brilliant.
that's
I
Tim
saw-
Asuna.
He's
I
actually
saw
quite
Ralph there.
correct.
That was Ralph there, right? Ralph was
Yeah,
there, right?
yeah, that was Ralph. Yeah, that was Ralph. Yeah. No, it's just as well the police got there before I did because I was quite angry at that point.
Wait a
So
minute.
I don't know what was the protest. Paul
This is
Golding
what-
was supposed to be there, but he didn't turn up.
I don't know what information they were acting on.
What a dainty woman. Who's she?
What queer still bash back? 'Cause she
I know.
actually had this rash on her chin, and I was just like, "That's come from fucking
That's
too
interesting.
much reg munching." That is
Something,
I know
yeah.
exactly-
Something's going on there. Yeah.
I know why your chin's red.
You got to admit, though, I mean, that was a beautifully executed kick. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, that was balletic. I mean, that was, you know,
Yeah.
Who England did quite a good video called it Cuck Norris.
Cuck Norris.
You've actually got some good footage, like even with remember with what's it called, Lister. Now there's
footage is probably not the right word to
Yeah.
use, really.
he's always in
With
the
a
right
kick,
place.
right?
Hey, can I ask you something? You know when you get someone suing you, and they do an affidavit.
What is that? Sorry, I'm watching.
That was
It was
Boris
Boris
humping
fucking the
Britain.
Oh,
island.
boy. So do you know when
Uh.
someone sues you, yeah, and they have to give a statement? They have to put their real name down and the
And they have to dox themselves to you, I think. Yeah.
Oh, all right, actually, do you know what? Let me just say something. Sue me, please. There's a lot of people I want to know their real names. So yeah, and that's short. That's not. They can't block their names out. Is that true? Like, you
I
know,
don't know. I've never been sued.
Well, yeah. I mean, if it's a court hearing, and yeah, you'll have to. Yeah, everybody has to identify themselves if they're taking you to court.
all right, yeah, but I mean, and also if they're making the claim, they'd have to send all the claims to my kind of legal team. Innit?
Yeah, exactly.
And
You have,
they
you get the
have
right
to give the
know.
names of the people. Oh, cool, right.
Hey Banksy, you didn't go to this, right? Because you're not feeling so
Yeah,
well.
no, that was actually
That's the
what,
night
what's
after the
going on
elections.
then. Yeah, no, I didn't make this night. This was the night after the
13th.
elections, or the 13th. Yeah.
Oh man.
So
She
no,
was
I missed this one.
What did she say? He's butt fucking Donald Trump. Is her quote from this video.
Hold on, let me.
Interesting.
I muted the sound because I wanted you guys to just talk. But
Yeah,
I
it's quite shouty. Yeah, it went.
Is that what she was saying?
Yeah, he's butt fucking Donald Trump. Talking about
Oh, wait a minute,
Somebody should have said
why
to
even
her,
have the
"Don't."
sound on?
I wish you
Wait,
had
hold on.
that.
I don't think you guys can hear it anyway, can you?
I wouldn't bother. It's just a lot of clips. It's not-
Yeah, I think you guys can't even hear them. Oh shit! Because with StreamYards, I have to tick a box when I share my screen, so I don't think I did that. So that's why nobody can actually hear it. Okay, hold on.
It's
Somebody
better
should have
way.
called that.
It's better.
Somebody should have called that chick a homophobe.
Yeah. but then even Lister made some comment to whoever was with Ralph. He went, "So can I ask you a question? How often does he let you put your dick up his arse?" That's what Lister said to it.
Oh yeah, Lister is such a tough guy. You know, such a tough guy. You know,
I-
really, he is.
He
I got caught-
exudes toughness.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
testosterone, the testosterone comes off him in waves, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Such toughness that I really think that my aunt could take him with her rolling pin.
So, what do you know what happened to Manny? Because you haven't been able to get through to him. What happened with him?
It was in this chat earlier on. I did send him a message earlier on.
Hey, where is he? He was supposed to do a stream today, like a long stream today.
Oh, Manny,
Yeah, he-
Manny cancelled his stream because he said he was tired.
He said he'd overindulged, didn't he?
God, what's he? He doesn't even do anything.
What are these two arguing about? What's this
Shall
little
I
guy
turn it
gonna
up?
do? What's he
Oh.
gonna do?
He's saying, "Did you?"
If you're still on, I might come back later on. I need to quickly just shoot though. Yeah.
No worries.
Oh yeah, where you going? Huh? You going somewhere else? Going
I've
off
got
the COE?
Somewhere
I've got
better to be.
I've got to eat some baked beans. I'm starving.
Well, you know that there's a no-fly zone operating at one particular place. They've advertised it as a no-fly zone. There's a live stream.
Oh
No
yeah,
fly
I know
zone.
that bloody little.
You've been banned.
Yeah, don't worry about that. I don't want to go in there anyway, man. I've done enough damage as it is. I'll come back later on. All right.
No
All right.
worries. Take care, Raj. Thanks for coming.
See you, Raj.
Simon, what I would say is next time you see Lister, try to smother him with your unicorn t-shirt and tell him if he fights back, he's homophobic.
Well, I ended
Puts
up
him in
getting
a
called into-
mental quandary.
I ended up.
Yeah.
I got called in with the far right and the far left at this one because they all chased the far right into one little corner, so I went there for a little while, and they all went off on their own way, and then I put my black hood up and just looked like Antifa anyway, and fucked off into the main protest to get them behaving badly. Then I ended up stumbling across Lister. Then I kind of managed to avoid. He was going, "Where's your lot?" And I was like, "My lot." And then I managed to avoid the police all the way because if you look like you're not with the protest, they just kind of cordon around you. So that happened about 3 times, and I followed the police up the road. And then so my choice to walk into the final cordon, I kind of thought, well, fuck it, I'm here now. I'm going to go get kettled in for a little while and see the number 11 bus that's been stopped. And Lister was like, "Here, you're the only fash in here."
But these people are like, when I look at them and they're like with their signs, like say no to racism. I wonder if they're just really nostalgic of the 1960s. You know, I mean, I really am like wondering like what is their, okay, no,
What's your experience of racism? Yeah.
yeah, no. I say no. Next, what are we gonna do? I
Well,
personally,
nothing more but nostalgia. They have nothing really more but nostalgia. So
yeah,
they would like to live in those times to recreate them, to fight and fight and fight again.
Look at this one lurking in the
I could really
right
have
there.
no feeling from them.
Yeah, they're angry that they missed those times, you know. So they're mad. They're like reliving. They're trying to like bring
All the
back.
fun about fighting those evil so-called or actual racists. They
Right.
have missed from that.
Mass-produced signs. Who makes the signs? Who produces those
Socialist
mass-produced signs?
worker, innit?
Hello, George Soros. Everybody knows that.
Mm.
Come on.
They co-opt them like they co-opt the gays
If
and
you
give
say
them
that,
give
you
them a
might-
placard.
You might be racist. One thing I want to say to everyone: go to I Hate It Here and subscribe. He makes really funny fucking videos. So
All right.
just do that because his videos are brilliant. They are so. He's got that. Oh, you got the Greta Thunberg Borg video. Did you do that yourself or did you find that?
Yeah, I did
Oh,
that.
that is brilliant, dude. That is a freaking genius.
I had to do
Did
some
you guys,
masking in After Effects
hold
for
on.
that. Sorry, go on.
Hold on, I gotta play this one. I gotta play this one because
Okay.
it's just fucking.
Is this Simons?
No,
I mean,
no.
is that his name? I mean, is that
Yeah,
his name?
yeah.
I hate it.
Simon.
Simons?
I
Simon
Hate It
from
Here
the
is his
channel.
channel.
Okay, and what's his
Simon is
name?
the name.
Oh,
Simon.
okay. Okay, hello.
Hello there.
Am I clear?
Oh, that's interesting.
on.
Let's
Put
see.
it through.
This is your video,
Yeah,
right?
this is his video. He's genius.
Okay.
My message is we will be watching you.
Yeah, I like it.
He's fucking awesome. This guy. You are criminally undersubscribed, dude.
Yeah, he's
I
put
will-
more effort in.
I will definitely check it out. In fact, I think I am subscribed. I just don't think that I had the time to go through the vids yet. I think I am subscribed. She's so cute.
What's that? Character? No, what's it called? Crazy Talk. Crazy Talk 3. That's quite a good program.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can animate
That's,
photos.
yeah, I use that. I use that as well.
I've never come across it before. You just put a grid over the face.
Title: Greta Thunberg.
Greta. It's Greta Thunberg.
Really, but she should be put on trial for using a child to the propaganda. Get fucked for real.
Yeah.
Greta Thunberg.
Did you guys see that expose they did of catching her hypocrisy about how she was inside of a convention, about basically this convention around her, the Fuhrer Greta has arrived and they're all in there, and outside they did this expose of like her car, and in her car when she's like touting all about the environment and everything, right? And in the car is like countless empty plastic water bottles and all kinds of other like litter and all the stuff that she's apparently speaking out against for the environment is like packed inside their car that they had.
Yeah,
So they're like
exactly.
such. Did you see that? Like such hypocrites, you know?
Yeah, they always are.
Well, she's in the back chat saying, for fuck's sake, let me in.
Oh
Yeah.
shit! Sorry, Welshie.
I'm getting
Hold
texts.
on, Welshie. I'm coming, Welshie. Hold on. Let me stop sharing. Stop sharing. Hold on. Give me 1 second, Welsh, Mr. Welsh. Hold on. Poor guy.
But
he
like
was-
people are so surprised.
Hey,
I mean,
Welsh,
Greta
you alright,
Thunberg
mate? I'm
is-
so sorry, mate. I can't look at 10 things
That's
at
alright.
once.
I knew Simon plays the WhatsApp.
Hello, Welshman.
Hello there. And by the way,
Someone has to
you're
notify
100%
me.
right on Greta. I seen it was a Rebel Media video, and she literally a car is covered in tins of baked beans,
That's what I'm
water
saying, yeah.
bottles, plastic grape bags, and plastic grape trays. Or
Yeah.
like not a paper bag. And the thing is, it literally resembled the passenger seat of a builder's wagon that doesn't have a passenger apart from a dog.
Yes.
That's what her car looked like.
With like a bumper sticker that says "Damn the environment, who cares?" You know?
Yeah, yeah. She could have had a Confederate flag on the back
Yeah.
and said
It
like,
was-
"You ain't taking my Second Amendment away as well." That's what it looked like from the inside.
Exactly.
From the inside. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
a bumper sticker that says "Like, don't tread on me."
Yeah, yeah, I'll fucking shoot you. Yeah, like
Yeah.
and then she went. They went inside to the hall where she was giving a speech, and she was speaking to all these really converted, obviously, people that they've been sold it. You know what I mean? They believe it, and then they get told that Greta's car is like this. they're horrified, or they
Yes.
just don't believe it.
Some people are just so like surprised when I tell them that she's an actress, and they think that I'm just being like, hyperbolic or something like that. And I'm like, no,
No,
she really
and
is an actress.
her mummy is won like an award for being Eco Activist of the year before, and she's like an opera singer. Daddy's an author. Mummy and Daddy have PR people, so there's no way that little Greta.
No, she is like a bona fide actress. She has gone out for roles. She has an IMDb page. I mean,
Oh,
this is
really?
not just
Oh,
like
wow.
because of her parents. I mean, this is
And she's
her
got an equity
vision.
card, has she?
You
has an
know
equity
those. You know those is it Osmond twins? Not the Osmond twins. The two young daughters, the two young girls from about 10 years ago in America.
Olsen twins.
Olsen.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Olsen twins. Like literally, they were groomed into the industry and they were abused terribly, weren't it, as it turns out. This is what's going on with her, because she's been mentally abused. I
Yeah.
know that of that. I know of that much.
I don't know. I don't know about the
Well, be
abuse,
careful.
abuse with her. I think that she's mainly it's the fact that she is just she's a typical guys. This is a typical 16-year-old girl. She's very
Her parents should be up on CPS on charges.
The thing is,
groomed her child.
I think it's pushy showbiz mum syndrome coupled with environment kind of
possibly.
Exactly.
The
Same
thing is,
way.
she's autistic as well. She has she's Asperger's or on the spectrum, so she clearly has sort of unusual, if you like, behaviors and social.
And mutism or something like that, right?
Well, she has selective
Yeah.
mutism.
Well,
Yeah,
selective.
she gets if she's too nervous or something, she suddenly gets mutism. So yeah, she's got all these issues. Now you would think a parents who already recognizes that their daughter has these issues as it is, why would you encourage her to be thrusted into the world's media? This is like the worst scenario for a young child like her, but it's crazy. I don't know. I mean, I think her parents are fanatics too.
I don't know. I
don't
buy all that. To be honest with you, I think that that's been blown out of proportion. I think that a lot of that has been sort of massaged into a story that they themselves created about her autism, about her selective mutism. I think that she's just a narcissistic 16. Yeah, she's a narcissistic 16-year-old girl, and that's been exploited. But teenagers are often narcissistic. They just are, and then they grow out of it.
Think of her class projects. Her class projects must be absolutely fucking world beating. You know what I mean? What did you do today? Well, I went to New York and spoke to the UN. Right?
I scowled at Trump.
I scowled at Trump, and I told the world, how dare they?
For that, isn't you? Right?
You gotta love how Trump trolls her, though. It was the best.
Oh yeah.
So funny.
Did anyone see the German train network get her back? She tweeted out that she had a terrible time. She couldn't get a seat on the train, and there was a photo of her in between carriages. I can get it up on the link now, and she got caught out bad. So there's a photo of her in between carriages, and she has luggage with her, which would be enough for about, I'd suggest, a family of 10, right? More, right?
Yeah.
And she sat all alone in between carriages with the sun beating through on the window, the door. She's on her own. So it's a perfect photographer. What's her dad do? Oh, that's right, yeah. And she says, "Oh, I couldn't, but it's good that they're being used. Public transport.
There were some delays or something.
Yeah, but guess what happened? The German train manufacturer, they know the troll back. They said something like, thanks for using our train. And how did you like our special service, including the first class?
Yeah. Because
she had first class. She fucking put it on. It was a setup.
Yeah.
And they called her out on it. And how did you like the first class we laid on?
Yeah, but the thing is, though, because she was going to put down the German train services, which people globally praise as being incredibly efficient, as she was willing to put them down in order to give herself more victim credit by looking like she just, been sleeping on a pile of bags all alone waiting for the train to arrive. And the German train companies are not going to take that kind of crap. That's their reputation on the line.
Right at the end. Right at the end, they said, and yes, and how did you like our first class service? The first class we laid on to.
So yeah, I mean,
They're like,
similar
yeah,
story.
they're not gonna play. They don't play like that. They're gonna be like, you don't like our trains? We will throw you on the tracks, Greta.
yeah. Well, the
Say
thing
that
is,
enough.
German train companies are going to have their reputation ruined because some little 16-year-old wants a virtue signal, and
Yeah.
look so or like, oh, look at all the effort
And
I'm
then
putting.
and she made like a bit of a groveling apology. She said, "Oh, well, there was some delays, but yeah, they did put me on first class service.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was." It's
That's,
like,
that's
yeah,
like
you're just making up as you go along, trying to put a fucking band-aid
Delays
on
in the
your
German
lies.
train system. I don't think so.
Well, the whole thing is like a PR stunt, effectively. That's what really it is. The whole
Exactly,
everything
yeah.
she does is a PR stunt. So they're sitting around at the train. Okay, how can we make her look like she's abandoned and she's look at this. How can we get people to shed a little tear for Greta here? Even though she's probably the most privileged individual out of children of her age ever. She's got like more privileges than millions of children around the
Simon
world.
is back. Simon's in the back chat.
Oh, is he? Is he? Okay, okay, Simon, hold on, hold
There
on,
was
hold
a
It's
on.
similar
definitely
story
it's
with
definitely all
Corbyn,
staged.
wasn't there?
Definitely.
I
There's
for
a similar
sure,
story with Corbyn.
especially as a child, first class, never. So I really,
Thank you, banana fingers.
Hey, Simon. All right, good man.
I really don't think that anybody that can focus on details will buy the shit that she's trying to sell. Anybody, actually, her parents and maybe the corporations are trying, or the leaders.
Well, she's got like the CNN staging crew, like the CNN that has their stagers, like when they're
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm not
yeah, like
surprised.
right when CNN is like taking photographs or footage when they're filming and they're filming like let's say a certain disaster or something like that. They're so-called the ones they invent, and if it's not compelling enough, they usually will dig up like teddy bears or something like that, or like a broken tricycle and like shove it in there in the scene. So that's kind of like where she's at. She's kind of got a crew that follows her and takes care of the optics.
Yeah,
Okay, that wasn't
Yeah,
that song.
guys, I wanted to. That went a bit
There
silent.
was a similar story with Corbyn a couple of years back, where exactly the same, where it was claimed that he couldn't get a seat on a train, and it turned out that he had a seat,
Exactly.
and
yeah.
He went and
but he'd
squatted
given
in
it
the
up to
corridor.
somebody else. But the story was that he'd had to sleep, he'd had to sit between carriages to show how bad the British train system was.
I know
And
this
it
is
wasn't.
like when they fake things like this, and it's so. I mean, in this day and age, with 24-hour news cycles, with Twitter, with all of these information, you can't get away with shit like that anymore. You just can't. So why are you?
Well, you can if you're Diane Abbott, because if you're Diane Abbott, what you can do, you can put the wrong shoes on, the two legs that are mismatched. You can put them on your feet. You can then what you can do then, you can then put them on your Twitter account, right? Say that I'm off to vote, and then when the people start calling you out on your own photos on your own Twitter account, you can then say that it's photoshopped. That's if you're a Labour black MP in the UK.
Yeah,
That's what you can do.
I mean, to stay. I mean, okay, Diane Abbott. I'll be honest, Diane Abbott. It's a miracle she has survived as long as she has without being run over, crossing a road, being hit by trains, or drowning in her bath or something. This woman.
I have read a lefty publication saying it was photoshopped. So it was photoshopped on her own Twitter account.
Yeah.
Think about it now. Just think about it.
She photoshopped her own wrong shoes.
But
Yes, on her own Twitter
who's this
account.
Diane Abbott, Banksy? What's
Oh,
her
just
story?
Diane Abbott,
If-
hopefully,
Have you
is an irrelevant person in our future
It's
lives.
very funny though. It is
But
very
she
funny.
was-
I put it in the back chat.
Yeah, she was she the deputy shadow leader?
Shadow Home Secretary.
Shadow Home Secretary. So she was the opposition party, like the Democrat and the Republicans. Imagine that she's the Republicans' version of Home Secretary, or what's the equivalent in America? the
State Department.
state
Homeland Security.
Homeland Security. Yeah, she's like the opposition to, like the Democrats' version. If the Republicans ruled because we have a parliamentary democracy, so it's very different to
Right.
yours. But if imagine the Republicans ruled the country, they dominated the country's politics, and they had to obviously the Democrats are the opposition to them, and so for each member of parliament, member of the cabinet. So for the head of, I don't know, the Department of Homeland Security, the Republicans will elect someone to run that department. Well, the Democrats would elect someone to be the opposition to that individual. So for each
Oh yeah, sort of like the shadow then.
yeah,
sort of.
for each
Yeah.
appointment of every department in the government, there is a opposition person to that. So there's an opposition to the Treasury guy, there's an opposition to the Homeland Security guy, there's an opposition to the education person. You know what I mean? There's a
Yeah.
And she
shadowed,
made a whole series of really
Yeah.
messed up interviews. Really seriously messed up interviews.
messed up.
About what?
She doesn't know how much money Labour was going to. She said that Labour was going to spend £3 million, or what was it, £300,000 for 10,000 police officers. It's like some insane. I mean, I think the
So they'd
official
all be
amount is
being
300
paid,
million.
Like £5 a year.
Yeah, they were going to pay them £5 a year. The police officers that they're going to recruit. I mean, the woman is just insanely dumb and incompetent and just terrible at like everything she puts her hands to. That's why in the last election they marginalized her. They stopped her having interviews and stuff because they said we're going to lose anyway, but she's even going to make it worse.
So she's like like a classic affirmative action candidate because obviously she doesn't have the credentials. that
Well,
she can
she's
do.
not affirmative action. We don't have that in this country, but she's nepotism
don't
because
mean- Yeah.
yeah, she
I don't mean,
slept with
like
Jeremy
actually-
Corbyn. She was dating Jeremy Corbyn back in the day, so it's
Oh.
pure nepotism.
She's a
Oh,
bit
yeah.
like
No, no, no.
AOC in America. A bit like AOC in America, just says anything.
Oh.
But not as good
AOC
looking.
Corbyn.
Yeah, yeah. You are,
Jeremy
AOC
Corbyn.
is
That's only not pure nepotism. That's also pure masochism.
Yeah, it's
Banksy
both. Yeah.
sidetracked.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Banksy
AOC
sidetrack if you want to.
Oh,
AOC
side
was,
chat.
Hold
on,
was,
sorry.
Was AOC was actually brought on board because it was actually a casting call. She was an actress. She's an actress, also another actress. And it was,
Yeah.
I'm not being funny. I mean, this is fact. I mean, this can all be looked up. I mean, it's
Yeah.
admitted fact by the socialist Democrats. What do they call themselves? With Cenk Unger was like
Social,
leading it.
yeah, the Social Democrats. yeah.
Chunk
the-
yogurt.
Chunk
No,
yogurt.
Cenk Unger. Yeah, Unger. Yeah, he's the
The fat brown
the
buffalo.
Yeah, basically, he's the he's getting a lot of backlash too. But anyway, but he had something called the Justice Democrats,
Yes.
and they did a casting call, and AOC Alexandria Cortez, she came on and she auditioned, and they picked her up, and then that's how she went into Congress. I mean, it was literally like that. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. It was literally a casting call.
So
She was a beautiful
if you
woman when she was
if you have a
young.
look, if
She
you
was a beautiful woman. She really was beautiful, gorgeous when
oh
she was
Diane,
young.
Oh, Diane Abbott.
She's very nice.
You lying bastard.
Yeah, have a look in the chat there, my American friend, I think, and
Yeah,
have a
I'm
look at
sharing
these
my screen.
shoes. Yeah,
Wow, yeah,
that-
those
yeah.
are some very those are some boss penny loafers.
No,
that
she
are-
didn't just wear wrong shoes, as in like different types of shoes. She wore the left shoes for both feet of two different
She's an
shoes.
intelligent woman. She's an intelligent. She is an intelligent woman. She got a double first from Oxford. They don't
She
hand them
seriously
out.
got it. How the hell did she get a double
She got a double-
first?
in law. It's
That is
difficult to get onto the law course.
unbelievable.
She got onto the law course, so it's an
no,
achievement. And then she got double first.
I'm sorry.
Wait,
Are you
Sorry,
joking? Are you messing
no.
with me,
She
Simon?
No,
is
no, no,
literally
seriously.
the thickest
Seriously,
person
double
I
first.
know in politics. There is no one more retarded.
How is she
than
so
Diane Abbott.
inept?
She's
She's got-
a very clever person. She's
But-
very bright, honestly.
How on
Her
earth is
son
she
Not
so
a very clever
inept?
person.
Her
prove
son
it.
got into
She's-
Paul's Cathedral School. You don't get in there unless you are.
Isn't it?
super-
Whoa.
That's
What
her
about
son. That's not her.
Boaty? We all know about Elizabeth Warren and her Pocahontas, don't we? We all know about Pocahontas.
Yeah.
Yeah. So who says we didn't have a Diane Abbott fucking rhinoceros?
I
'Cause
don't
we-
think so. Not. I don't know. I don't know, but I don't think so. I think Oxford University.
She went to Oxford University.
Yeah,
She seriously went to Oxford.
Yeah.
That is
And she got-
unbelievable.
She got a double first.
Should we just get the gaffs up? Should I find some gaffs, Banksy? Because her gaffs on money is just like the funniest fucking lols going, isn't it?
She's a clever woman. She is a clever
Give me
woman.
some links if you can. Well,
Okay,
I'll post them.
Speaking of Elizabeth Warren, I mean, I bet you like you lot have more Native American blood than she does. I mean, that's
I
pretty,
do.
yeah.
I know
Sure.
I do. I am.
I mean, I'm not
definitely.
Everyone does. Everyone in that.
And in fact, that like one in 1,036% that she's supposedly has is not even necessarily Native American blood. It is just the region of South America, which is Central and South America, which would cover like places even like Colombia and other places. So it's not necessarily Native American little drop. That little pin drop is so irrelevant. It's a whole other story. That's a joke. It really
Me
is.
as a Middle Easterner, I know I'm half, at least some quarters Native American.
At least minimum.
I've just got to give you this though.
I feel the Cherokee blood coursing through my veins.
With like Elizabeth Warren, what's really funny is like it's so sad when she like tries to be really cool and hip, and she does these like little like social media little stunts, and she's like sitting there and she's like, "Hold on, guys, I'm gonna go grab a beer." And she goes and gets
she takes a beer out
cracks
the
it
fridge,
open.
doesn't she?
Oh my god, that
in the
was the most
kitchen.
cringiest shit ever.
Yeah.
Oh, that
Yeah,
is
she
so
drank-
horribly
she drank out
bad.
the bottle. She drank out the bottle, which is whatever. But she mostly drinks wine. Do you know what I mean? She mostly drinks wine. That would suit this sort of person.
She wants
No,
to
let me
be one
crack
of
a
the
bottle.
people.
Then she tells her husband, "Thanks for coming," and we're like, "You live there? What do you mean, thanks for coming?" Like, oh,
Yeah, no
wasn't-
fucking choice.
That is so bad. It's
wasn't
like
Oxford, it was Cambridge. It was Cambridge, Newnham College.
she went to Cambridge. Fucking, she went
Newnham
to
College.
Cambridge.
You know,
That
it's
is
one of the. Yeah.
amazing.
So
Let me
this is a
share
good
my
video.
screen again.
I've seen this one before. So this is her being interviewed about the car crash interview she did on LBC.
Oh,
But you can see her
she
face
couldn't
this time.
remember the figures.
Yeah, so this is like an interview of the crisis interview.
Okay, let me make it.
So how much would
But at least
10,000
this time you
police
can see her
officers
face because the last one was on
Well,
radio, wasn't it?
If we recruit the 10,000 police men and women over a 4-year period, we believe it'll be about £300,000.
cost? £300,000 for
Sorry,
10,000 police officers.
£300,000. I gotta hear that again. That's
Look at her
much
face
would
as well.
fucking gee. This woman, by the way, everyone note this woman went to Cambridge University.
Newnham College. Yeah, Newnham College.
Newnham
Cambridge.
College. So it's not actually Cambridge. It's not the Cambridge.
No,
Cambridge.
no. You know, Cambridge University
Yeah.
is made up of a series
Exactly.
of colleges,
Yeah.
right? And so it was a very prestigious college.
So she went to
you
the
know, it's
law version portion of
not-
this.
Yeah.
So it's one of the higher, hardest ones to get into, really.
By
Yes,
the way, may I
yes.
ask you
Lord
something?
help us.
Something like affirmative action
Well-
in Britain, maybe, you know.
I don't know, but let's listen
well,
to this
into
gem
the
again.
Cambridge definitely has where they have a percentage. They have an affirmative action policy at Cambridge.
Yeah.
They do.
But I mean,
Oh,
this is.
and-
No,
and
the thing is
she's the
that you have
product
to
of
be.
it. She's the product of it.
Okay,
No,
guys,
no,
I'm
no,
gonna
no,
I'm
no,
gonna
no.
play it again. So just
Yeah.
hold on there.
Yes.
She's bright.
Um,
She's intelligent.
If we recruit the
Shut
10,000
up,
police
Bosie. She's not
men and
intelligent.
women
Guys,
over
fuck's
a
sake.
4-year
You mean
period,
Hold on,
intelligent-
Sorry,
hold
but
on.
just go back.
Bosie,
Don't say she's intelligent, for fuck's sake. We're gonna watch this now.
Guys, I'm
She's
playing the
She's not
video.
intelligent.
I'm gonna have to play it again. I really
Go
don't
on
want to
then.
be looking at Diane Abbott for this
How much
long.
would 10,000 police officers cost?
Well, if we recruit the 10,000 police men and women over a 4-year period, we believe it'll be about £300,000.
£300,000 for
What?
10,000 police officers. What are you paying them?
What? This is the intelligent.
No,
Hold on,
I
hold on.
mean, Sorry,
How much will they cost?
they will cost. It will cost about About £80 million.
About £80 million.
Diana, but that is hugely embarrassing. It's not just
We've all had
misstating,
days like that.
To
Come
quote
on.
you a bit earlier,
We've all had
you
bad
just don't
days.
know your
Okay, let's
figures
just
and
see how
you're
this
not on
goes then.
top of your brief.
If I didn't know my figures, why was I able to do 6 other interviews and give the figures correctly? And you need to ask why the Conservative Party is so anxious to move the debate away from the 20,000 police officers.
We'll come on to that because we're going to speak to a Conservative in just a moment. But back to that interview. Never mind that you did 6 or 7 interviews. This is now an election campaign. Front benchers and government ministers are expected to do reams of interviews. This was a major policy announcement for you, by your own words.
She wasn't even on telly. She could have looked at notes and anything.
Wow.
She was on radio. She could have done notes.
My figures, and if you'd listened,
Why didn't you say them then?
Because I misspoke, as you heard. If I didn't know my
Misspoke?
figures, I wouldn't have been
She's
able
having a bad
to
day.
repeat them.
She was never asked
correctly
those
in
questions
6 other
before.
Which
interviews. And
interviews
I
did you
think-
correct them? Because I listened to one of those interviews. You didn't mention the figures at all. You said it was all going to be costed and it would be in the manifesto.
I did 6
Costed.
other interviews.
It's a Labour's
The point
fucking
is-
But you
favourite
didn't
word,
mention
isn't
the
it?
figures in those
thing
other
is,
interviews. You
why
decided to
it's-
talk about the figures, and they are basic figures. £300,000, which, as Nick Ferrari said, would have meant £30 per police officer. That's embarrassing. You were then struggling to correct that figure. Did you actually not know them at all and you were guessing when you were asked about it on air? Or what is your explanation?
I knew the
She
figures.
didn't know.
Because I've repeated them many times.
You
this
haven't.
morning.
I haven't heard you
And-
repeat them at all. I've just heard them from
I
that
can
interview.
repeat them now. And I'm concerned.
Yeah, you can
that
repeat
don't
them
want to talk
now.
about policing, which is something the public is concerned in, particularly the rise in violent crime. And you do want to go over and over. And Nick Ferrari.
But that's your fault, Diana. But I mean, you want to talk about the issue, and we were all prepared to talk about the issue of policing and the claims that you are making that the police forces have been underfunded and you want to recruit more officers. But by going on air on a major interview where you just completely fluffed the figures, whether you knew them or you just chose not to say them or you couldn't remember them, actually...
Why
it
is she
do
dressed
not
like
cause
an
any
airport
good.
The
lounge
public will
singer?
understand
That looks good for her.
that you're not
Oh, yeah,
willing
that's-
to talk about the real
Make an
issues.
effort.
And the real issues are that we have lost 20,000 police officers since 2010 and we're seeing a rise in violent crime.
You want to
particularly
be Home
knife crime
Secretary.
and
You
gun
want to
crime.
be Home Secretary. How do you think an interview like that... We couldn't find the figures in a press release, by the way, earlier, so I do dispute you claiming that you did know
See?
those figures. And if
Yeah.
you didn't know those
She's up
figures,
for it.
She
how
never
can you
said it
claim to
before.
want to
She
be
was caught on the
Home
up.
Secretary in charge of the police forces of England and Wales? Do you think you've instilled confidence in either the police
She
forces
wants to be in
or
charge of the
voters?
police in this country.
Listen.
Yeah.
Wow, interesting.
Okay.
That's
Okay,
what
so I
she
think-
was trying to get.
Who's gonna
And
risk
if you
that
want-
death toll?
And if you want to see a supercar crash one, this Piers Morgan one I've just sent you, Piers Morgan and Diane Abbott,
Hold on.
that is lethal. She won't answer the question like Jeremy, the big red button. They won't answer it.
Damn.
Sad state
She
of affairs.
just seems
So
like
she-
somebody's like senile, like Nan or something. You know?
Yeah,
what
no.
was that again? You know, like she's like very
Oh
confused.
God,
woman.
yeah, she's got issues, major
You're the
issues.
Shadow Home Secretary, and if you get into power, you might well be Home Secretary, therefore in charge in many ways of the defence of this country. Jeremy Corbyn got into all sorts of problems recently when he was asked pretty straightforward questions about how he would defend us if he was Prime Minister. Let me ask you some similar questions. Would you be prepared to authorise, along with whoever was Prime Minister, the use of a nuclear weapon from our nuclear armament if we had to?
On the question of nuclear weapons, you will know as well as I do that if we press the button for a nuclear weapon, we're not just incinerating millions of people overseas.
Sure, but my question is, would you use it? We have a nuclear armament. Would you
So
be
just to
prepared
prepare
to
you,
use
there's
it? People, I
5
think,
minutes
are
of her
entitled
not
when they
answering the
vote
question now,
on June
and
the
he
8th to
lays
know
it on
whether a
her
Labour
in
government
many different ways.
would actually use our nuclear deterrent if it came to it.
A Labour government to do everything in its power to protect the people of this country. And we believe that there are more important and more vital
More
ways
important.
to protect the people of this country than actually nuclear weapons.
So,
Terrorism.
Diane, just to clarify, I'm sorry to pursue on this. Would a Labour government use one of our nuclear weapons if it had to? In other words, if we got information that a rogue power was about to unleash one on us, would you be prepared to defend our country by going first?
She'll say
We're
next.
prepared to defend our country. We believe that jihadism, chemical weapons,
Jihadism.
these are more pressing dangers
So when you say you're always prepared
than
to
a
use
rogue power
I'm just
with
trying
a
to
nuclear weapon.
I'm just trying to get a yes or no. Would you be prepared to preemptively use a nuclear weapon if it was to save millions of lives in this country?
We don't believe that the most pressing threats to
It's
this
yes or no. It's yes or no. It's one of the single most important questions any government in the world can have if they have nuclear weapons, is if you have to use it, would you use it? Why can nobody on the Labour side say yes or no to that simple question? Yes or no?
Because we believe there are many more pressing threats, and the debate around pressing the button actually detracts from talking about the real pressing threats: chemical warfare,
What could be more
jihadism.
pressing than somebody about to nuke us into extinction? Tell me, what is more important in a nuclear age than a rogue power, a Kim Jong-un or somebody like him, or an ISIS leader about to unleash a nuclear weapon on this country? You're in charge. I need to know before I vote for you, are you going to press that button or are you not?
We believe that this talk about pressing the button is actually a threat to world peace. We believe the way that Donald Trump wakes up in the middle of the night and talks about weapons, that's a threat to world peace. We want to keep this country safe, and we are dealing with pressing and immediate
Diane, in
concerns.
having a nuclear armament if you're never going to use it? What's the point?
What is the point of ignoring the more pressing threats to this country?
What could be more pressing? Seriously,
Jihadism.
what could be more important?
Jihadism.
No, Piers. A few weeks ago, I was in the House of Commons when a terrorist burst in and killed a policeman. It's that terrorism and jihadism which is a more pressing threat.
So
if you
what
don't
if
believe me, ask anybody.
What if ISIS get a nuclear weapon and are about to use it, and you know where they are and you know where they're going to fire it from? What are you going to do?
We're dealing with pressing immediate threats, as we saw.
You just said
in
terrorism was a
Westminster.
bigger threat than nuclear attack. I'm telling you, what if a terrorism group gets a nuclear weapon and is about to attack us with it?
I'm saying that terrorism is a more immediate threat. And I'm also saying...
That is an immediate threat, Diane. That is the immediate threat I'm presenting to you. A terror group with a nuclear weapon about to fire it on this country. You're in charge. What do you do?
You're posing a hypothetical threat. I'm talking about the real
Hypothetical.
threats of terrorism.
Okay.
And also real issues around crime, which is kind of what I want to get back to.
The nuclear weapon's kind of criminal. Anyway, Diane, we've got to leave it. You've made your position crystal clear, isn't quite the word, but I appreciate you joining us. Thank you.
Diane Abbott, thanks very much indeed.
I can't. I mean, it's yes or no. You use it or you don't. Don't you?
So there we are. Hello. Would you want someone like that?
Well, no, clearly the government voted no. Sorry, not the government, the people of this country resoundingly voted no.
I mean, he's broke it down really simple. It's an ISIS nuclear weapon coming over, right? Yeah, because he mentioned terrorism. He goes, okay, let's change it to ISIS. Let's change it completely to ISIS has got a nuclear weapon. It's coming over. What do you do? Well, there's more important things like, you know, jobs and crime and jihadism.
I wouldn't put her in charge of a puppet. I mean, that's just where I'm at.
Yeah, no.
But that was from 2 years ago. The thing is that didn't they
she's
keep
intelligent,
her
yeah.
out of the way? Didn't they keep her out of the way in this election?
That's right.
Yeah, they did. And it might have something to do with his son being arrested outside one of the government buildings for biting and assaulting two police officers 10 days before the election.
Yes. That was...
Which Diane Abbott tried to hide. She literally tried to kill the story.
Yeah, that was a precious gem that the Abbotts gave us.
Yeah. Her son assaulted police officers outside the building he used to work at as well.
Yeah.
He used to work at the building.
Okay.
It's crazy.
If it's the son that I'm thinking of, if it's the son that I'm thinking of, he went to one of the most exclusive schools in the country. One of the most. The one that
and
George Osborne
remember
went
what
to.
Diane Abbott said about black parents going to the walls, going. What did she say? I want to try and quote it verbatim, but she said basically black parents will do anything for their kids, insinuating white parents wouldn't. And she also insinuated that black parents. And that her education system is brilliant, but like her son went to the most exclusive private schools
The
in the
City
country.
of London, St Paul's, I think.
Excuse me,
Um,
excuse me. She is the product of one of the most prestigious schools in Britain.
No, her son. Her son was. Her son was.
MC was having a fucking heart attack, buddy. What?
But I mean, she studied in Oxford, right? She was studied. She have diploma from Oxford. Holy
Cambridge, Newman's
Cambridge.
College.
The education system clearly have declined. She cannot answer simple. And
I think Diane, I would like to say this on behalf of the universities of the United Kingdom. We do have fine universities. She's a special case. We should not judge Cambridge by her.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I think there was a special circumstance in her enrollment there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No.
The British version of affirmative action to me.
No,
Yeah,
it's not.
definitely
No, you
reeks of
don't
that,
get into Cambridge that way. It's
No,
not
it's-
affirmative action.
there
She
is
got
no
on
affirmative.
in there on the back of her.
Don't get me wrong. The Cambridge and
superior
Oxford have been
intelligence,
Cambridge and Oxford have been told that they have to have a certain amount of diversity in there. There are those policies
Yeah.
available. It's not affirmative action because we don't have that in this country, but there are certain leeways or certain things that have been done to adjust to make sure that they do have a diverse group of people at Cambridge, and not diverse just not just by color, but by economic standards as well.
Yeah, when I say affirmative action, I'm not saying that that's what's been labeled or called. You know, I'm just saying
Yeah.
it's affirmative action-esque.
Yeah,
you know.
exactly. They do have that though. It's not that we don't have certain people pressuring universities like Oxford and Cambridge to have a more of a diverse group of people attending. But still, even on that level, you still have to be bloody smart. You still have to have a lot of A's and a lot of A stars, and they're not gonna just let you waltz in. But if the average student has to have like 4 A's, maybe a diversity student will get in with a 3 A's or something in that sort of equivalent. But it's only just off the mark.
That's how it is in U.S.
I don't know if-
universities, because you have like where that's a big thing right now. Like the universities in the U.S., they if they don't submit to the affirmative action model, then they lose a big portion of their funding,
Public funds.
government funding and everything like that, and subsidies. And if they don't, and so that's why there's a big uproar right now, especially amongst the Asian community. People like from China and stuff like that are being really discriminated against because they're being
Yes.
penalized for their high marks.
Yeah,
and
Court
they're-
case, isn't there?
Yes,
Yeah.
The Chinese are getting discriminated, and they have to meet higher standards than other people. That is messed up.
Exactly. Yeah.
Or should I say not Chinese, but Oriental, people of the Asian.
Yeah, but it mainly affects
traditionally
the
Asian,
Chinese
traditionally
students,
Asian,
yeah.
what we'd call Asian.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Southeast Asians, or what Britain used to call
Yes.
the Orient, but we can't
Yeah.
say that anymore because that's fucking racist.
Why? That's so weird. Why is that racist?
I don't know. We just can't call them Oriental anymore, apparently.
Because
But we call everyone Asians. We call everyone Asians now in Britain.
Yeah, but we
So-
have I'm an Asian. I'm fucking Asian.
Britain, he's Asian.
Yeah.
In Britain, Middle Easterners are Asians.
Sorry.
It's Oriental
It's like
become
they
a taboo word.
they say Asian grooming gangs, but there's 52 countries in Asia.
Yes, as
And
I said, I'm Asian.
The only Asian grooming gangs have one common denominator, and it isn't the area they're from. It's their ideology.
Oriental
crazy.
has become taboo, has it?
I
Taboo
think so.
word.
Yeah. Apparently, you can't really say it. It's like non-PC because it's a colonial term.
But you know that Mohammed Hijab and Adnan Rashid both went to the School of Oriental and African Studies, London University.
Yeah. So how is it you can still say that?
SOAS.
Yeah, because Orient is just a descriptor of
Oriental.
the area, the region.
That's what I thought.
Orient region, yeah.
They both got their masters from those places, from that college, school.
Damn.
Well, but Britain have enlightened me when I have emigrated there that I am a Caucasian. There is no such thing in Poland or any other country from the Eastern Bloc that we don't know that we are Caucasians basically before we are going to the West. The Caucasians in ex-Soviet bloc countries are the people from the Caucasus.
Yeah, the Caucasia, the Caucasus Mountains, yeah.
Caucasus, yeah, of course, yeah. I don't know, man. It's all messed up. It's all messed up. This is the problem with when I keep talking to Ralph, and Ralph, he kind of skirts around it sometimes. But eventually, all of this concept of white this and this that, you're gonna end up in some sort of purity spiral, and you're gonna start having to parse between, this guy's a brunette, that guy's a blonde. Who is the real white man? I think they're gonna have problems.
You've got brown eyes.
You know what I mean?
For me,
Not
the biggest
blue.
problem is the attack on the, let's say, for instance, when now the trend is that English being English is not an ethnicity. Well, as soon as they started making statements like that, they really opened up a certain Pandora's box.
Yeah.
Because and that's absolutely ridiculous. Of course, I mean, here in the U.S., there's English heritage festivals. How can they have a festival if they're not a specific heritage, culture, ethnicity? There's no culture, there's no English culture. All of a sudden that's being touted.
It's racist. That's racist.
Yeah,
See?
I'm a member
Sorry, guys. I'll be back.
the English Heritage Foundation. It's like, how? What am I a member of then? It's like, really. I mean, through my husband, obviously, because he's English, to support. So it's just that's things like that have opened up leeway for this other type of rhetoric.
Yeah, I was never particularly nationalistic. It's only when you see someone taking total
The attack
offense.
on, I mean, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard of. Like, there is no English culture, and I'm like, yeah, there very much is. It's a culture that people all around the world absolutely love and have followed and have and so but it doesn't exist all of a sudden now,
It's
and
very
they're
refreshing.
trying to turn England or push on the English as if or the UK rather as like a mini America. It's just a different model. It's not the same type of model. The United States is a unique model, and you can't force that type of model on the UK,
To be honest with you, Nada, in Poland, the leftists here also are trying, but they are just powerless because they are an overwhelming minority, thankfully. But they also try to put us in this saga of political correctness with anything. They even like suggested from nowhere that because we had plans for colonizing Madagascar or other things like that. Just for having plans, we should step in and feel some kind of a guilt for it. It's like you would be having plans for suffocating me because you have plans. You should be feel guilty.
Yeah, I know it's a definite but this is not going to, this zeitgeist right now, it's not going to survive because you cannot you can manipulate people through guilt, but people that use guilt as power, as a tool, are ultimately always going to be looked at as weak, and they will eventually lose. I mean, that's just how it goes. I mean, nobody stands behind someone who rules with guilt.
Well, the leftists once upon a time lost. It was in 1991 was their first loss. Now we can prepare for another massive loss that they're going to get, this time in the West.
Another what?
Another massive defeat for them, this time in the West.
Oh yeah, I mean, they're already the death knell. The death knell is already ringing the bell for them, definitely.
They are behaving exactly like my communist government in the last decade before it have all crumbled and collapsed. And this impeachment thing have really opened my eyes that, okay, you guys are done. It's over. It's just a question of time when the Democrats will just sink and maybe return as some kind of a new party. But the left is done. They are done.
Yeah, that's why they're trying to push this democratic socialism, because that they want to crumble. Actually, they want to crumble and become full socialists, like the real idiots that they are.
Okay, Nada. Do you really? It's like with the other part of Germany. The East Germany was called German Democratic Republic, but there is nothing of democracy from it, to be honest.
Exactly, I know exactly. That's the absolute farce and irony. They call themselves that, but there's like nothing democratic about it.
I don't
Okay,
know whether it's
guys.
the same. I don't know whether it's
I'm sorry. I just want to just say I'm gonna have to make a phone call, so I will leave you guys to play, but I won't be actually. I'll just be listening, but I won't actually be participating. So you guys can just play amongst
Okay.
yourselves. Don't keep jumping in and out, base, because I can't keep bringing you back in. I'm not gonna be in for a while. So yeah, just play
Okay,
nice,
okay.
kids.
We'll try, Daddy. We'll
Who's
try.
in charge?
I thought the thing in the last election was this massive, great big age difference between the old people over 40 tended to vote for Boris. People under 40 tended to vote for the Lib Dems, the Labour Party. And one of the things, I don't know whether it's the same in America, but that sort of age difference and the left under 40, the right over 40. And I just wonder whether as time goes on, the left are going to sort of re-emerge, become powerful again as all the boomers, start to sort of die,
Well,
Yeah, the balance of power, it always shifts back and forth in the U.S.
one
Well,
of the-
yes, and Boti,
well-
let me tell you something. The thing is that with the leftist policies, when you are young, you are more idealistic and you believe in nonsense like that because you don't know actually how life functions. So yes, if you are young, then there's a there's a higher chance you will be leftist. But when you are grow older, you are becoming more and more conservative. That's why the people that are older vote more for the Tories, and the younger ones vote for the Labour.
You've paid more tax, you've worked more jobs, you've been through more shit, you've sacrificed more time, therefore you understand it more.
Is everybody silent?
No, I'm here.
No,
Okay,
we're all
yeah.
talking.
Yeah, but that's pretty the way that it goes. You pretty much make a shift. It's pretty normal and natural
Yeah.
to have certain,
Churchill
what they
said
call
that, didn't he?
what they have so-called leftists, and then go to the right. Yeah.
Churchill said that you vote for your heart when you're in your 20s, and then you vote with your head when you're in your 30s.
And,
Yeah,
and if you
exactly.
are as old as
Yeah.
Jeremy Corbyn and still believe in that, you are an absolute idiot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The thing is that like Peter Pan syndrome, they never grow up. And I think it's really unfair. So when you see people that when you see people out there having like really like leftist sort of things, they get very
Breakdowns.
whatever. That's one thing. When I see that they're like, under the age of 30 and, since that's kind of gotten up now, it used to be under the age of 25, but let's say under the age of 30, I'm almost like, all right, go ahead. I'm 42. I like watch them and like, all right, I can accept it. All right. That's
We
their,
have to be understanding.
but when you have people that are like over the age of 40 and they're still touting this, then a lot of that time is I'm like, no fair. It's like, shut your mouth. It's their turn to be complete idiots, not your turn. You should already have like gone to a center, more rational area at this point,
That's the point.
So what part of America are you from?
Florida.
Florida. Sorry, yeah, I didn't know
I come from
just the area.
I was born in New York. I've got a weird my upbringing and everything is kind of
All over.
puzzling sometimes, but my father was called here because he was called here because of a special project. He's an aerospace engineer, and they came here to New York. I was born. A year later, when I was 1, we moved back to Serbia to our house there. And then, because my mom was nostalgic, she didn't want to stay. And then when I was about 10 years old, my parents moved back to the U.S. My father continued on some work on a project, and they decided to stay here. But we still had a home in Serbia, so we spent the summers there. So I'm kind of like a 1.5 immigrant. Yeah.
Yeah. So was that in the 90s when you moved back to the US?
No, in the 80s. I'm
Before the Troubles. Before the Troubles.
Right before it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Before the breakup of Yugoslavia. Yeah.
Yeah. How many countries?
Now I live in Florida. I've been here since I was, in my later teen years.
Go back. Shit.
Who just left? Did somebody just leave?
I have a thing. I can hear you, but I couldn't hear Bass during that conversation. I could see his sound moving.
Nada, by the way, that's you on the picture?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
No, because you look more like, frankly, more. You don't look Serbian, to be honest. Or maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know. I am Serbian, but I don't know. What does a Serbian
I
look
know.
like?
Yeah, it could be. This place was occupied by the Ottoman Empire,
But what do you mean? What do you mean? I don't look Serbian. I'm just curious. Why?
You are quite dusky.
Dusky? Well, this is like this picture was taken a few months back over the summer. I was pretty tan, but I don't know. I was out in the sun a lot.
Oh yes, I forgot. The Southern Slavs are usually tan very well, and then they are quite.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah, there's some Serbians that are pretty fair. There's not many that are fair skin, I would say, but there's some that are lighter and there's some that are darker. But yeah, I tan pretty easily. Yeah.
The name Yugoslav, the Southern Slav.
Yeah, we're Southern Slavs. And actually, my hair in this picture in particular, I don't know. I just use this conditioner. My hair is not really that dark. I mean, it's dark. It's dark brown, but my hair looks kind of black in this picture. It's not really black. It's dark brown. But I guess it was it was taken at night, so I don't know. I think I look pretty Serbian, but I don't know.
Crazy Slavs.
Everybody else went quiet. Can you everybody else hear like I
Yeah, I can hear.
Can you hear
Okay.
me?
So
you
yeah.
can.
Yeah, every one of you.
Yeah, but it's
Sorry,
not. It's not because of the Ottoman Empire that maybe you're saying, MC, about the Ottoman Empire. Just so you know, like in that region of Serbia and Greece, where we were, we the Ottomans didn't come onto Pannonia till really the large influx of them wasn't really until the 8th or 9th century actually, and Serbians didn't submit to the or mix with the Turks. We maintained our orthodoxy and we paid the zakat. We didn't mix in with them, and the people that were taken weren't in Serbia. They were taken to other regions.
Oh, okay, now I know.
Yeah.
Even if we are quite lucky here because we have, thankfully, we have kicked the ass of the Ottomans and they never came back.
Yeah,
Just
well,
that-
we were on the front line, so we kind of the Greeks and the Serbs, but we stayed I think 97% or more Orthodox. Nobody converted, nobody did any of that. So we suffered a lot. A lot of towers of our skulls built.
I can imagine that.
Yeah, it was. I mean, there were uprisings. That's why the Turks built like towers of Serbian skulls. With uprising they would how they love cutting heads. And
Yes, I know.
Yeah, we have that all over Serbia. But like what it was at a time when there's the Battle of Kosovo, and that's why that's such a point where the motive is. I mean, there's this Kosovo is Serbia. It always will be, and it will return. And that's happened 3 times now already. So this is nothing new. This is just a way to infiltrate Europe with these terrorists.
Yes, I know. Albanians are Muslims, and it was about Islamization of that region.
Exactly. That all started after World War II, is when when you had Tito, he made a deal to basically like bring in all these Albanians from into that region from neighboring Albania, and then they infiltrated, and it's just an insane situation. It's like here in New York, there's Chinatown. It's like all of a sudden the Chinese in Chinatown say we want to proclaim our autonomy. It's like no, you're in a region of our country. You can't just claim autonomy.
Well,
So yeah, it's run by Al Qaeda now. So it won't last forever. It won't last forever.
Anyway, then the Chinese that are thinking like that, I don't know. I hope that the U.S. government and the authorities are saying them, get fucked. get back to the mainland China if you don't like it here.
Yeah, well, they will, that's what'll happen there. But yeah, it's a it's a model that look at London now. London is how many what percentage of people in London are English? The percentage is getting smaller every day.
I know. I was living there for like 3 years as an economic migrant, and I can see that. And frankly, I was like thinking, if I haven't mistaken my flights, maybe I have landed in Tehran or somewhere like I was thinking that, or even in Islamabad. I couldn't believe it's London.
Yeah, I know. It's a little bit. It definitely looks different. When I've gone over there over the years, and then I go back and I'm like, yeah, London. Definitely, I kind of felt like John Cleese, when he's like, it's just not London anymore. The London I knew.
I support him 100%. He was right.
You should try sitting in the hospital A&E.
Yeah, I agree.
At the
Definitely
moment.
agree. It's a definitely changing.
To be honest, I had plans to stay in Britain, but health. I had unfortunately health difficulties because my leg, my knee was crushed on the construction site, and I have to go back. At least I thought I have to go back because I don't know how the British healthcare system works, and I've panicked. Okay, but back to the topic. London basically is not a British city. In no way it is a British city now. I wanted to assimilate, but to what? Sorry, the Islamic culture is not attractive to me, and I really hope.
It's not attractive to a lot of Muslims either. That's why they tried to leave Islamically ruled countries.
Oh,
Obviously.
I know that. I know that, especially. I had once a situation. I can remember that to this day when there was a girl of Pakistani origin that have moved to a flat. She was living in another accommodation. And she was the source of all our problems. She didn't tell us that she was Pakistani, and she didn't tell us that.
No, he's disappeared. His voice has disappeared.
My voice?
Oh, sorry, you stopped. The thing is that there is a lot of ethnic diversity in London. I think 40% of the populace of London were born outside of Britain. So there's a massive there's huge amount of diversity, but they're not. It's all kinds of ethnicities. I mean, the French. There's a huge number of French in London, large numbers. Apparently, if you Google it, I think you'll find that London is the third largest French city in the world. It's because we've just got huge numbers of French people that have come over here because the work's here and it's not in France. And so, I mean, it's the way that you're talking, MC. You get the impression that it's there's a disproportionate number of Muslim people. I'm not sure that that's actually the case in London. I think that it's ethnically diverse, but not predominantly Muslim. I don't think that's true.
Yeah, it's not predominantly Muslim, but it's just a growing number of Muslims.
But
It's
it is
increasing.
going that way. It's going that way.
I'm not sure that that's true, actually. I mean, I'm not sure that's true. I think Afro-Caribbean. I think that's the.
Okay.
Let me just ask really quick, Bodhi. What's the number one most popular baby name in?
It's Mohammed, but the thing is, or derivations of the name Mohammed. But the thing you've got to qualify that with is that a lot of parents of the Muslim tend to call their boys Mohammed. It's a very, very popular name.
Yeah, it is.
So one of the reasons it's been sort of suggested that so many kids are called Mohammed is because just about every kid that's born of Muslim parents call their kids Mohammed. Then that sort of explains. It's not perhaps that. There are large numbers of kids being called other sort of Islamic names. It's that is the name of choice.
Okay. But there's one thing about giving names that we all should know. Probably know it subconsciously. Why do they choose that name? I'll tell you why. Probably because they feel affection for the prophet, for the guy. They thought he was a great man, the greatest man probably that walked on earth. So why not our son? Why not name a son like that? Why not name a kid? In other words, like the name of a great man.
I think names have fashions, don't they? I mean, I think there are, after the Second World War, there are an awful lot of kids called Winston. I mean, I think that there are an awful lot of kids that names change over years.
Yes, but given names are given for a reason. People give names to their children because they like someone or something, or they think even of somebody famous, or a place. Like I would never name my son like Victoria and David Beckham have named it. He will always know why and where he have been conceived forever.
Yeah, Mohammed is not a trend and a name amongst the Muslim community. This is something that's been going on for centuries, naming your kid Mohammed. So it's not like a new thing or a new trend. It's just kind of their standard. That's what they do.
Good, because I think what's the name? What's the name of that guy? Yiannopoulos. What's the name?
Milo.
Yeah. Yiannopoulos. He pointed out the thing about the name Mohammed, and then he withdrew that because he withdrew that idea later because he said it was a very popular name. It's just that most boys are called that. It's
definitely popular. It's kind of like, but to me, when I hear that, you might as well just name your kid Genghis Khan. I don't really see the difference.
Hey guys.
Wanksy.
Can we let Wanksy say hello? Just want to qualify him.
Oh, okay. Hey, Wanksy.
How you doing, man?
Heidi ho! Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Heidi ho.
Good to hear you.
You talking about Muhammad?
Okay.
Hanky. Hey, Prophet Wanksy, you're a prophet too? So am I. I've also received revelation.
Yeah, I've been getting revelations for some months now, even. So
nice.
Pretty good. It's a good job, It's a good business. I can make up any shit as I go along, and all my minions have to do what I say.
Yes. See, oh my God, we honestly should talk because I know exactly where you're coming from. That's exactly
I don't know if that's a good idea to talk with me because I seem to be sometimes not a good influence on people, So just wondering.
You know what? Now I know, Wanksy, that you're a real prophet because that's exactly the way that a prophet's supposed to be. He's not supposed to be a good influence on people. Yes.
Yeah. He should destabilize the current way people think to create something new. Basically.
Yes.
I come not to bring peace, but a sword.
Your genuine prophethood.
Yeah.
So now you're here. What's your prophecy? What have you come to tell us?
I've come to tell you that life sucks. We're better off dead. We shouldn't have been born.
That's it.
And we should create.
What did the great wanker up in the sky tell you?
We should stop breeding. Stop breeding. Zero child policy. All problems will be solved. There will be no issues anymore. No war. No pollution. Everything will be good.
Nice. That's similar to my actual revelation. It was a little different. So you guys want to hear my revelation?
Go on, Nada.
Go ahead, please.
Okay.
I'm all ears.
My revelation, and this is not coming from me, obviously. This is coming from Allah. Okay.
Almighty God, peace be upon him.
Yeah. Exactly. My revelation is that everyone should give me everyone should transfer their money into my PayPal account. As soon as possible. Yeah, this is not coming from me. It's not coming from me.
It's a classic one. I mean, all the evangelists in the USA, have been using this trick.
Yes.
The guy Creflo Dollar, he needed a $65 million jet because the old one was too old.
Yes.
They gave the money to him.
This is like I asked Allah. I said, "Are you sure? I don't know if they're gonna go for this." And he was like, "Just do it. Say it. You have no choice. Tell them about
people are
it."
stupid. They're ready to give the money away. A sucker is born every second, man.
I don't know. Nobody is actually giving me their money yet, so I'm gonna have to have another revelation. I think.
Just a minute. Where's the details? Do you accept Visa?
Oh, I don't know.
She's got a card swipe up.
It's a PayPal transfer. I believe.
Except Bitcoin.
I
You should
believe.
accept Bitcoin too. It's
Yeah,
more
Nada will
important
be
now.
introducing crypto soon.
So I'm gonna introduce my own cryptocurrency, man. I should call it. What should I call it, man?
Are we
I
all
don't
giving
know.
out prophecies, are we?
What-
Are we all
Jizz
giving out-
dollars.
Jizz dollars.
Look,
Jizz coin.
look.
Jizz coin.
Why do you think we have
It's just
cryptocurrency?
coin.
Allah invented science, and they invented cryptocurrency for me too.
There
okay?
you
This is
go.
for me.
Yeah. Big up, yeah. I like that idea. Yeah, I love meeting another prophet. You know, by the way, peace
Yes,
be upon
this
you,
is-
man.
Peace be upon you too, Prop. Yes.
Yeah,
I
man.
am-
Big up.
I cannot believe that we have not spoken earlier. I mean, I hope that we don't have a war, a prophet.
It might happen. You know, you never know. If you take too much money and I don't have enough,
There
might be a
might
war, a
be-
gang war.
Might be an
Good
issue.
old gang war.
I've already got.
wrong prophet.
Yeah, I've already got conflict of interest. I've promised to be the first deputy of the Church of Wankserism for Wanksy, and I'm also a first general of Nada's church.
He is. He's my deputy prophet. He's the
Deputy
first-
prophet. There you go. I've got conflict of interest immediately.
This is not going to fly, is it?
Same here, Wanksy.
This is like really weird now. I don't know what to say.
I don't know either. This
I'm
has-
I'm sorry, guys. I didn't tell you, but I love you both equally. It's not sexual.
Banksy,
I love you full homo, by the way.
Banksy,
You know, like a movie, deliver a scream like a pig. I imagine writing it you know, sometimes. And then scream,
Yeah.
Banksy, scream.
Look, Nada. Me and Wanksy only have a physical connection, but I make love to you.
Thank God.
We can have a big orgy with everybody in bed.
But it's love between us, so don't mix it up. Me and him are just physical love.
Love is in the air. Love is in the air.
You are just a classic prophet whore, Banksy.
I am a prophet whore, yes. I'm a prophet slut.
You're like Aisha. You're like Aisha.
Flip flop.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Flip flop.
Oh,
I don't even listen. I asked Allah, how many husbands can I have? He said, "Oh, how many? You can't have a husband. You're a woman. You have to be. You have to sit there and then you have to take it, not give it. Hello." And so I said, "Okay, sorry, Allah, I made a mistake."
But
he told me money. It's all about the money for me.
It's
I
all
can make a
about
lot
the
of
money.
I don't know. Nowadays, pegging is really popular. You know, it seems on the internet.
Pegging.
No, you can have it both your ways. You can do everything. Now.
Pegging. Yeah. Nada, have you asked about any kind of transitional options?
Or Allah could turn you into a tranny, and then you can give it to.
Exactly.
I actually
All you
I
have
have to tell you that Allah, he said to me, this is not me, this is Allah speaking now.
Of course,
course.
I know.
He said do whatever. He said whatever you want, you should do because I said so. And I said thank you, Allah. And so basically I could change his rules whenever I want because he said I can. He said I can.
Yeah, you're the best person ever. You're to be emulated by everybody. So of course.
Yes.
Why not?
I said, what if I want to slaughter everybody and take their money, Allah? And he said, you are the best example. Go for it. I
For
said,
everybody,
"Thanks, man."
do it. I love you. Yeah. That's what happened. That's basically the same script Muhammad used, man. Basically, yeah.
Yes. It's interesting.
Yeah, only my God is not Allah. My God is called the Great Wanker in the Sky, who jizzed out the Big Bang, caused the universe to exist, and created the Milky Way and everything you see.
That's interesting.
Great
That's
Wanker in the Sky.
interesting. You see,
Yeah.
and my God is better than your God. Okay.
Wow.
Allah
You're making I'm not gonna take that. I'm not gonna take it.
My God created your
There will
God.
be
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Okay. Everyone knows.
Allahu
Everyone knows.
Akbar. Wanky Akbar.
Yes.
Yes.
Wanky is Akbar.
And we all pay the jizya to the great wanker.
Everybody pay the jizya. Everybody. Jizya everywhere.
I paid it twice today.
So much,
We all love the jizya. We all love it. One way or another.
so much jizya, I can barely see who I'm talking to.
Wow, that sounds like a glazed cum edition. Huh?
Yeah, and Noah suggested we should have a jizz patrol
Yeah, you should have it, yeah.
to collect the jizya.
Well, Banksy, I just got another revelation. Allah says that you, as my deputy, need to be on top of that right now. You need to go do the patrol.
So
You are in charge of the patrol.
Immediately. Immediately.
I didn't expect it. I didn't expect this from Allah. but this is
That's
what he
how it
told me.
is.
So Banksy, how you gonna extract the jizya from the people?
I was hoping that the Great Wanker would send the message, but Nada's God sends messages regularly. Seems to be quite good with is it WhatsApp or email? I don't know.
I know both. He goes through both. It's so dramatic. I don't know. He keeps me guessing.
That
But
must be it.
He always agrees with me. Always. It's so interesting. It's almost like a
Yeah.
genie. It's like a genie kind of.
It's like a narcissist dream that God.
It's nice because he really does a lot of things for me. You know, I just say kind of things like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. And then, Allah's like, here's a revelation. You don't have to do what you don't want to do. And I was like, oh, thank you, Allah. It's amazing. It's really amazing.
Wow, everybody needs a God, man. Everybody needs to be a prophet. In a way.
But of Allah,
Sam M said he's a jizzophobic. He can't help but to give jizya.
The great Vector will find a way. He will find a way to extract it from us.
Be careful, guys. Don't get exhausted giving jizya. Just don't exhaust your supply.
Don't forget to take your zinc.
Never, because hello, what do you think I am? A prophet of Hubble, of Baal? No, I'm a prophet of Allah, not Hubble. Hubble, that hack. He thought he was the real Lord of the Kaaba. I'm like, no, you're not. You're totally not.
You mean Allah, the old pagan deity they had before with the three daughters?
Yes.
Not Allah.
Yes, his cabaret, the cabaret, Alat, Al-Uzza, and Manat. They are such
With the
bitches.
360 idols in the Kaaba, one idol for each day of the year.
Yeah, and they say
the moon calendar.
Yeah, they tried to say that Allah was the weaker one because he had partners, and I was like, well, that's okay. He just has secretaries. That's okay. It's no problem.
He has bitches, yo. He's a pimp, man.
Look, they're very interesting. They have their own stuff, and they coupled us in there. But, Allah, in the end, he won because he was like, no, not you, Hubble. I want to be the Lord of the Kaaba. And, oh, thank Allah, he is, and here I am with my revelations. It's a beautiful day.
Yeah, it's the stupidity of humanity never ceases to amaze me. Still, even every fucking day, it's so sad.
It's like a
and
perpetual
funny
dawn.
at the same time.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
funny and sad at the same time, man. I can't help it.
Yeah, Noah said, Nada, you know about the London Sharia patrol, right?
Yes, Sharia on patrol. Yes, Allah, he told me that they're my
Allah
protectors. Allah said they're here to protect you, the patrol.
Yeah, no, there literally was a couple of guys going around like these Muslim areas saying this is Sharia patrol. This is
I saw that. That's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah,
It's
telling
pretty
people they
ridiculous.
can't drink alcohol and shit. So that's what the jizya patrol came.
That's Islam rots your brain. It gets young people, instead of chasing pussy and drinking and having fun, it turns them into fucking lunatic zombies dressing the same and walking around telling other people not to have fun. That's how they rot your brain.
Yes.
Stay the fuck away from Islam. It's bad for you.
Yes.
It ain't good. It's fucked up. It's a fucked up way to live. It's a fucked up mentality. Don't do it.
I just can't believe that England, London actually allowed this
whole
group
ban.
even to exist. Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, it kind of it gave birth to Britain First, which they've got a really bad reputation now. But a whole bunch of guys did get.
I don't think I can
attacked.
hear everybody. I know somebody's talking right now, but I can't actually hear them.
Oh, yeah,
can you hear
Thingy's
me?
talking. Hold on. Who's it? Simon, is it you?
I'll go back out and back in.
No.
I can hear Simon.
Because Nada sometimes gets this problem herself. Nada, if you can hear me,
Yeah.
Simon was actually talking.
Okay, I'll jump off and jump back on then.
Yeah, see if you can.
I had the same a few times that I was cut off and I couldn't hear anybody for a few seconds and then it came back.
Oh,
I had the
okay.
same with Welshie earlier on. I could hear Nada speaking, but I couldn't hear Welshie. I could see.
I
his,
think it's
sound
I think
movement.
it's to do with this StreamYard. Because the
Streamlabs, yeah,
only reason I've started to experience this is through StreamYard. Nobody else I've had this problem with. At least not when I used to use that
Riot.
Jitsu Riot software. I don't know. Maybe I'll go back to that Jitsu again. I'm not sure.
You
I'm
are
not
telling
sure.
me that the Quran only forbids to drink alcohol, but it doesn't forbid to eat it, right?
Jellies, vodka jelly. That's the answer.
Yes, jelly shots.
You can shove the jelly shots up your ass, then it's allowed.
Booty bump, jelly bump. Jelly shots.
In the Polish cuisine, we have a special kind of a cake, baked highly on alcohol, and we get quite an amount of it. So, in other words, if I would eat it, Allah wouldn't be mad about it. He wouldn't take it as a sin, right? You know, I don't drink it.
Yeah, exactly. It's halal.
To some degree, after those Sharia,
The cake.
after those Sharia patrols, you can kind of understand why people from Britain First got in a tank and drove around the East End saying no, fuck you. You can kind of see that, but they have a reputation as being like an extremist group. But you can also, I mean, I can kind of relate to it. Do you know what I mean? When you've got people like Ricardo and Jordan wandering around Whitechapel saying fuck off from the mosque, you are then going to get a load of people, you know, get in a tank and drive around and say fuck off yourselves. You
Of course.
You can see how it happens. Do you know what I mean?
Action, man. I mean, go to Pakistan or India somewhere, and go riding around telling people you have to wear a short skirt, you have to drink alcohol, you cannot do this, and let's see what happens there. You will get lynched.
Yeah.
Same time, man.
There you go.
Let's not forget about this. You know, it's all hypocritical. They get away with all kind of stupid shit in the West because it's democracy and freedom. Too tolerant.
They didn't
Same
get
shit
away
you couldn't
with
get
it.
away in their country.
They didn't get away with it. The guys, you know, the Sharia patrols in East London.
Yeah, Ricardo.
People actually went to prison. I think people went.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they did. I mean, the police were on them because they were clearly acting illegally.
Thing that I mean, the big
They didn't get away with it.
Muslim would be if we would forbid them to have or to actually to be too passionate to the goats. I think if we would forbid them that, in other words, to go deeply into the goats, that would be probably a nuclear war.
How deep?
No goat fucking for you, Ahmed. No goat fucking for you today. No. Go to Saudi Arabia. Go to Iraq. Fuck your own goats. Leave our goats alone.
The thing is, the one thing that I was that shocked me is the boldness, because, you know, fair enough, Boti is right that they did go to prison or they got arrested, but the goal to be able to actually do that in itself is quite telling. That the population, the Muslim population in London, has become so incredibly bold and so incredibly confident that they can literally go around and do such a thing and think that it's okay.
It's delusional because they live amongst each other and they think.
Yeah.
I think the mindset is warped because of that.
It's
because
true.
they live in a ghetto and they get away with more and more, so they will, you know, like the ego. I've been studying Buddhism and meditating recently more and more. The ego can play tricks on you on a groups too. And I think that ego is grown so big that they will make big mistakes.
Like
and then
group
they will get
ego.
eventually
Yeah.
kicked out. Eventually, because they're losing it, man.
Absolutely. Welcome back, Welshie.
It don't stink.
Are you all right, Welsh?
Evening. Yes.
You
Sorry,
can
man.
make
I have to belt that back
That
on.
way we want to have a Yugoslav solution towards Britain and towards London especially, if the things are going to go sooner or later.
Take it easy,
No, I'm
dude.
all with Ralph. I'm all with Ralph. Kick the enemy combatants out. I'm all with Ralph. That's the real solution. Either you're with us or you're against us. Like Bush. That's it.
That's a great piece of GSDM or Great Prophet Wanksy.
Yeah. Big up based, man. Long time no
Well, my suggestion, hey, Wanksy, my suggestion on the jihad is quite simple.
Yeah.
There's some shitty islands up north, right? You just stick, right on the,
Stick them up there.
stick them up there, right? And monitor them with like high tech stuff, right? So they're monitored, and you can
Pick
you
and
can watch,
Rolex.
you can watch them have a go at each other because they like having a go at each other, and leave them to it. Then I mean, otherwise they get released at 8 years, and then they kill 2 innocent people. You know.
Yeah, let them live on an island where they can't get off and do Hunger Games, give not enough food, put some cameras on, so at least we have some enjoyment from them.
Yeah, monetize it.
Put Shamima Begum in there too, let the bitch die. Let the bitch be tear apart, fuck it.
Well, I don't know about that.
I know about it.
Welcome to Wanksy.
I'm trying to upstage it off.
It's a far right dick measuring contest.
It's a far right now today.
You have some nice views on this. So, what about your views on jihadis? What should we do with them?
Cut the.
Not you, wank. I'm going to say. Boti, what should we do with jihadis? Should we jail them for 10 years, let them out, and then take
No. Cut the nuts off and put them in the North Sea. Let them drown.
Boti.
Let's call him Boti. Can you hear you?
Sorry, guys. What's up?
I'm just trying to get Boti. I'm trying to get Boti's view on jihadis.
Boti. I thought you were calling me.
I know he has very liberal views on jihadis, so I was just trying to, get his view on what you do with jihadis. So, MC, give me 2 minutes. Come on, Boti. I mean, what should we do with jihadis?
Based on Spa. Come on.
No, but listen to me. If anybody who wants to release them up in society later, after doing a few years of time, fuck them. Let them live next to their family. Let's see if they want to take the risk with their children with them.
Well, some fucking idiots would.
Yeah, fucking assholes.
Some fucking idiots would. So I would like to.
I mean, you can put them for 5 years in prison. You can put them in prison for 5 years, but doesn't mean that their mind has changed. You cannot guarantee it.
Look,
they can play along even.
Whoa. Let's get a couple of things straight. We live in a country called Great Britain, right, where we think we can do anything, where we can change people's brain, the way they think, their ideologies. So what we do, we get this guy called Osman Khan, and after 8 years of planning the biggest terrorist attack known to this shores, that's what they were planning. We allow him out, and then we pay for his train tickets, and we say, come to this conference. We're going to show out how much of a model citizen you are. Then he turns up, goes to the toilet, straps 2 fucking knives to his hands, fucking some plastic bottles and some wires to his stomach, and away we go. That's what we do. That's what we do in this country. And then they kill 2 innocent people.
Yeah, the same with pedophiles. They let them go over here in Holland too. And they commit crimes again, man. I mean, if you're a pedophile, you can't be helped. I mean, to get a bullet to the head, die. Everybody will be at peace. Children will be safe. Kill the jihadis too. Put in the
we live in a progressive society. We can change people's ideologies.
Yeah. We believe in magic. You know that song that's by America? You can do magic. Look in your eyes can make people hypnotize. It can make them turn no jihadi again. You can do magic.
It's not safe to leave the house without a narwhal tusk.
Jihadis are welcome here.
We will turn them in nice, good citizens.
I mean,
Hopsky isn't here, so I'm filling in for his love as good as I can. Big up Hopsky.
That would be too nice of a punishment, because without pork and beer, they think that they're going to go to paradise, according to the book. So before we were going to put them to death, I mean, jihadis and the Muhammad pedophiles, whatever you call them. First, I think we should put them in between the mother pig, or how we call it in English, so, and her piglets. That would be the nicest punishment. Of course, there are other violence, like for example, how to say it? Oh yeah, wax a little bit a big wooden pole, with big entries, and then impale the guy on it, and let him.
No.
Now you have my interest.
Between fucking hell, between Wanksy and MC, this is getting a bit like over the top now. Like, no, just get an island, an island where they can police themselves, and they're in no danger to the public at large. They're dangerous to themselves.
No, show them into a pigskin, fill the pigskin in with pig lard, and then set them fire and broadcast it for everybody's amusement. Bring back the Middle Ages. It's a deterrent.
By the way, Muslims would enjoy it. Going back to the Middle Ages, so we are only doing them a favor.
No, we're doing it just to them. We're keeping other citizens treated normally, more than just to them, because they have a Middle Age mentality and a Middle Age fucking religion. So let's bring the Middle Ages back to them. I mean, they want to.
There's me making a sensible suggestion, like sticking them on an island, and then there's you two lowering the standards by talking about, I don't know, poles and impaling and all sorts of fucking.
What the hell did you expect from me, man? Come on, you know me.
I know Boaty's gone. You scared Boaty off.
Yeah, fucking, just suck my balls.
Boaty's gone now.
He's probably going to suck jihadi dick somewhere.
I know I went in a little bit hard on the jihadi islands, but I wanted his views on it. And now
you know his views already. He's sucking jihadi dick right now. You know?
Yeah, you've gone with pigs, bladders, and all sorts of poles and stuff.
He's ingesting the
scared him off.
He's ingesting the jizya. He's swallowing it right now. Yeah.
I said Welshman. What did you expect from me? I'm an Eastern European. That's one. And second, I come from the land of Soviet. What the fuck did you expect?
Sniff, sniff, sniff. The old needs to sniff.
I said it once and I'll say it again. I was given a balanced view, and then you two lunatics, come on. You two Europeans, come on.
At least I'm telling the truth, man. The best idea. I mean, I'm being honest here.
Dr. Phil have told me to express my emotions, so that's what
Ducky Gold says Bodhi wants to do jihadi edging. Whatever it is, man.
The thought.
Hilarious. Yeah, I don't know what it means, man.
Yeah, I don't think anyone appreciates that quite as much as me. Actually.
Maybe he will suck some jihadi dick and not make him come and go on and on for a year. Maybe, you know.
48.
Before putting them to death, we should also inject into their asses the best vodka that we have, the most potent one.
Yeah, I mean, no people need to die. That's the best solution. I think we need the death penalty back, and we need to kill off a lot of crazy, dangerous motherfuckers on this planet. We will have a safer planet. We need to do it every generation, again and again. That's the only solution, I think. Kill more people.
Banksy, are you there, mate? Sorry, don't carry on, lads. Sorry.
Maybe Bodhi is crying to him. Maybe in the background. Banksy, they said some bad things about jihadis. They make me cry. Banksy, please make them stop. Don't do it. Don't let them talk bad about Muhammad and Islam. Please. I think he's a crypto Muslim. I think he's a Muslim anyway, Bodhi. So.
Yeah, but look, I you know, I mean, it was specifically jihadis, so I thought it would have been quite an easy question to sort of approach.
No, you have to hide your brother's sins. Every Muslim is a Muslim.
Poor Boaty.
Boaty ran.
I thought
bad men.
So Banksy, I thought it was quite simple because we were referring to jihadis rather than referring to anything else.
Sorry, I was distracted. I didn't
obviously
pay
not.
attention to what
He went all mute on me. And then when he started talking about impaling and pigskins and stuff, the crazy Europeans on the panel, he went off.
Well,
Wait, what happened? What happened?
Sorry,
what
Bochi,
happened to-
if he's still in the text, I don't know.
Yeah.
No, but we were talking about jihadis, about fucking dangerous fucking assholes, not about
We weren't
happened
talking about
to-
Muslims.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
We were talking about jihadis.
What, did,
Yeah.
did Bodhi get offended? What happened to him? I'm back.
Yeah,
I
we,
mean,
we were
what
talking
happened?
about how we would creatively deal with jihadi scumbags who have killed people
Right.
instead of letting them in prison for a few years and letting them out. We wanted to get rid of them permanently, and that's all we were talking about. And he ran away, so he was sensitive about fucking jihadis.
That's
that
really
says
weird.
a lot to me.
Because
yeah.
you were figuring out a way to save tax money, right?
Yeah, I mean,
that's fun. That's
well,
just good.
of course,
That's good
of course.
economics, in my opinion. That's good economics.
Like China
Practical.
does. China kills everybody they don't like. They harvest organs. Big up China.
Nada, what I was thinking of a Guantanamo Bay Palestinian style. So there's even to it, really. But
Yeah,
obviously,
I'm a big supporter of Guantanamo Bay, definitely.
Yeah, it depends.
Well-
If they have an innocent guy, I wouldn't agree with it. If they have a jihadi, fuck him up.
Yeah, well, it depends on who it is, obviously. You know,
Yeah.
you don't want somebody that's
shit.
yeah, you don't want somebody that's innocent to be in that situation. But you know, it comes to a point where if you think that they're doing this and they're thinking about your feelings and what's good for you, they're not. You know, they're not thinking about you. They're thinking about your destruction. You know,
It's time for the narwhal test.
Thank you, Nada.
the narwhal tusk, isn't it?
Yeah.
The narwhal tusk. Man.
Yeah, I mean, they tried those like they tried those patrols things. I think in a couple of places in the U.S. Those Sharia law patrols. I know those didn't work out here. They pretty much put a quash on that quick.
Not in Florida or Texas, the great nations.
Or even in.
I would have loved to have seen it in a gun state. I'd have loved to have seen it in a gun state.
They've never even tried it in one of the gun states. I mean, technically they're all gun states, but no, they were doing it but they did it in Chicago. They did it in Minnesota.
Do you know what? I was going to say Chicago because it's gun free, isn't it?
Yeah, that's well, it's not gun free. I mean, there's still
hypothetically.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah, it's legal gun free, but it's the gun capital of America, even though it's legal.
No.
Except for criminals. Only criminals have guns.
Guns in the U.S. Guns are legal nationwide in the U.S. Everyone can have guns in the U.S. It's just there's some areas that have more stricter gun laws, and they have like certain like safe spaces, quote unquote. But interestingly enough, the safe spaces are the ones that always have big shootouts. You know, because obviously the criminals aren't didn't see the
Don't
sign.
care.
You know?
They don't care.
Right.
The criminals can't read. They're analphabetic.
Exactly. That's why I say, like, for instance, in schools here, I'm like, I want to see armed guards in the schools, just like you have them in banks guarding money. I want to see them armed guards in school. And then people are like, you want guns in the school? I'm like, yeah, I want the people that are protecting our children to be armed to protect them. What's wrong with that? And people think I'm crazy. I'm like, no. I'm like, I don't want to wait until we figure things out. Get them on there now. Yeah. And so now we have it here. We have it here in, for instance, in my area here. I actually did a little bit of lobbying for this. We have in my area where I'm at, we have in my neighborhood, we have armed guards in every school.
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal. Like, obviously, you wouldn't really want that for your kids. But in the situation where it is, where the amount of guns that are in America, and I do believe in the Americans' rights to bear arms, the Second Amendment. So, yeah, I mean, when so much damage can be done, you've got to sort of try and work with it as well, because you can't take that liberty. You can't take that liberty away from the people. It's never going to be taken away from the people. So,
the kids are all right. I mean, it's not like there's guys like a militia, you know, sitting there with giant automatic, giant automatic rifles walking around patrolling. It's not like an episode of Star Wars, but they have, it's not like, you know, the stormtroopers, but you know, they just have guns. But kids here, you also have to remember, here in the U.S., kids are they're very used to seeing officers, you know, with, you know, double armed with guns and stuff like that. So it's nothing shocking to them, you know.
Nata, did you see the UPS fucking shit show when they killed the driver? There was an armed robbery going on.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
And then you compare that to obviously the horrific terrorist attack on London Bridge recently, where the police come in and they took 3 angles and double tapped him in the head. I mean, slight difference, isn't it? I mean, the one good thing that I would suggest, that's what I believe, is the British police that are armed are much highly trained, so highly trained, compared to obviously police officers in the US that are sort of given guns quite freely. I suggest. I don't know what your opinion is.
Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, I definitely think that whenever I go to England, go to the UK, I'm always like, I see that the police in the UK have very little authority. Actually, the way that people respond to them. So
Yeah.
they're kind of like puppies running around. They're sitting there like, who's going to listen to
But
them?
I'm on about armed police, like what I'm specifically meaning, like armed police in America. I don't believe are as highly trained as armed police in the UK are, because we're much more. Do you know what I mean? Much tighter part of our organisation, and I would suggest more highly trained, because in America, most police forces are given guns. Yeah. Is that correct?
Yeah, they have guns. I mean, I don't know what you mean by highly trained. Like what in like martial arts? I mean, how
Well,
are
no,
they
I mean,
highly trained?
gun safety, gun training, target practice.
In the UK, I mean, the armed response boys are really highly trained. They're not like they're not like a couple of shooting down the shooting range. They're properly trained. You know what I mean?
Well, no, they do that. They do that here in academies. I'm sure every academy might be differently, but they all have police academies, and
Well,
they have to be thoroughly trained in every
I've seen
facet.
I've seen some terrible shootouts in America, though. Like coppers shooting coppers. Like
Yeah.
crossfiring each other and stuff.
Yeah,
And
I'm sure that's happened. That's isn't that friendly fire though? I mean, that's okay. That just tickles. I mean,
the thing is, it's a scale thing. I mean, if you look at the scale of the police that need to be armed in Britain versus America, number one, we're looking at a country of 350 million versus a country of 66, 67 million. So there's
Yeah.
a massive difference in scale there. And then taking that, you've got maybe, 10-15% of the police are actually armed police. I don't even think
Less than that, man.
Yeah, I don't even think it's
Less
that
than
much. I think it's probably less. So those few police officers who do go for the gun sort of or go for that department where they have to carry weapons, they're going to be a hell of a lot more. They're going to be like military level
They're
training.
the real deal. They're the real deal in Britain, from what I can
Yeah, I
take
mean, they're
from
going to
it.
get military level training. I don't think they're just going to get your bog standard sort of even gun training. So they're going to get
What I'm suggesting
extremely
in
high
America,
level.
it's more normal training rather than as we have like.
Yeah, I mean, you got
okay, sure. Our cops are less trained. They're inferior. Okay.
No. I mean,
No.
I just think
No,
as
no, no,
a
no.
scale, it's a scale thing. It's just
Yeah,
there's too
I'm
many
just
people.
kidding.
But what I
No,
mean
it's
is,
not what- it's
you've got a
not what I
lot
mean,
more
and it's-
people to train, and the costs and the money that's involved of getting. You got to imagine, we're struggling to get like 10,000 police officers on the beat just in this country in the next few years, and they're struggling with that because they can't find the money. And these are non-armed police officers, just bobbies on the beat. Now you imagine you have to add gun training on top of that, and let's be honest, if you're talking about an average person who's like me, I've shot a gun, but terribly, and decades ago. So what I mean is, you get an average guy like me, and you have to train him to become a good marksman. It's gonna take, I'd say at least 2 years. You're gonna wait that long to get your first cop on the street? They just can't. They can't afford to
Well,
wait that long.
they have they do have pretty extensive training here in the U.S. I mean, they have to wait. It's a couple of years here. When you're going to police academy, it's not just
Oh, so
not
it is
just
a
going in
2-year training process.
Yeah. They have to go through a thorough training process, and they also have to have a certain level of education. They can't be complete idiots. But I mean, although there are some that are, but I mean, they can't on paper. They can't be anyway.
I'm with
But
you.
yeah,
so they do have reasonably good.
Yeah,
standards.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm more of a suggesting that because guns are given out generically around the force, that when they have like special operation police, then they're going to be as highly trained as our armed, because we have a very little percentage of armed police. So like I said, what Banks is saying is what I'm trying to say is that I think our response, the little we have, is like your specialist response. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, like
Not
SWAT.
just like your,
They would be
Yeah, our
trained
SWAT
in the
team.
SWAT level.
Yeah,
which is what Americans
Oh, okay.
have in that equivalent.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
but
yeah.
the thing is, the SWAT isn't the average cop on the street, same as the armed response units in Britain
Yeah,
are not
Right.
the average cop on the street.
No, definitely not.
It's a matter of
They're
scale.
the real deal, isn't they? Yeah.
Which is like when there's female cops in the U.S., I'm like, okay, I get it, because they've got a gun. But when there's female cops in the UK, I'm like, really? I mean, like that's just basically like, what's the point? What are you gonna? I mean, I really wouldn't feel safe. I wouldn't feel protected if they're female officers in the UK.
I've seen.
But I'm going to jump in there a little bit because there's situations where women police officers are brilliant, but there is many situations where women police officers are not the people you want there, and that's the problem.
Yeah,
Sometimes
exactly.
they get into, they're in a situation where they're not capable of dealing with it, but there is like other occasions where they are the prime person to go, step forward to deal with it.
I agree with you. If it comes down to soft skills, if it comes down to sort of calming the situation down, there are situations where female police officers can do it better. Maybe domestic violence situations, something.
Kitty's out of a tree. Kitty's in a tree.
Well,
not
that.
No.
Yeah, but what I mean is like it's a domestic violence situation. The female police
yeah,
officer can
exactly.
talk
When
to
you see them in a
the
physical
wife or something.
confrontation.
But what I mean is, I've seen two police. I mean, this is the problem. They're not just putting. I mean, I always thought female police officers always would be partnered with a male police officer.
Yeah,
so
I
there'll
know, it's
always
not
be
the
a
case.
balance of physical strength there.
That's how it started.
Yeah, but
then
it's
they
not.
changed
I've
it.
seen
anymore.
2 women police officers where the robber came, beat one of them up, then went to the car, dragged the other one out of the car, and stole their car.
Seen it.
Yeah,
Stole their fucking car.
It's ridiculous.
I seen another one where there was 2 women WPCs tackling the guy on the street, and it had the car cam on, and as he like knocked the one down, the other woman tried tackling him. He threw her aside, and then just some young bystander lad rugby tackled him and dropped him, and that's when they all like managed to get on top. If it wasn't for him, it was like he was throwing them around like rag dolls.
Yeah.
I mean, what are they doing paired up together? Like it's got to be male female. It makes sense, doesn't it?
This is what I mean. I am extremely worried when I started seeing 2 women police officers going to scenes where there's a criminal and there's a male criminal.
Yeah,
like,
I mean that's a little bit
this
ridiculous.
is-
What are they going to really do? I mean, in the end, come on, it's just
this
so
is-
stupid. It's
this is
it's just not. It's illogical. There's no sense to that.
And it's dangerous. It's dangerous because these women, they're gonna try to struggle to try to get this guy in the cuff. He's gonna fling them around like rag dolls, and they're gonna hit their head. They're gonna freaking die.
So
Should be the place of women by transsexual cops.
Well, that might be a different
Very
situation.
progressive.
That would be far more dangerous.
Brave and
Yes.
progressive.
Yes, trans. If there was like Fallon Fox female officers, I'd be like, okay, let's go. That's okay. I'll go with that.
So give you a scenario. You're a male officer and you're paired with a female. She's really capable. She's really good in certain situations. She's spot on. She's an asset. But all of a sudden you got a job and it's a full hit job. You're there right on scene. You've literally seen it. You've got to act because there's public being hurt. What you fucking do? You can't let her go in. Say you're driving. The next thing you know, you're out the vehicle, and then she's sort of trying to back you up. She gets taken out. I mean, for the male officer, those scenarios, like those crazy fucked up scenarios, you'd want to be with a male officer.
Yeah,
wouldn't
I
you?
mean, the thing is, you have to balance it out as how often that happens, etc., etc. But generally,
No, I know,
if you're a
but,
male
on
officer
those
partnered with
odd
a female,
occasions, you feel vulnerable as fuck.
yeah,
What-
yeah.
what
If
did
you're a
you
male
know?
officer partnered with a female officer, your combined physical strength has been cut in half. Because you'll have to take most of the brunt of the whatever physical
Yeah,
scenario.
but then
comes
you got to
up.
look out
It's
for
a
her
risk.
as
It's
well.
a risk for everybody, basically.
It's a little bit.
Public.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard. Like you said, Walshy, women have different skills to men when it comes to soft skills, when it comes to negotiation and generally, calming situations down. So they're extremely beneficial in those scenarios.
Because
But
there'll be other jobs. There'll be other jobs that will be completely flipped, wouldn't it, Banks? Like the other way
yeah.
around.
So,
Where
what I
she'd
mean
be
is,
great.
Like Personally, if my husband was a cop here in the U.S. and he ended up getting partnered with a female, I would be pissed. You know, no, because I would be like, now he has to watch. You have to, instead of concentrating on your job, having the full amount of force, now you're handicapped. And on top of it, you have to watch what you say because you might offend somebody, you know, all the time. It's just a ridiculous scenario.
I mean, I don't know. If you're gonna have female police officers, then you're gonna have to accept a degree of issues there. I mean, for crying out loud, our commissioner of police, the head of police, Metropolitan Police, is a woman anyway.
Crescenda Dick.
Yeah, she's trying to make the whole police force 50-50. Like 50% women, 50% men. So she's aiming towards that fucking goal.
So like,
hey, but there are more male offenders than female offenders.
So 50% vulnerable. She wants to make
pretty
the police
much,
force
yeah.
50% vulnerable.
Yeah,
that's what a genius. What a
I
genius.
know,
You
I know.
That's why I just said these women are not my sisters. They are my inferiors, indeed.
Yeah, unfortunately, there are certain aspects of reality that the politically correct of us in our societies.
Thing is, they surely know better that a 50-50 is just not practical.
Well, it's
right?
whether it's practical or not.
Whether it's brave and progressive is another matter. Whether it's practical is completely different. And surely they know this, but they're actually making it more vulnerable for the public by even putting these fucking steps forward and pushing
They actually did a survey here. This was a few years back about and it was actually of like, do you feel as equally safe with a male officer guarding you or protecting you as you do with a female officer? And interestingly enough, there was a higher percentage of women who actually said no, they feel safer with a male officer than men. Interestingly enough, so the women themselves said, no, I don't feel as equally safe with a female officer protecting me as I do with a male officer. So they're not listening to the people; they're just using propaganda and running with whatever the narrative is.
Yeah, it's this woke, progressive fucking narrative. They don't actually listen to the people on the ground who are saying, look, we need certain, things. I don't give a shit about But the problem is, you see, this woke attitude, this progressive attitude, this is now going to put people's lives at risk. People are going to die because you want to be progressive, because you want to be politically correct, you want a virtue signal. These jobs, police officers, fire people, these are military.
You want the best people for the job.
Exactly.
You want the best people for the job
These are
every time.
Critical jobs. These are critical, vocations in our society. We can't fuck around and be politically correct about these jobs. We have to make sure these jobs we all depend on these jobs. When if my skyscraper building or whatever I'm living in is on fire, I can't have a 12-stone little girl trying to drag my fat ass through 12 flights of stairs. I need a big ass fucking fireman.
I watched this. There's a show here that we have. You guys might maybe see it there too on the A&E network. It's called Live PD Live, and they have it on the weekends and stuff like that. And they have these different areas that they show you live coverage of police activity. And they have this one clip, and there's this female officer. She's got to be like 400 pounds easy, okay? And she's running after, not you call it running. It's more like, I don't know what that was really, but she's sort of sliding over towards where this criminal is, and he took off. And naturally, she couldn't catch him. For multiple reasons, Yeah. And I've seen other times where there's been a female officer who is in good shape physically. And you get some that do really well, but there's a very small percentage of them.
Yeah,
of course, there are some that are excellent, but they're a very small percentage of them, and they cannot catch these criminals.
Yeah, no, I've seen out of shape fat policemen too. I mean, that's
I know, but I'm just saying statistically overall, you get the it's not.
I mean, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for any police officer to tackle a 6 foot 25-year-old guy when he's 35. He's got like fucking 10 kilos of protection on him, right? And now you're a female, female on top of that. Now it's hard for a bloke to catch up with You know? It's
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
look,
so
again,
I mean,
I don't mind.
it's just the numbers. It's just facts. It's
Yeah,
just facts. That's
exactly.
all.
I mean, this is the old saying. I keep saying it, and it's like I feel like a broken record. You can deny reality, but you can't deny the consequences of denying reality.
Very good. Oh, I like that.
Yeah, and you're going to get people killed. You're going to get people killed in these jobs like police, like fire departments. You try your PC, politically correct, progressive attitudes are going to get people killed. And I hope the leaders who want a virtue signal with all this bullshit will be there when they have to put a flag or lower a coffin of a police officer.
But Banksy, you said a minute ago about that they don't listen. They don't listen. And the thing is, we sent them the message in the recent elections, across the pond and over here, and we sort of told them that message. But I don't believe they're ever going to listen to us. This is still going to be pushed and pushed and pushed. All this progressive bullshit is going to keep on getting pushed. If you think it's bad now, it's going to be fucking horrific in 5 years.
Well,
what will the suggestions be in 5 years?
The institutions that have been conquered by the left, because just because the parliament will be now mostly Tory, that doesn't mean that the institutions will not rebel against.
Exactly.
That occupied by the leftist scum.
Yeah, the leftist agenda has not, taken a knockback by even a second. They're still plowing right through our police departments, through our social services, through all the government agencies and various, social services and all that. That's not going to change. Those Christopher Dick or whatever her name is, the Metropolitan Commissioner, she hasn't gone anywhere. She's still going to carry on with her agenda.
Yeah.
We've just elected a government who will hopefully, by the way, that is just a hope because the Conservatives are nothing but progressive, will possibly claw some of this back. Possibly. But the Conservatives, the Conservative Party of this country, that's the same party as Theresa May. It hasn't shifted massively to the right. It's just a tiny little nut.
It's Boris.
Yeah, but Theresa May did bring us some magical dance moves, so we have that.
That was her biggest contribution.
Yeah, she did that for us. Thank you.
By the way, so you mean that the British Conservatives actually are conservative?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, we're still fundamentally a leftist country. So that's going to take a generation to shift, further to the center, possibly, and not.
Yeah, like over here, like what is it also like here in the U.S. Somebody quoting Winston Churchill few months back and saying like the greats, and they quoted Winston Churchill, and then he got some, I forgot who it was now, and he got a backlash saying that was racist to quote Winston Churchill.
Yeah, because they think Winston Churchill is racist now.
Oh, with Tommy.
Yeah.
That was Tommy. Tommy was quoted.
Oh, Tommy Robinson. Yeah.
No, it wasn't him. It was somebody else. It was like. I forgot which celebrity it was. It was what you would consider like a Hollywood leftist sort of celebrity. And they quoted Winston Churchill, and they got backlash for they got canceled for quoting.
It's unbelievable that I've got anti-fascist people pointing. I mean, because most of the time, when I've been to London, the Tommy Robinson, or if you like, the more patriots who are protesting, they seem to gather around Winston Churchill's statue, and we've got anti-fascists screaming fascists to a bunch of people surrounding the Winston Churchill's statue, who was the one who actually fought the actual fascists.
Banksy, nowadays, Winston Churchill is a fascist, and the Dalai Lama is also a fascist.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. People who actually fought fascists, actually fought Nazis, are now being called the Nazis.
Okay, Banksy.
And Buddhists are Nazis now.
Yeah. Once upon a time, Joseph Stalin, when asked what we should do with the resistance in the countries that the Soviet troops have entered or resist us, and his reply was like that: just call them Nazis and fascists. This is the first and foremost thing you should do, and then execute them under the charge of collaborating. That's how the Polish underground Home Army have been largely wiped out after the Second World War, despite them fighting the Nazis on our soil.
Yeah, it's just all about flipping it around on them. Call them what they're calling you. Just flip it on
You
them.
know,
They're-
but
they're-
you know what the funny thing is? During
Inverse
the
it.
time of Winston Churchill, everybody was racist. The left too in the US. The Democratic Party was racist too.
Oh yeah. I mean, technically, yeah.
Everybody. It was a climate. It was a different mindset. back then.
Well, the Democrat Party
Yeah.
is the party that supported slavery. Is the party that
Exactly.
that
Jim
party of
Crow,
the
I believe.
The party of the KKK. The
Yeah,
party
they
of Jim
founded
Crow.
the
That's
KKK,
what
the
they are.
Democratic Party.
Yeah, that's
So,
there,
yeah,
and we all know that the quote unquote big switch is a fallacy. You know that there's nobody that switched. I think there's 2 members that switched from Republican to Democrat within like 5 years after the supposed big switch. You know, I mean that's such a fallacy. It's a lie. You know what I mean? All they did right now is they just changed their plantations from the plantations of old, of the Dixiecrats, to being the current sort of urban plantations. That's all. That's all. They just changed one for the other.
And you've got the planned abortion clinics for that Betty woman who was part of the KKK.
Oh, the Planned Parenthood. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
She was a full-on racist.
Margaret Stanger was a eugenicist who loved Hitler, and she
listen to this.
called Black Americans weeds, and that they needed to be dealt with. They needed to be weeded out of the garden. And
So we'll abort all their children.
And that's why you have. I think someplace in places, cities like New York, there's more Black babies aborted every day or every month than there are lively birthed. So that's where we're at now.
Yeah,
that's literally the way it is.
I've heard. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you about the Planned Parenthood things, but there still needs to be a service like Planned Parenthood that actually caters for the medical needs of the poor. At least, if this is not Planned Parenthood, fine, but at least find a reasonable substitution. I'm not talking about necessarily the abortions, although that is a service. And
but we do that. We do have that. It's called.
There is a million abortions a year. It's a million abortions a year in America.
Right.
A million
What
abortions.
I'm saying, let me just say, there's something called Medicaid, and that's what Medicaid provides, free health care.
But is it as good and is it as frequently available as Planned Parenthood provides?
Yeah,
those?
of course there is. You receive a health care card, just like anybody that had certain insurance. Instead of an insurance card, you receive a Medicaid card. Now you're going to have maybe about only of all the facilities. Now hospitals, of course, they have to take anybody, regardless. But like for instance, let's say a doctor's office and stuff like that provide all these services already. I think there's about something like over. Almost 68% of these facilities accept Medicaid. At least they accept Medicaid, and some now it's becoming the point where like they're going to put into action where they have to accept it. But yeah, they have like nearly 70% of all the facilities in the U.S. So everybody has a facility. It's not a separate facility. It's the same place that, like, let's say I'm insured through a paid private company, but I go to an office and there's plenty of people that have Medicaid, that can go there too. They could get the same service.
How is Planned Parenthood funded then?
Well, Planned Parenthood was funded mainly relied on government funding. And now Trump has put a stop to this, so they've now gone more back into their private funding. So the subsidies that they receive to the government have been stopped. And so, yeah, Planned Parenthood is not at all. I think something like 62% of their revenue comes from abortions. So they don't do healthcare. They don't
do they
provide.
Actually charge for abortions then?
They receive. Yeah, they charge for them.
They get money from the government from.
And they also charge people as well. You pay out of pocket. There's a percentage you pay out of pocket.
So it's a subsidized service. So you pay a bit, the government pays a bit.
Yes, and so most of their revenue comes from abortions, but they like to tack on things. They, like, for instance, they don't provide it's called Planned Parenthood, but they don't provide any Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood just means you don't want the kid, we'll take care of it for you. So they're not really Planning Parenthood. Like they don't provide any sort of care for women who are pregnant. They don't provide prenatal care. They don't provide these things. You know, people just think so
Yeah,
because of the name. You know,
it's an
that's all.
oxymoron,
I
isn't
thought
it?
they.
Like-
That's what I actually thought. I thought they provide
No.
care outside of just
No.
that. They provide
No.
smear tests and breast examinations and,
No.
It's
and
an
prenatal.
it's an abortion center, basically.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. They tack on like some other little service names, but really their name is basically likened to socialist. Like so.
Do they
Okay,
do adoption
what's
things
wrong
as
with
well?
like what's wrong
Do
with
they do it-
socialism? Like it's like saying like what's wrong with socialism? It's very social. What's wrong with being social?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? That's basically they're just using wording. I mean it's a classic thing, you know.
Yeah.
I mean,
You know, I
don't
have a
get me wrong.
solution for the crime, you know. Sterilize all the criminals, their parents and the children. And that's it. All the grandchildren too.
As long as Wanksy
Both
doesn't come
parents
up with
to
some
sterilize the whole
over
the
the top
bloodline.
solution.
No,
Yeah.
I mean you won't have any more criminals.
Yeah, sure.
Well,
I'm
I,
gonna do
I
a
definitely,
post-
One thing I wanted to say in regards to abortion, I am not against abortion. I'll state my my position. I think abortion is just simply another form of medical technology that we have available to us. I just don't think it should
What?
be used as a contraception.
like the
What?
guillotine.
Well, I just don't think it should be used as a contraception. It shouldn't be so readily.
What you call it?
Well, medical technology. We
Uh,
have medical
Medical
technology.
technology.
It
In other words,
is something that's
well,
available to us.
like-
I'm sorry, you guys. You know, I know
yeah.
people who are against abortion who think that
Like
I mean,
euthanasia. Euthanasia is also
well,
available to
euthanasia
us.
is also another technology that we have available to
I
us.
thought you
and-
said procedure, but you're saying
But-
technology.
Well,
But
it's,
it's-
it's
it's
a medical
procedure.
it's a medical procedure. It's a medical form of it's a medical technology in the
Yeah,
sense
it's
of growth of our medical scientific knowledge.
And what's the object? And what's the object of that medical procedure?
Ripping off a
Well,
child's
it's
child's
to
head.
abort a fetus,
Legs,
unwanted.
Yeah.
arms,
But what I'm saying is, look,
and then the shashi.
look,
Get the
look.
shashi
I'm
out.
not saying it's a pleasant thing. A lot of things, like you said, euthanasia is not necessarily pleasant. At least a euthanasia in the sense of euthanasia, you could say that the adult
So how many
individual has a choice.
how many cases?
Yeah.
How many cases of legal euthanasia have we got in the UK?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, that's what I mean. I'm in favor of making that legal as well. I don't think that should be illegal.
Yeah,
but-
I'm in
I think
favour.
that-
I mean,
I
I'm
think
in
that if
total
people
favour of it.
actually-
But
Yeah.
if
how many
people
people
actually-
would have? How many
Well-
people would have illegal euthanasia?
You
I
have
think that if
illegal
people
euthanasia
actually-
is basically suicide.
I think
Jump
that
on
if
front
people-
of trench.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
that if people actually knew what was the process of abortion, they would think differently. But people have been lied to, so they don't know
Oh, yeah.
about it.
No, don't get
And
me
so
wrong.
when you go in there and you pierce a baby's skull and suck out their brains and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
rip their body off one by one, they don't know that. They're being told it's nothing. It's
Well,
not
I mean,
even
there's
anything, you know?
different stages, obviously, in development.
Just
so
cells.
Yeah.
It all
It's just
depends on where
cells.
in that developmental stage
They're
you're
just
at.
cells. That's
And-
what they say.
And again,
right
I
from
think
the
that.
concept
Oh, sorry, go
is
on.
already
MC.
like a real human. No, when it will go to develop its nervous system, then I can call it a human.
Well,
because-
that's I think 10
Okay.
weeks they have actually
Yeah, exactly.
not just a
6
nervous
weeks.
system, but actual
6
brain
weeks.
Yeah, it's
activity
earlier
as
than
well.
that. It's yeah.
I think it's
6
10
weeks.
weeks or
Earlier
so. Yeah, where actual brain activity is detected. So
Well-
yeah, it's surprisingly quick. It's within a couple of months, basically.
So it's brain activity. So we could maybe then kill people that are
Well-
that have no brain activity.
Yeah,
have
no, I
have
mean,
small brains.
there's again, like you said, euthanasia is another thing, which is another
I
subject.
think it's minuscule in the scale of things, isn't
But
it?
what I'm
That could
saying
be so
is-
easily
I
controlled.
have to say it now. Euthanasia, we had that for like ages. Another form of euthanasia, but the only difference was that we had inflicted on ourselves by our own selves that, and it was called suicide. So I think
Yeah,
people
well,
should.
yeah. But what I mean is there are
Death
people
by
who may not be
drinking
able to
vodka.
commit suicide and they're too debilitated by their injuries or
Well,
whatever.
if they are cowards,
I got an
no problem.
idea. Let's wait until let's let the baby be born, and when they turn 18, we can ask the baby if they want to die. How about that, guys? That's fair.
Well,
Yeah, but
Right?
Most
who's going to
legally
raise
aborted.
that child until 18? You see, my problem
Yes.
isn't with so much
There's
as
plenty
letting
of
the
people
baby be
looking to
born.
adopt children.
Yeah, but what I
You
mean
know
is,
that-
okay, fair
You
enough.
know
Let
what
the
they have
baby be
against
born.
anti-abortionists?
Let's say there's no
Oh,
abortion whatsoever. Who is going to look after? Are you going to subject a 16-year-old girl who's accidentally got pregnant to a lifetime of raising a child because you don't feel good about aborting it?
Well,
Well,
it's
first-
not about subjecting a 16-year-old girl.
Well, yeah,
to a
because that
lifetime of
child
raising
has
a
to be
child,
raised by
because that
somebody.
girl also, yes, that girl also has there's resources out there, and there's also
No, but
family, and there's also a lot of
why
other
should be
things.
subject to that if she has other options?
Well, yeah, I guess.
Okay, because the other options are thrown forward without realizing that when they have unprotected sex,
I get that.
they might get and the first thing they're told is that it's okay, they can have an after morning pill, it's not a problem, and then if they can have an abortion, and it's like, where in reality you don't want to get to that stage, eh? You know, that's the simple
absolutely.
reality on that.
I
And that's
100%
not
agree
what's
with you.
pushed forward.
Abortion should not be used as a form of contraception. That is,
But
I
it
agree
is,
with you.
Banks. It really is like crazy. You
I
know
know,
that whole.
I know.
That whole like.
That has to stop.
45% of all abortions carried out in the UK are carried out to women that have already had an abortion.
That safe, legal, and rare rhetoric
Sterilize
that
it
people used to
after the
adhere
first
to,
abortion.
that used to adhere to a while back, the safe, legal, and rare thing, that flew out years ago.
Yeah, no,
That's
I
gone. There's-
agree.
I mean, you know, here obviously children, they celebrate this. They passed where you could give birth to a live baby and then retroactively abort it. Like, should we
Well,
keep
yeah,
it or should we
that's-
kill it?
I heard about
That's
the
what's
whole
legal
thing
here.
in New York about a baby being born and then there will be
Yeah,
a conversation. No,
Yeah.
there is
Due
no
dates.
fucking conversation. The baby got born.
Yeah,
There
well,
is a
there's-
baby
but see-
now.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. How different is that between that baby and then a baby and then like
Well, again,
like a couple weeks before that. You know what I mean?
well, no,
Like,
a couple
really,
of
what's the
weeks. I
difference?
don't think so. I think, as I said, 10 weeks. I think it should be a maximum hard line on that one.
I just feel that the people that have abortions, I'm not at all being like, you're evil, you're terrible. I'm not like that at all. Okay. These people, a lot of these women, they are lied to. They're not told the facts. They don't really know what's going on. And here's the fact. Women who have abortions, the overwhelming majority, I think over 90%, man, they suffer terrible, they suffer psychologically, they suffer for the rest of their lives. They are haunted by this, you know. It's just not a normal action to do. It's just not.
Yeah,
you know,
some deal with it better
So
than
why
others.
do they repeat the procedure? Why do some women repeat it?
because they just look at it as a that it's okay, it's normal, it's just they don't
The
they're being told.
cold-hearted bitches, they shouldn't have
Well, as I said, those who have
sterilized.
those who have more than one abortion, they clearly handle it psychologically far better than those who don't.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it's
exactly.
different women, different horses for different courses.
If you're a little bit psychopathic, you can have multiple abortions and keep going like
Well,
nothing.
yeah, I mean, as I said, different people
Yeah.
handle these things differently. So yeah,
You know,
I mean,
the greatest the people that are the people right now that speak out the most about abortion are the people these women have had abortions, and so they know. And then once they finally realize and like what actually is involved in that, and then so to be honest with you, these are not people that are like, oh, they've never had one. There's people that have had abortion, women, and then they're some of the biggest activists against it actually.
I mean, again, I think first of all it comes down to say now one thing I will say before I get into too many other subjects about abortion. Abortion will naturally, through technology, just like the medical science has given us the technology or the facilities and to have an abortion, medical technology will give us the option of not having to have abortions ever again when artificial wombs are fully developed. And they're working on it now. I actually saw a goat in an artificial wound, or it was a sheep, I'm not sure. So it is happening as we speak. This technology is coming about. So once we have this technology, and we can use it for humans as well as everything else, artificial wounds will eliminate the need for an actual abortion.
But how exactly do you mean? You mean if somebody's pregnant and then they can transfer it to an artificial wound?
Yeah, they can
or
transfer it
just-
to an artificial wound and simply I mean, it depends on at what cycle of the development. Let's say if it's a
Yeah.
plastocyst or if it's a couple of cells, then maybe you can flush that away. But if it's got arms and legs or it's reached a certain level like 10 weeks plus, then they can transfer it to an artificial wound.
Yeah, but the thing is though, Banksy, is why people don't women or whatever couples don't decide, or pregnant women don't decide to have the baby and then put up for adoption, is not so much because of actually carrying the pregnancy. Yeah, that's a portion of it, but a larger portion of that is because they don't want the idea of having their baby out there in the world and they don't know it, so they don't want it to exist. Banksy, it's not that they don't want to carry it; they don't want it to exist.
But what I mean is, on that level, this is what I mean. On those sort of scenarios, once artificial wounds are developed, there will be a greater choice for people. So it will give them the option of, look, you don't have to carry it, you don't have to have anything to do with it. We as a society don't want to abort it because we have facilities that can develop this fetus into a
Yeah.
baby, and we can give it into the adoption system. You don't have to have you will sign all your legal rights away from this. It will be as if you have aborted it, as far as you're concerned, and the child will be taken care of as within our society. Because as a society, we do not wish to just randomly kill, undeveloped babies.
Kids get abused
Yeah, but
by
they-
We
the
will
they-
adoption
develop a
parents
sense
too.
of morality beyond just having to worry about. It is no
That's
longer
a po-
a
that's a po-
woman's choice in that level. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if they'll enact that. Possibly. I mean, maybe. I mean, that's a possibility.
Well,
you speak
what I'm
of.
saying is that
I
if
don't trust every adoption parent either. Some of them choose to do that to have access to young children to abuse them.
Yeah, I know. I
Well,
mean, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
The
That's a
adoption
small-
system is
small
fraught with
percentage.
problems. But what I'm saying is that if we're coming from a perspective of Welshie or Nada, who
Yeah.
don't want to abort children, we as a society
Yeah,
can
yeah,
then have
yeah.
a stronger basis to say, look, you don't have to have anything to do with this baby, but we as
Yeah,
a society
we could make
won't
it-
kill this baby. And we
Yeah, I
have
agree. I understand
technological
this, yeah.
means to keep this baby alive and to have it become a fully developed human being,
That's what
and
we
you
saw
don't
that-
have to raise it. Sorry.
I mean, after one abortion, sterilize it. Never let it ever make
Well,
that
I
mistake.
mean,
Yeah.
I think.
Well, I don't know if
But
I
they-
agree with that because, like I said, there's people that have had them. People have been lied to for so many years, for decades now in society, and these women have been lied to. And so, like I said, there's people that have had abortions that are some of the greatest forces in speaking out against abortions and have gone on to have children and been wonderful parents. So I don't agree with like sterilizing these people. I just agree with educating them. They're being told lies. They're being told it's just a cluster of cells.
Okay,
it's just
after
nothing,
two abortions, maybe. After two abortions.
After two
That's
abortions,
reasonable.
you can-
Yeah, you
you
can't
can
make
get
the same fucking
sterilized.
mistake twice. I mean, if you make the same mistake twice, you show that you're not responsible
Bosie,
enough
Bosie, what's your
procreate.
opinion on what's your
These
opinion on
sterilization.
Wayne's views there?
I mean, I would sterilize the bitch myself, man. I don't give a fuck.
Actually, one of the many problems is that those people that are so keen of that child to be born and not to get killed or whatever, they don't care about the quality of life of that child afterwards. I mean, nobody wants to get.
So their quality, your value of your life is dictated by the money you will have and the access that's
No,
how. So that's
you
an interesting
misunderstand me.
take.
I just don't think that life in itself is a value. Life, I mean, I wouldn't want to live if I would know that I cannot improve my life from this stage on that I am now. If I cannot.
Right. So, but how would that baby ever know? The baby could be born into an impoverished family, and then they could end up. There's been people that have been impoverished that are the ones that who have then elevated and brought us some of the most
Yeah.
amazing things in the world.
You know,
so
you
I
know,
mean, you
Steve
can't say
Jobs
you're
was a
Right.
adopted child of
yeah,
Syrian family.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean,
Yeah,
that's
he's
not.
not important. You could have done without him. Fuck Steve Jobs.
He clearly
Nobody
did nothing
did
with his
important.
life.
I mean, somebody else would have done the same he did, man. It's not nobody special, man. Come on.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is that, yeah, I mean, you can. The thing is, I understand where Nada and Welshie are sort of coming from, in the perspective of the potential for life is also a potential for great success and a greatness within this individual. But what I'm concerned with is I don't want to subjugate one fully developed human being's life, namely the mother, to a lifetime of indentured servitude to a child that they never wanted, because that mother will resent that
Well
child.
said. Well said, mashallah.
No, but it's true. That is what
Yeah,
we're
because-
talking about.
Because it will
Reducing-
result in a more fucked up.
Wait, hold on.
human.
I want to say something. Wait. Reducing motherhood to indentured servitude is a really new one for me.
No,
I
but
don't
the
think
thing
I've
is,
ever
it
heard
is
put
to a
that way.
child that you don't want.
No, well, you have to see this also. People have babies, and there's plenty of people that have had babies when they were young, and maybe at that time they were overwhelmed. What am I going to do? It was very hard, very difficult. It was a very trying time for them. But ask them today if they wish they could have aborted their baby, and I guarantee you that they feel differently. You know, so it doesn't really.
What I'm saying is, though, we can't build a society around a few anecdotal examples here and there.
That's
We
how
have
the world was. That's how the world was created. You think the people like for thousands of years all wanted to have the babies that they gave
Well-
birth to? They didn't at the time. They were like, yay! Not everybody.
Okay.
No,
It
they,
didn't exist.
they all went,
know.
oh fuck, and
Another
then
thing.
coped.
I don't want the future woman that I would have ever to be forced to give birth to a child that would be a cripple or would be in somehow.
Yeah,
Or
eugenics,
it might
right?
be a
Eugenics is
pedophile.
exactly-
It might
I'm
be
just-
a pedophile.
No, look,
That's the
all
thin
I'm
line.
saying
That's-
is, all I'm
that's the
saying
thin
is,
line, the
I don't
quality
want
of
to
life.
force.
If a baby has a certain disability or something, yeah, okay, I see what you're saying there. You just want to kill it, right? Get rid of it, right? Okay, yeah, I don't agree. I disagree.
I don't,
because there's
I
people-
don't want to face the difficulty of raising taking care of such a child. I'm
Oh.
sorry. No.
Yeah, but
well,
the thing
it's
is,
not.
Nada,
It's not about you.
I am
but Nada,
a
you gotta acknowledge this potential future technological development as well, in which we will be able to, on a DNA level, detect if a child is going to have a certain defect or not, if a child is going to be, for example, blind, and we can correct that on a DNA level. Now, is that unethical to do that? Should we allow that child to be born blind because it was meant to be blind, or shall we correct that?
I don't. You're saying that they'll be able to have technology that if a baby, that on a DNA level, that would be something before you even get pregnant.
No.
how do you-
I mean, it could be it could be at the fetal development level where we can actually
No,
correct
you scare the seed
certain
and
things.
the egg of the parents. You scare that and their DNA. That's where you start.
You do
For
what?
You can already scan the DNA of the parents.
Exactly.
The
You
seed
can do that.
And the egg.
Yeah, but what I'm
yeah,
saying
no,
is,
I get that. I get
during the
that. Sometimes you have-
developmental phase of, let's say, the first 4 weeks, we can detect that this child is going to have X amount of problems, physiologically, psychologically, whatever, and we can correct those at that stage through.
And
either-
if you can't, we abort.
No. But what I mean is, if we can correct it.
Wow, this is
it
some crazy
immoral to-
eugenicism.
No, but what I mean is, if
Oh.
we can correct it, is it immoral or unethical to do so? Because that is kind of eugenics in itself.
Well, I
It's
think you're
immoral
saying-
to let that child live
Doesn't mean
blind
that
for the
it's
rest
wrong.
of his life.
Eugenics isn't wrong. It's in entirely. I'm sorry, but we shouldn't be.
No,
forced-
I don't think that a child that a baby has to that anybody has to be guaranteed. I think there's plenty of people that are quote unquote handicapped that have led valuable lives, and I don't think that they should be killed. No,
I know. I agree with you with the kill part. I agree. Okay, we don't kill them, but if we can fix the problem before they're born, should we
Yeah.
do that?
Yeah, I think if that's what the parents want,
But
if
that
that's
is
the
eugenics
technology
to
that's
some extent.
available, I get that. I know what you're saying.
I
Yeah,
love
get
eugenics
that.
that way.
There's
of the
nothing wrong
time.
with eugenics. It's natural. Nature does it all the time.
Well,
Yeah, I get that.
Natural
But I mean-
selection. But what I mean is, this is where we're gonna go. You know, we're gonna get into sort of grey areas and muddy waters.
Think of the great minds that would have been lost through the centuries had that technology been available.
would've-
Not
there
the
would've
ones
been
that
Think about the
not the ones-
Hitlers that have never been born.
Yeah.
How
I
about
was
that?
waiting
How about
for
all the
that. I was
Hitlers that
waiting
were
for that
saved
word.
through abortion?
And the Jimmy Savills and the Mohammeds.
You know, and the
Jimmy
and the
Savills.
Saddam Hussein.
Jimmy Savills at the moment.
Mohammed
What?
Savills.
I don't know. I just think it's a very it's a sad,
This one is for Bodhi.
it's a sad state.
No, but
It's a
what I'm
sad
saying
state.
is the argument. Unfortunately, now the argument for the amount of Mozarts that that were never born because of aborted children can also be the amount of Hitlers and Stalins that were never born because of abortion. So it's
Yeah,
the argument
true.
flows
Yeah.
both ways. It doesn't just go one way or the other.
Okay, but I mean, I just don't understand. Like, you have to see over here, you have like, and I think they have it in England as well, where they have where you take this test to see if your child has certain. You have a test that sees if your child has certain disabilities, like Down syndrome, things
That's
like that.
right. Yeah.
And there's so many women that have had tests and who have been told that their child has signs that they are going to have Down syndrome, and they have the baby, and the baby is perfectly healthy. It happens all the time.
Yeah. I mean, right now we far from having that sort of technology perfected. So I agree that the mistakes were made, but there will come a time where we're almost 99% accurate.
But we're not even talking about that. We're talking about a place where they don't care. People are aborting their children, using abortions as birth control,
Yeah.
and they're not even thinking about. They could be told if you have your baby, it'll be perfectly healthy, and they still want to kill it. So that's a moot point for them, really.
Yeah. I mean, I guess maybe MC and Wanksy can maybe or Simon can debate that portion. I'm not that in favor of abortion. You know.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
have
You
my
still
limits.
refer to it as a baby. You don't refer to it as a. And just
No,
so you
but
know,
hold on.
just so you
Hold
know,
on,
I have friends that have had abortions. I know there's plenty of people that I respect that I think are wonderful people, and they've had abortions. I think that people have been lied to through society. I think that they are just not being told the truth, and that's why I don't believe in criminalizing abortion, because people are being lied to. And once you have to educate people at the core level and tell them what's really going on.
At schools.
And that's when that ripple effect will start to unfold. But right now, people are being told. I mean, the average person thinks that abortion is like that's not even a life. You know what I mean? But if you found it on Mars, you know, that it would make headlines all over the world. You know?
Well, it's
So-
life. It's just, do we consider it important enough? Because as a carnivore, as a meat eater, I can't possibly say that I'm that sort of, I'm not that worried about all life. There is only some lives I really care about.
Well, I don't compare humans to kittens. You know what I mean?
Why not? Why not?
What I mean is,
All life.
Because I don't.
You know, I don't consider an omelet. I don't have a funeral every time I crack an egg.
Yeah, but
and make an omelet.
an egg is.
But you
that egg-
you,
that
you,
egg-
you do consider someone with 10 fingers and 10 toes, heart and a lung and a liver, and eyes and ears. You do consider them as humans, don't you?
Well, yeah. I mean, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. I
So
think after 10
monkeys,
weeks, we get into very, very
They're
dodgy
not cats,
waters.
are they?
We
They're not
don't
pets,
give
are
a
they?
shit about monkeys too. They have
Well,
almost-
yeah, we
almost-
don't really give a shit about monkeys. It's true.
so
We
almost
experiment
savages.
on them.
Socialists.
Do you want to
Fuck them in the ass like Michael Jackson.
Banksy,
Okay,
I got
all
a
Okay,
lovely
maybe not
video
that
on.
bad.
Banks, I got a lovely video on Chuck yogurt. If you want to,
Yeah. I just
5 minutes.
opened it. I just wanted this
Yeah,
this little
it's-
conversation to run its course.
Yeah, quick, carry on.
I think it has. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Banksy.
you
I
guys
think
are
it's
good.
run its
Are we done with this
It's
one?
really good.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
am.
it's-
I am for one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we done all right. We done all right without phone.
share
House.
my
We
share
done
my
all right
screen
without
with you
phone. House.
guys.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
It's a heavy subject, abortion. I have to.
Yeah.
admit, it's very difficult.
Okay, one question for you, Nada. Okay,
Yeah.
maybe later.
Yeah, let me play this and then
Okay,
afterwards
sure, no problem.
You like this?
we'll get back.
It's all a Chuck.
Sorry guys, my I've lost my mouse. Okay, hold on 1 second. I gotta find where the hell is my goddamn. My computer.
Yeah, I wanted to say
is
one thing
lagging
about the
like
handicap
crazy.
thing.
Is this Mark Dice?
Yeah.
I wanted to say one thing about the handicap thing still. I wasn't finished.
Okay, go on.
Is you can easily say, like, if you're relatively healthy and you're not handicapped, it's easy to say, hey, it doesn't matter if they grow up handicapped. I've seen people who are handicapped who are happy, but people don't tell you everything.
Just a
You
heads
can
up, this video is
look
not
down
going to
into
be
the soul,
family friendly at all.
And if you're
So
born
if there are kids around, turn the
handicapped in a
volume
way,
way.
you've never known better. So if you're born blind, you've never seen. So you don't even know what the fuck you're missing out on.
True.
Healthy people.
True, that's right.
So I don't buy that. Because I've seen and worked with handicapped people, some of them, and they ain't. I mean, you wouldn't wish that life on anybody.
Right. If you're stuck in a chair, you can't communicate, and etc. I understand, but there's plenty of disabled people around that aren't like that.
Or
especially like
epilepsy,
Down
even epilepsy, even. You know how debilitating that is.
Yeah,
I
know
was,
it can be
I was just going to
debilitating.
say it doesn't have to be something so important as Down syndrome.
So
like
we weren't done with this conversation, Banksy.
I wasn't.
I am.
I wasn't.
I was done.
I am.
Okay, let Simon have
I
his
moved
say,
on.
guys. Simon has spoken the least in this subject. Go for
Okay.
it, Simon.
Yeah,
You're the last word on this.
I was just going to say the person that I care for who's had both his kidneys and his spleen removed because of polycystic kidneys, that's a hereditary disease. So both his father and his brother had it, and both of his brothers have had about 4 kids each, and it's 1 in 3 or something. So each one of those sets of nephews is one of those
One of them is
sets
bound
of
to have it.
siblings is going to have it. And so you get this massive responsibility. I mean, like,
There's always
big-
a highlight of the very rare and obscure is
Yeah.
always the most highlighted offering as an example. I really don't know why that's always the way.
Because
Go
it
by
happens
majority
much
of
more
the
than we think.
No, I think
It
Simon
happens
was
much
saying.
more than we think.
Yeah, let Simon speak.
Guys,
What I'm saying is, I don't know. A lot of it comes down to. I mean, would you choose if you knew that you had a hereditary disease which you were very highly likely to pass on to one of your kids? Would you then? A lot of people still then go through with having the kids as a vanity project.
Well,
Yeah.
I disagree with that. I think that if you know
Yeah.
that your child, I mean, I think most parents, if they knew, they would.
It's a
prevent
serious,
that.
it's a
I don't
serious
think-
question that needs to be asked.
well, these are
Definitely. And
these are moral and
if you
ethical
could
questions.
tell, if you could tell before a certain date, that would help, obviously. But yeah, I mean,
if you knew that that you had this gene, that your child, this child was going to suffer
Yeah,
greatly
I mean,
and
before
definitely
you're
die
even
early,
pregnant.
then
Before you're
I
even
think
pregnant, I'm kind of talking.
exactly. I think that the responsible thing to do would be to adopt instead, obviously.
Yeah.
100%.
I mean, there is actually a disease called Harlequin ichthyogenososis, something like that. I forgot. I got to get the thing. But it's actually when a child's basically born inside out. Their skin
Fucking hell.
it is the most horrific disease ever.
Most
of the
I've heard
babies
that.
just die very quickly after birth, but some of them have actually lived to be like young adults and stuff. But their skin burns at the slightest touch of sunlight. It's horrifically. I mean, it's
Again,
such a terrible thing.
But that's case by case, isn't it? It's case by case.
Of course, yeah.
That's
It's a rare disease anyway. Thank goodness.
Yeah, and here what we're talking about is where you can have a perfectly healthy baby and then decide whether you should kill it or not after you have given birth.
Yeah, I
that's
think
what we're
that's
talking about. You know.
Anyway, guys, we are done. We're gonna watch some Cenk.
Yeah, let's stop the baby killing.
Let's do that. Yeah.
Let's leave the babies alone.
I'm playing it now.
Family
I'm
friendly
playing.
at all. So if there are kids around,
No
turn
volume.
the volume way
No
down,
volume.
or turn the video
Shit.
off.
No
and
volume.
watch.
Okay, bollocks.
Yeah, no volume. Mark Dutch, that's the conspiracy
tick
guy.
Welcome back to Boomer FM.
It was just the tick box. Give me a break.
Later. Young Turks host Chunk Yogurt is running for Congress in California, hoping to fill the now vacant seat of Katie Hill. She's that floozy who resigned after it came out that she was having threesomes with her staffers. You may recall the liberal media celebrated her as California's first openly bisexual member of Congress. And on Thursday, Chunk landed a huge endorsement from none other than Bernie Sanders. But then yesterday, Bernie Sanders withdrew his endorsement after feminist groups started crying because Chunk had made crude remarks about women's looks in the past. Even the Los Angeles County Democratic Party denounced him, calling his comments heartless and shameful, and says he doesn't belong in Congress. Apparently him denying the Armenian genocide where over 1 million Christians were slaughtered by Muslims wasn't enough to get him denounced by the Democrat Party, but making sexist comments about women's looks goes too far. And you do know by now, I hope, that the Muslims who committed the Armenian genocide were called the Young Turks, which is the name of Chunk Yogurt's YouTube channel. And of course, if you deny the genocide of over 1 million Christians, and then your YouTube channel bears the same name as those who committed the genocide, then YouTube CEO Susan Wojcicki wants to hang out with you and thank you for all your great work that you're doing. After Bernie Sanders backpedaled less than 24 hours after giving his blessing, Chunk took to Twitter to claim that he is not accepting any endorsements, making it seem like he's the one who said thanks but no thanks. At least now we know where Bernie Sanders draws the line. He won't tolerate sexist remarks about women. Apparently the liberals didn't have a problem with Cenk endorsing sex with animals, however.
I believe that if I were the benevolent dictator of the
Listen
world,
to this.
I would legalize bestiality where you are giving, where you are pleasuring animals.
What?
You see what I'm saying? Okay. Now why? Why did that happen?
Look at Anna's face.
It really is a double
Look
standard.
at
No,
Anna's fucking face.
Okay, do me a favour, like, rewind it back, and everyone go on mute. Rewind it back, and everyone go on mute. It's too good.
And the horse
Because it goes on for about 3 minutes.
So who got harmed?
You know that.
Just go back just a little bit. Just
It's the dumbest thing
go
I've
back
said.
on.
Reality
Just
where
sing back
you
and we
are.
have to go on mute.
Okay, guys, let's listen to this gem of a thing. I've heard this many times. I don't know if you guys follow Atheism is Unstoppable, but I do. And
I was just going to say he does the best takedowns.
Yeah, he's milked this for all it's worth. But anyway, yeah, I'm just going to play it now.
With animals, however.
I believe that I am going. If I were the the benevolent dictator of the world, I would legalize bestiality where you are giving, where you are pleasuring the animal. You see what I'm saying? Okay.
As long as you
Okay.
top.
Now, why? Why did that happen? It's the dumbest thing.
Anna's face. It's like,
wow.
This man has clearly lost his fucking mind. What am I doing still working for this genocidal fuck?
You know, obviously he's obviously part of the furry crowd. He obviously, puts on a harness at some point and engages with animals.
Okay.
This is clear.
Okay, I'm just going to finish this off, as Wanksy would say.
Well, what can we expect from a brown buffalo?
Yeah,
It really is the dumbest thing you said. But
No, I'll tell you why. Because was the case that we covered where there was like a guy or a girl or something that was pleasuring a horse, and the horse came to a conclusion, right? So who got harmed?
you know that people who are
A conclusion.
not to be a downer
He had a
about what
debate
you're
with
saying.
him.
Wow.
What you're saying sounds
Wow.
kind of funny,
Buffalo
but
wants to
a lot
fuck a
of people
horse.
who are being raped can actually have an orgasm.
I know.
So like if a guy is being raped, he can have an orgasm. Like you can't
All right,
say,
well,
oh,
number
okay,
one-
if you come, that means you want it. That's not the right way to
understand.
go.
Number one, you're being an unbelievable downer.
I am, but that's the truth.
Number two, they're not both humans. Number
Is it?
three, I mean, if you really ask the horse, did you mind? The answer's got to be,
Oh,
That's just amazing.
Look
You
at her
see what I'm
face.
saying? No.
So yeah, that's where we're at, folks. We're rationalizing bestiality. Yep, we're rationalizing bestiality. Yeah.
No,
He
we're
never
legalizing
thought
it.
he's going to run for any office. Clearly, he never thought he's running for office.
He said it like he was going for a cup of tea, and he's going, well, "What's happened here?" Like as if, like, yeah, you just fucking said something outrageous.
Did anyone read the
Oh.
This is such an awkward
political elite
conversation.
article today about the 15 Moroccan boys having rabies shots because they fucked a donkey?
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
Where did it? In which country?
Morocco.
In Morocco, they had to have 15 rabies shots because they were fucking donkeys.
Yeah, when they're not shutting down churches, this is what they're doing in Morocco.
Fuck yeah, no. Well, I mean, I'm not surprised in Morocco. I thought like it was in Europe or something, but yeah, in Morocco, they fuck donkeys everywhere in the Middle East.
All right, guys. You know what? I think that's my cue. I'm being thrown now.
Oh,
stay.
Come on, it gets better. It gets better. Don't do
Are
it.
you sure? Because I was gonna say, like, you know what? I get it. Look, I don't want to be like, oh, we have to sort of watch it, but like, at the same time, I know
It
you guys
gets
have
worse
guys
but
time.
better.
You
It
want to have
gets
like
worse
men's
but
talk.
better.
This video, yeah. Let's see if we can make it through this video. Let's
All
hold
right,
on.
and then after that,
Yes, it is.
I'll
Okay.
let you
I'm
guys.
gonna leave it be,
I'll let you guys have
okay?
your men's talk.
And just a
afterwards.
friendly reminder for you other YouTubers out there, if you were to denounce Cenk Ugert's support for bestiality, that will be a violation of YouTube's new terms of service, which forbids you from insulting anybody on their race, gender expression, or sexual orientation. All liberals wanted, they said, was for gay marriage to be legalized, which of course it was in 2015. And now, just a few short years later, we're seeing a proliferation of child drag queens, drag queen story hour, the acceptance of incest, which they call genetic sexual attraction, and now even bestiality. Oh, you didn't know that liberals consider incest to be perfectly normal these days? Well, apparently you didn't read my last book, Liberalism Find a Cure, because it
Oh, yeah,
details it all. 3 years ago now, my how time flies, I interviewed Californians about this, and many of them accepted incest
this is
as
crazy.
perfectly normal and welcomed it into the LGBT plus community.
Is incest
LGBT,
acceptable in the
incest,
safe
donkey fucking
space
community.
without being judgmental? If some
Anyway,
folks want to practice
Susan
incest,
probably
is that,
knows that
are they going to
nobody
be
wants
welcomed
fuck her
in your safe
and
space?
without her paying a large amount of money, and that's why
If
she's
there are two
pissed.
consenting
and
adults?
Such a cunt of YouTube.
Like, if they're two consenting adults, I mean, I guess so.
So, like, if a father and his daughter were having a sexual relationship, as long as they were over 18, you wouldn't be judgmental. You would allow them in your safe space. They're part of the
yeah.
LGBT community.
If they both wanted to and were like within totally sober and cognitive
And
states of
consenting adults.
mind, yeah.
And you're not being sarcastic at all?
No, I'm not.
You're very
no.
serious.
Yeah.
I'm sure that video will get removed at some point because it's not inclusive, it's too divisive, and it is offensive to incestuous couples. And if you think your family's messed up, at least it's not as bad as this Oklahoma mom who married her biological son and then her biological daughter, and then was thankfully arrested and sent to prison for incest. But laws that forbid incest are discriminatory, according to liberals, and they're literally trying to legalize it. Is there anything else you want to share with us, Chunk, now that the world knows you endorse bestiality?
They're never going to catch me using that word nigger. Except when I say it 6 more times in this recording. Okay. I work too hard for them to catch me using the word nigger. Okay. She's not the wrong kind of nigger. She's just the kind of nigger we call nigger. No, I'm not talking about the niggers with no souls. I'm talking about regular niggers. Well, all I know is, you think you're never going to get in trouble for that? You're quite wrong. But
That's right. The Democratic
look,
Party,
the one
the party
thing
of
that
the
I love
KKK.
about it is how he was sure that he was never going to get caught doing it, and of course it turned out he was wrong.
Oh, Mr. Yogurt, it's gonna be hilarious watching the left continue to eat their own once they learn you've said the dreaded N-word. I'm sure Christmas is gonna be real fun for Cenk this year. Hey, son, how's your congressional campaign coming along? And if you want to make Christmas fun this year, there's still time to order my Trump Claus sweatshirt and get it in time. You gotta pay a little extra shipping, but you can still make it. The best part is, liberals in your family probably won't even notice, at first, that Santa Claus is actually Trump Claus. Order yours from my online store at markdice.com or click the link in the description below.
Boys.
And this...
Okay.
Yeah, Hillary Clinton's mentor and idol was Robert Byrd, who died about maybe like maybe like 8 years ago. I can't remember now.
Clinton
and he was
body
her
count.
idol, and he was he was a Grand Master Dragon of the KKK, and he was also in the Senate. So yeah, that's what we have here.
Anything to do with Hillary? Why, is it giving him the body count?
Yeah, no, this is a separate thing. That's a whole other special ball of wax. But this is where she spoke about how much she admired and everything else, and this guy in Congress, and everybody knew. Oh yeah, he was a KKK Grand Master Dragon, and he was in the Congress, in the Senate, and no problem. And but he, basically he's not such a KKK guy anymore. He changed a little bit over the years, but not really. And then this is how. It's very impressive how they actually set this up.
I'll give you a flip on that. There's a chap called Walter Heinstein. He's one of the founder members of the EU. Oh, he was only a Nazi, wasn't he?
Yeah, no big deal.
Yeah, no big deal there.
No big deal. Just a Nazi.
No big deal.
Yeah, and that's why this Cenk Uygur, he's it's really fun. I have to say, I enjoy watching that pendulum swing right back at them. It's really fun.
It's the cancel culture is biting his own ass, isn't it?
Exactly. It's like,
Guys?
that pendulum is gonna swing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's never gonna get elected. He's fucked.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm running up
I
to
was-
7 hours on this stream, and
Yeah, I was gonna
would
say,
like
I gotta
go
get
now.
going.
Whoa there.
I never go
7
above
hours?
3.
Wow, you've been I didn't know that you were going so long before I hopped on.
Yeah, I was going for like I think 2 hours before anyone even started
Nice
coming on.
one.
Wow.
So yeah,
All right.
it's been I started this thing around like 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock.
You know when you were saying earlier on about people coming out of the stream and dropping, it is StreamYards.
Yeah, I think so.
Because Porky uses StreamYards and it happens on Porky's stream. But when I go on Street's stream, he uses Google Meets.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Google
Hey.
Meets, it's clear as day. I can go searching on the internet. I can leave the page and come back and forward. It's StreamYard. It is.
Yeah, Google
All right.
Meets, because Google Meets is a paid
sorry to
product.
interrupt. I just want to say I have to get going, guys.
All right.
It's been great talking
Sorry.
to all of you. Okay.
You too,
Nice one.
Nada. It's been
Great
a
to
pleasure
talk to you.
always.
All right. Take it easy, guys. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Guys, I'm gonna let MC, dude. I know you dropped out and you jumped back in now, but I'm gonna end this this whole thing. I'm gonna go to bed. It's 7 hours. I'm running up to. I'm not reeling Maggie. This is I'm running shit 24/7 here. I'm just running it for a few. I usually do like 2 or 3 hours and then I'm done.
It's been good.
But you guys, yeah, you
Nice
guys
one.
were chilling. You guys were talking. It sounded, you guys were having fun. So I just let it run. But 7 is my magic number. I'm killing it out of it.
Lucky 7.
So thank you guys. Thank you
Yeah.
for coming on. I'm
It's
gonna.
been fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump
Nice
out
one.
of this
Pleasure and
StreamYard.
fun.
You guys can stay here and
Cheers.
chat if you want to chat, but it's up to you guys. But I'm gonna jump. But have a
nice
good
one.
one. Take care.
Cheers,
Ciao. Okay, boys and girls. Okay. We are done for another evening of fun and games. The problem is, it's not just the fact that I was running a stream for 7 hours, which in itself is a little bit crazy. Oh damn! Am I loud? Am I loud? Hello. That's not too bad. No, that's good. I thought I was, because my volume and my gain was really high. I was wondering if that's messed anything up, but I'm presuming I'm good. Nobody's complaining. Is anyone still here? Thank you guys. Thank you everyone for coming. Guys are awesome as always. Don't forget to like, subscribe, share, comment, call me a cunt, whatever you want, however you want to run this thing. Yeah, have yourselves a wonderful night, day, evening, whatever it is that you're doing, wherever it is that you're doing it, and whoever it is that you're doing it with. And if I don't get to talk to you before, which I think I will, because I'm going to do another stream before New Year's Eve, but if I don't, Merry New Year to all of you. Have a wonderful New Year if I don't get to talk to you, but I think I will do another stream just before New Year's Eve, so that way we get to have a little bit of a chit chat, and who knows, I might, if I can, even do a stream at New Year's Eve. Oh no, I might not be able to, because I won't be able to do it from a mobile. It's alright, I'll just do a stream before that, and then I'll wish everyone a happy New Year. In the meanwhile, thank you for coming, thank you for hanging out, thank you for just being you awesome people, and I shall catch you all the next time round. Now let's see, shall we need some track that I can play myself out with. What do we have here? What do we have? Guitar, R&B, instrumental. This one's a good one. Have a good one, guys. Have a good one, everyone, and don't forget to tickle your ass with a feather. Ciao.